I fixed it. It says starting now and shows green.
Is the one who added me on Steam?
Oh. And you have ears today too, Stem.
Ears are good.
Hooray! You'll be able to hear people reading. Oh. And Nem is here.
In the middle of the light.
Yeah.
Oh, and Flying's here.
Yes. Fine is here.
I think we're just waiting on Max. I have no idea if Jager's actually here or not. Like I said, he's on Skype, so I don't think...
I don't know.
He does intend to at least come in 4 hours, though. You alright? Or are we going to have to figure out some?
Oh, Jager? I don't know. He hasn't been responding to me. So, but I do have content because yesterday I believe I said I would read the Blood Whistle. So I will read that. So there will be at least something for After Hours.
Okay. So if he does not show up to use his recorder to transition us, I could use my drum because my flute is still not fixed. I still need to tie my little slide back on.
Oh boy.
Because of dog. Ate the
I
top.
should grab my piano.
You should actually just serenade us with a broken flute, Ame. I think that would be about as good.
Did too, Mom.
Merlin, stop.
It'll make noise while
I
I
can use
Be a
my
good idea.
Nope, it's got the whistle part. So let's see here if I can hold the whistle part.
Hold on, the chapter.
So it won't be tuned. Let's see here. Merlin, please stop.
I will stop.
There. Okay. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah. See, that's perfect. That's perfect, Ame.
I will find a ribbon while we're waiting and tie it.
God.
Wow.
What's broken
pretty much
about it? It
perfect.
sounds perfectly normal.
It sounds about as good as Jager's sweet flute.
Well, it used to sound really, really.
I thought Jaeger was just intentionally bad.
But we don't need it to sound awesome. We need it to sound like fuck.
Oh, well, see, when it's tuned, it sounds awesome, but then I can make it sound terrible by not fully pressing my fingers down, and then it sounds absolutely terrible.
Do it. That's what we want, Ame. We don't want it to sound...
How does one tune a flute?
Well, it's a Native American flute
magic.
that comes in 2 pieces. The part that covers the whistle hole can be taken off and tied on, and then you can change the tune that the flute plays in.
Did someone say I got?
Gross,
Oh my
Neb.
god, I'm having a Vietnam flashback.
Hey, it's Max. Alright, I'm gonna give it 3 more minutes so we can start at 9:10 sharp, or 6:10 sharp, and then we'll go.
Okay.
Loquax is aware that we are here.
Go as in start reading, you ding dong.
Ding, the ding, dong, ding.
No, we're
ding,
gonna leave,
ding,
and
ding.
I am not telling you what. Oh, since I have a shitload of you here, first of all, thanks for coming. And second of all, we're having a party for Jager tomorrow at about this time, because his birthday's on Monday.
At 6. Okay, well then I may have
So,
to attend the
you guys
first
should be
part of
there.
it with an alt.
Yeah.
We're gonna make Ame be in 2 places at once.
Oh god.
But yeah, everybody should come because it'll be fun.
See, I like Jaeger that much.
Did you catch that though? I'm like, Jaeger.
What? No, I
Is it-
couldn't hear you because
Oh.
you talked at the same time Ame did.
I forgot what I was saying. I've been doing that a lot. Rummaging. I'm going to turn on the light while I'm trying to find a ribbon.
It's okay, Ame. Don't worry about it. Yes, you are, dog. Yes, I love you too, puppy. All the kisses for the puppies. I love you too. Yeah.
Yes, I love you too, puppy. Serious. Yes. Yes, kisses. I love you too. Okay. Oh, I know what it is. It was because I was vaguely irritated. Exactly. Thank you. Yes, you're a good boy.
See us.
I appreciate the love.
Okay.
Hey, Mom.
Got quiet all of a sudden.
Merlin.
Your glasses.
Merlin.
Why do your eyes
It happens.
big eyes?
Okay.
Silly,
yes.
silly, silly.
Jimmy Russell.
Okay.
He knows that your Jimmys are Russells. Are you having fun over there, flying? Okay. Well, anyway,
Trying to do African
let's get-
whale sound.
without further ado, let's get started.
Hi, agents. Yeah.
So, Phoenix, if you would start us out, please. Oh, wait, real quick. Who's got stuff to read?
Me.
Don't let everybody speak up at once. If it's Soto stuff, it might have to wait, Max. I think you should just do your stuff to read, and not do Soto stuff tonight, because I don't know where Jager is. So, yeah. Alright, so... that's up to you, Karen. If you'd like to read it as is, that you're more than welcome to. Or you can wait until you finish. It's entirely up to you, what you would like to do. Okay.
You need to go clean after your dog.
Yes, I know.
Do it right now.
Yeah, I have presents. Wait, there. Oh.
So I'm going to start this off. It looks like we had left off on chapter 29 last time. So that's where we started on this week. It seems from last time that Natasha had finally killed Prots, thank God. So, here we go then. By the time I was sharing a room with the Fed, he'd been sedated past caring. Any conversation with him was going to have to wait. At least I'd overheard enough to know that his name was Ronan, that he was going to survive. It was almost harder to believe that I might actually survive this. I lay down on the empty bed, still cradling my pseudo-skin every wrist, glad enough to rest as fatigue unraveled what was left of my conscious mind. I opened my eyes again, startled out of sleep, only realizing that when I'd been asleep, probably for hours, Luke Warner was standing beside the bed, his hand still on my shoulders, shaking me awake. He held his hand up in silent warning as he saw my eyes open. "Wano?" I mumbled, sitting up. "Where the hell did you come from?" He nodded at the other bed. Natasha stood beside it, helping Ronan to his feet. Ronan looked more stupefied than I did, probably from the medication, but he was tracking and functional. Natasha looked worse than Ronan, as if he'd been fighting his grief for hours and losing the battle. "I don't like what I'm hearing upstairs," Natasha said. "I want you both safely out of reach until there's backup available." He handed Ronan his uniform jacket and pants, and began to help him get into them. As I got out of bed, I glanced up at the security monitors. They were always on, everywhere, including here. "We're running a playback loop. All anyone sees is the two of you sleeping, Natasha said, answering look. Where are we going? I asked, shaking cloud dreams out of my head. Nowhere is safe. I know a place that is, Wano said, and a smile told me Freaktown. I nodded, glancing at Ronan, at the databand on his wrist. You'd better leave that here. He looked at me as if I'd suggested leaving behind one of his eyes. They can track you with it. If Tau decides to bury its mistakes, you won't be safe anywhere wearing that. A stunned look filled his face. I saw doubt replace it, and finally acceptance. Slowly, reluctantly, he unlatched his databand, stood holding it in his hand as if he were weighing it. He's right. It's the only way, Natasha said. Ronan dropped the databand on his bed, grimacing. Natasha put an arm around him, supporting him as we went out of the room. Guards waited in the hallway to escort us through the installation's maze to the entrance. Wano's new transport was waiting there where the old one had, once before, on the landing plaza out of the complex's main entrance. There were clouds phasing across the face of the moon as I glanced up. Or maybe there was something more that only seemed to be clouds. More guards were waiting by the transport. They gave us a thumbs up and stepped inside. The hatch opened and Wano took over Ronan's support to help him up the ramp. I started after them, hesitated as I realized Natasha wasn't following. What about you? I asked. He shook his head. I'll be all right. He nodded at the guards flanking him. What if you're wrong? I asked. Ronan has my testimony and data waiting for him. Wano knows how to access it. He smiled sourly. What about Joby? His smile disappeared. He'll be safe, he said, and the words seemed to choke him. He'll be with you. He went back to the line of guards toward the complex entrance. I watched him go, speechless, until Wano called my name, telling me to get on board. I climbed the ramp, stood beside him while the hatch sealed behind me. Standing this close to him in the transport's dimly lit interior, I saw that he was wearing a medicine pouch. Look, I'm sorry, I muttered, looking down. I never... He looked blank until he realized what I was looking at. He touched the worn leather bag and shook his head. It was there for you, he said quietly, when you needed it. That's all. I looked up at him in disbelief. How did you know I would need it? I didn't, he said with a slow smile. I knew I suppose. That's what it does, believe it or not. He shrugged, looking up at me again. I know what happened when we crashed, he said. It wasn't your fault. He took his place in the pilot's seat. I swallowed a lot of useless words and turned away to find a seat. One was already strapped in. Sitting behind him was Perrymead, holding Joby in his lap. Cassandra sat next to them. I stopped moving. What do you want, you two-faced son of a cat? Cassandra stood up. Shut up and listen to me. She came forward, moving carefully as the transport began to lift. I could see the pale line of a fading scar on her cheek. But she was moving all right, not maimed, not crippled. An absurd jolt of relief cleared my head. Anger and pain left me speechless. I sank into the seat across from Red as if my brain had shorted out. I know that the transport accident wasn't your fault, she said as I looked down. Uncle Dinos knew that too. I raised my head. Then why? I held up my bandaged wrist, looking at him. Why did he do this to me? Her fingers barely touched the pseudo skin on my wrist. To buy you time, until the FDA could send more investigators. keep Rosage from killing you. I opened my mouth. Do you think you'd be alive now if my uncle had left you with town's corporate security? No, I said. I looked at Perrymead again. I really thought you hated my guts, I said. I really thought you meant it. Maybe I did just then, Perrymead said. I almost imagined I saw a ghost of a song. But if I hadn't, the Rosage would never have believed me. Maybe I deserved it, I murmured, glancing away. Maybe you're right in everything you did, too. I didn't answer, couldn't even look at him. For a long moment, the surreality of where I was now, the sheer unexpectedness of what these people had done for me and against the system of lies was almost more than I could grasp. When I looked up again at last, it was to look at Joby, sitting motionless in Perrymead's arms. His eyes were on my face, staring at me as fixedly as the eyes of a doll, until I was sure it wasn't random. Joby? I said softly. He blinked, but he didn't move. He didn't speak. I looked away again, sick at heart, wondering if this wasn't somehow worse than the way he'd been before. Why is he here? It could be dangerous. Not as dangerous as leaving him there where Tao can find him, Perrymead said grimly. I remembered then what Natasha had said to me. I glanced at Joby again long enough to see that he wasn't wearing a databand either. I rubbed my wrist, feeling the pseudoskin loosen at the edges as my ragged nails caught on it. I forced my hand away, wondering if the day would ever come when I felt secure enough in who I was and where I was to stop doing that. However long it took, it was going to take even longer now. All right then, I said. Why are you two here? I nodded at Cassandra and Perrymead. Adding links to the chain of truth, I hope, Perrymead answered. I've been cooperating with the FTA ever since I learned you contacted them. How did you know that? I asked, surprised. Hanshin? Even before Velocity let it slip, Hanshin had contacted me. How did he know that? Mia told him, Cassandra said. He told my uncle, after he'd agreed to help Tao find you. She looked away from my face and back again. Rosage's men were everywhere on the hydrant side of the river cat, forced their way into the houses and destroyed people's belongings. They terrorized children in school, they took away patients from the hospital, and jailed them without any cause. They embargoed food shipments. I shook my head, stunned as I realized that was Hanjin who had told Tao where he'd taken Joby, surrendered his own foster daughter to the humans, betrayed us to save his people. He'd been trapped between a rock and a hard place, but we'd put him there. Perrymead turned to Ronan, who'd been watching us with the rapt attention of a man caught up in a 3D psychodrome when he'd expected to see the ND news. There's Ronan, Perrymead said, suddenly hesitant. There are no words to say how sorry I am about the deaths of your team members. Ronan nodded wordlessly. The look of a disaster victim was still deep in his dark, upslanting eyes. That look would be there a lot longer than the cuts and bruises on his face. His cropped black hair slid down across his face as he nodded. He didn't seem to notice. His hair, his eyes, reminded me of someone. The Tamings, Jewel, whose face I hadn't seen for so long that it was getting hard to see her clearly anymore. I pushed my own filthy hair out of my eyes for the 10th time in as many minutes and glanced at Cassandra. She wasn't looking at me now. I looked away again, thinking about Mia. Rosage's men had missed her at the monastery, but I didn't know what had happened during the time I'd been at the Reef Interface, whether she'd been waiting for me when I got to Freetown, whether she was safe, whether she was still free. "Thank you," Ronan said to me. Cassandra nudged my arm, and I realized I'd been having a conversation I hadn't been listening to. "For what?" I said. He looked surprised. "For all you've risked to bring the truth out." I saw Jewel in my mind's eye again as I looked at him. If it hadn't been for Jewel, the feelings I'd had for her, I never would have met her aunt, Lady Elmira Taming, or Natan Isplanaski, sent Ronan here. I never would have set foot on Refuge. I'd still be a half-breed street punk in Quarrel's old city, or else I'd be dead. None of this would have happened, but other things would have. Maybe they wouldn't have been any better. I shook my head, looked out the window at nothing disguised as night. "All the risks," Ronan repeated. "Isplanaski told me about how he met you." He almost smiled. "He said you sent him an illegal message about conditions here. He said your style hadn't changed much." I managed a smile of my own, hoping that I had never had to tell him how I'd done it. "And you're the one who found the survivors inside the reef." I nodded again, the motion like a rictus, even though he hadn't really asked a question. "You must have a lot to tell me. I've heard what Perrymead has to say. I've got testimony from Natasha. But I want what you know, what you've seen, heard, sensed, every damn detail of it." He held up his hand, palm out. I blinked as I saw a recorder implant staring at me like a misplaced eye. "How many people were on your team?" I asked. He looked startled, then stunned, and I was sorry I asked. "4, he said faintly, as if that one word held the mass of a planet. 4.
Hey, Mom.
He didn't have to tell me the others hadn't been strangers. Slowly he closed his hand, hiding the recorder. For a long minute he didn't say anything more, didn't ask anything more, as if all the false energy of painkillers and denial had gone out of him and left him lost and hurting. He was blinking too much when he looked up at me again. His face was set with anger. He opened his hand, waiting for me to speak.
That was from yesterday.
I hesitated, not certain where to start. "You know about Joby?" I asked, reaching out from my seat to hold Joby's hand. I thought the fingers twitched as if they were trying to close around mine. I glanced at Perrymead and held out my arms. He hesitated, but then he passed Joby to me. I held him close, remembering the warm, breathing weight of his small body. I moved his hand slowly and gently until his arms were around my neck. He held on, clinging to me without my help. "Hi, Joby," I whispered, my throat tight. "Missed you," not knowing whether he could hear me, let alone understand me. I tried to find my way into his thoughts now that he was so close, but the inner space between our minds had its own geography, and neither one of us had a sense of direction. "Henry has told me his suspicions," Ronan said gently, almost hesitantly. "Is there more you can tell me?" I glanced up, distracted, almost resenting the interruption. I forced myself to get past it and answer him. "I can tell you more than anyone knows," I said, and began at the beginning. By the time I finished, Joby was lying asleep in my arms, and we were passing over the lighted grid of Tau Riverton. I never thought I'd be glad to see it again, and I wasn't. But beyond the dark gash that marked the river canyon, were the random lights and dendritic streets of Freaktown. I breathed a sigh of relief as we passed over the river without being hailed by Corpsec. I wondered where Wando was taking us now that grandmother was gone. He took us to Hanjin. He let the transport hover centimeters above Hanjin's rooftop. as if he was afraid the building might not support its mass. We climbed out, cautiously, helping each other down. Wano left the ship suspended impossibly, just above the roof, and guided us to a stairway leading down. I wondered why he brought us here when Hanjin had betrayed me once already. I understood now why Hanjin had done it, but that didn't make trusting him any easier. But I trusted Wano, so I didn't ask any questions. As we went on across the roof, I noticed the remains of pillars around its perimeter. There must have been a sheltered tower up here once for calling the cloud whales down. Nothing was left of it now but bits of masonry protruding like broken teeth. I was surprised Hanjin hadn't replaced it. Maybe he'd felt there was no way to claim what his people had lost when they lost the Anlir, and the sight of a prayer tower that would be meaningless forever wasn't something he wanted to confront every day. Hanjin was waiting for us below, in a room I remembered. He recoiled slightly as he saw me come in, carrying Joby. I wasn't sure whether he was reacting to what was in my eyes, or just the sight of me. The room looked the way I remembered, filled with artifacts of a past that was forever gone. I thought about the last time I'd seen him, how he'd been with the Han survivors after the Corpse Sect massacre, how he'd held grandmother's lifeless body in his arms and cursed us all for what we'd done. That day had been just the beginning of the grief the Soto had caused the community, even though he hated us then, and had every reason to. His act against us had been an act of desperation, done to keep Barosich from grinding the embers of a guttering fire into cold ashes. Hanjin bowed formally to us, taking his eyes off me as he said, "Namaste, welcome to my home." The others bowed back to him, Wano and Cassandra murmuring, "Namaste," as naturally as breathing. Perimede's bow was awkward as he echoed Namaste, the first Hydran word I'd ever heard him speak. Ronan imitated the others, doing it well. I stood where I was, holding Joby, stiff and silent. "Namaste," another voice said. "Mia?" I turned. She was already looking at me as she entered the room, as if she'd known what she'd see, where each of us stood, even before I spoke. "Cat, Joby!" Her mind slurred our names into one thought, shot through with emotion. She crossed the room to us, moving us silently as if she was afraid we'd vanish, but her smile widened with each step. As she closed the space between us, she closed her eyes in concentration and took us gently inside the circle of her mind. My mind burst open by shuttered windows, and suddenly the two of them were there inside me, sharing the view. "Namaste," I said, finally understanding its true meaning. "I'm so afraid for you," she thought, kissing me as she called me by my unspoken name. "Mommy?" Joby murmured, rubbing his eyes as if he'd awakened from a strange dream to find us there. "Daddy!" He smiled. We were all smiling, and possibly in the same place at the same time, in our own pocket world again. The room and everyone else in it had ceased to exist in the universe beyond it. Someone teleported into the room, almost on top of us. "Neo!" I wasn't certain how many of us spoke her name at once like a chorus. Ronan recoiled as if he'd never seen anyone teleport before. Maybe he hadn't. I glanced at the others, Cassandra and Wano, Perimede and Hanjin, all caught with their expressions halfway between poles. Their surprise became disgust as she turned to find Mia with me and Joby. Her mental barrier ruptured the fragile link I'd shared with them before she cut us all out of her mind. She turned away, completing her rejection of our existence. Mia was back inside my thoughts instantly. I felt her trying to force an opening in the wall of her sister's silence, to force Neo to acknowledge our right to be together. Felt her fail. I held her back as she would have crashed the room. Don't, I thought. It isn't you. It isn't us. It's her. She's my sister. Mia shook her head, straining against my grip as the memories of a lifetime filled her mind. Neo needs me. Who else does she have? I can help her. I felt her loyalty slipping. Damn it, she tried to kill us! I forced Mia to drink my memories with her own like blood and wine. She's sucking you in. She's the best mod. Mia pulled her gaze away from Neo's unyielding back. She looked into Joby's eyes, into mine, collided with the ice dam of control that barely held in my anger, and my fear of losing her again to Neo. I felt what it cost her to believe me, realized that she couldn't bear to let herself see that for Neo their lifelong bond had become only a weakness to be exploited. Her resolve hardened into bitterness as she watched her sister blow like a burning wind through the minds of everyone else in the room, oblivious to us now. I stiffened as Neo singled out Ronan. In an eye blink, she was across the room in front of him. She pinned him against the wall with a telekinetic field, stopping short of touching him physically. His eyes glazed as she invaded his mind, rifling through every memory back to the day he was born. Neo! I shouted, loudly enough to break even her concentration. She turned around and gave me a look that said she would have scrambled my brains if she could have. She turned back to Ronan, but this time she only said aloud, "So you come from the FTA, yet you claim to have the power to help us?" She was speaking to him in standard. I never heard her use it before. They all speak standard, Pyramid had said once. She probably always had too. Never using it had been intentional, political. Ronan nodded. He glanced at Pyramid and Hanjin with something that was half appeal and half incomprehension. Then why are you here, hiding from the humans like a mebbit? Hanjin had been staying beside Pyramid. Suddenly he was between Ronan and Neo. Ronan pressed back against the wall, his face going white. He is here as my guest, Hanjin said, to learn about our situation, and he is here for his own safety. He touched Ronan's arm, and there was something more than just physical reassurance in the way it made Ronan suddenly relax. Hanjin had reached to his mind without his realizing it, spreading calm over the troubled water of his thoughts. Hanjin led Ronan over to a cushioned settee across the room. Ronan sat down on it almost reluctantly, as if he was afraid it might disappear from under him. Neo stood with her arms crossed, her disdain clear enough for even a human to read. Her desperation so obvious to me that I almost felt sorry for her. Her hair was filthy and matted. Her clothes looked like she'd been sleeping in them. Her face was thinner and harder than I remembered. Her mouth even more bitter. Her eyes lost in deep hollows of fatigue. I thought you said you didn't know where she was, Pyramid murmured to Hanjin. I didn't know. Hanjin shook his head, looking from Neo to us, looking at Mia, with more on his mind than he was saying aloud. Mia looked down and didn't answer, or maybe that was all of the answer she had. We're sisters, Neo said defiantly, as if Mia's shamefaced silence was just one more body blow to her self-control. We're all the family we have because humans killed our parents. The last of it. Forever. She spoke the words with a venom that made Hanjin flinch. No matter what happens, nothing is stronger than that. It's true, Mia said quietly, looking at her sister with something that was almost compassion. If she's nearby, I know. We always know. Ever since our parents died. She gave a small, helpless shrug, but I felt her anguish as she glanced at me, knowing how often and how profoundly Nail had violated everything
Spirit?
that bond of blood should have represented. She knew I was staying with you, Handon, and I knew she was watching, listening.
Both hash brown
I am her
onions.
conscience, Hanjin, Nao said, and yours.
Those hash brown in it.
She looked away again at Ronan and the others, her eyes avoiding me. Is this really the man you expect to save you, when I couldn't? Her eyes finished the thought. This pitiful, brain-dead human? Ronan stiffened, as if the verbal slap had stung his courage to life. I may not seem like much alone, Nao, he said, meeting her stare. He gestured at his ruined uniform. But I am not alone, and I'm not powerless. Tao's negligence killed the 3 other people who came with me. He broke off. But they didn't kill me. I intend to make them regret that. There's a Federation Transport Authority ship in planetary orbit above Refuge. I have more than enough reason to contact them. I want to do everything I can to help your people, as well as protect our contract laborers. If you can give me enough good reasons. How will you contact the ship? I asked, realizing that we made him leave his databand behind at Tao's installation. There was a transmitter on my databand. We all have them. We call it the Dead Man Switch. He broke off again, as what must have been a sardonic joke for too long suddenly wasn't funny. If it isn't reset on a regular schedule, it automatically contacts the ship. They'll assume the worst and notify the Home Office, and Draco, in this case. In the meantime, they'll send down a tactical unit. Sanctions will be imposed immediately. Tao's shipping schedule will be on hold until the situation is resolved to the FTA's satisfaction. There was a good reason why Tao and even Draco were afraid of the FTA when it was doing its job. Just speaking the words gave Ronan strength. The way hearing them changed the faces of everyone listening, including Nao. Nao, Mia said, and I felt her praying that there was still something rational and reachable inside her sister's mind. This is the last chance our people have for the future. We tried to give them. Even Hanjin understands how we were meant to see the way now. She was still speaking standard, as she wanted Ronan to follow it. What do you mean? Nao demanded, frowning. Mia glanced at her. Out in the homeland, Ian showed me how our gifts bind us to the Onleer and to this world. Nao's frown deepened, and I looked at Mia in surprise. She went on, inside our heads this time. I felt her relief as she released herself from words. She showed me how my unthinking question, what if the Onleer came back, had entered her thoughts like a grain of sand. How they had begun as a painful reminder of loss had become layered with possibilities. Until at last she offered Hanjin a pearl of insight, a gift of hope. The possibility that the community could regain their symbiosis with the Onleer. They could rekindle their sense of worth as a people. With Roman's support, Tao could be forced to stop manipulating the Cloud Whale's migrations. Mia paused, searching for some detail she hadn't shown her sister yet. The thing that would tip the scales of belief. Nao, I said, not sure why I was trying to fill the silence after what Nao had done to me, except that Mia had suffered enough, and I loved Mia more than I'd ever hate her sister. At Tao's mining interface, my gift let me read the reefs in ways that humans can't. They miss incredible things in the Matrix, without sight to guide them. It made me valuable to them. It helped keep me alive. If it's valuable to them, it can be valuable to the community. It's something we have that they want. We can use that. They will never trust us enough. Neo shook her head. But at least she acknowledged me. I shrugged.
Yeah, it is.
There's one thing I learned, living with humans, it's never to underestimate the power of greed. I gestured at Ronan. Show Ronan the truth, the way you showed it to me once. Let him see exactly what your people, our people, need.
Oh no, babe.
I remembered my nightmare tour of Freaktown, its medical center, the back alley drug hole where I met Navu, and then let him help us, get it. Navu, Mia said, falling back into Hydrant as she caught the echo in my thoughts. We can get him the kind of help he needs. We can get the humans' drugs off our streets. It's too late, Mayo said, her voice flat. Mom was dead. Mia made a sound as if someone had hit her in the stomach, and Joby whimpered. Oh, God, she breathed, the human words falling from her lips into a fractured silence. How? Why? Because the supply of drugs stopped, and with everything else, until Hanjin gave you up to the humans, Neo said, her voice corroded by grief. He couldn't live without it, with what he had to feel. He stopped his own heart, and you caused it. It was your fault, you and that half-human Meptaku. Tears spilled out of her eyes, down her face. If you wanted so much to be human, Mia, why not just use the drugs? Then the only life you ruined would have been your own. Or would you have been happy to sell them to me, too? Mia asked with sudden anger. I felt her compassion shrivel and die. Jovi gave a small squeak as she held him too close. I never worked for humans because I thought they were better than I was. I did it because I believed in us, and that both of our peoples had gifts to share. Neo stiffened, so did Hanjin. Across the room, for a moment Neo wavered as the words ripped open her denial and left her staring at the truth. She shook her head, but she was only shaking off the temptation to believe anything that we'd said. She didn't bother to argue Mia's point, or even defend herself against it. She looked at Ronan again. I'll be watching what you do, she said in Standard, and if it isn't enough... She disappeared, leaving the threat hanging unfinished in the air. The humans in the room, and probably the Hydrons, let out a collective breath. What did she mean? Ronan asked, frowning. Is she actually dangerous? He looked at Hanjin. No. Hanjin gestured at his head, still stunned as if learning about her drug dealing, he'd forgotten the words to explain mental illness in Standard. She can do no real harm without harming herself. I thought again about what she'd done with her rabble-rousing, what she'd done to me. But looking at Mia, I didn't press the point. Perry turned to Ronan finally and said, You'll be safe here, as safe anywhere on the planet. We have to get back across the river before someone misses us. Glancing at Cassandra and Wano, back at Ronan's face, uncertain. Hanjin and Mia and Kat are the best informants you'll find on the problems of the Hydra community. They can explain all the things that I just never understood. He looked down. Mia set Joby down, urging across the room to Perrymead, slow step by slow step. I felt the effort of her concentration as she guided him. Perrymead kneeled down and took Joby into his arms. Uncle Janos,
Cool.
Joby murmured, and the words lisped but perfectly clear. He rested his head on Perrymead's shoulder, hugging him. Perrymead looked at Mia, his mind overflowing with tenderness, apology, loss, gratitude, until even his face was too painful to look at. Take care of him, he murmured. I know you'll take good care of him. until it's safe for all of you to come back across the river. Mia nodded, her own face full of compassion. Cassandra moved almost hesitantly to her uncle's side. She touched Joby's dark hair with a gentle hand. Joby glanced up and they both smiled. She moved back again as Perimead released Joby from his arms, murmuring a goodbye as his nephew started back toward Mia. Cassandra and Perimead followed Joby with their eyes until they were both looking at Mia, at me, at the way we were standing together, touching each other. I met Cassandra's clear blue stare, wishing I could look away from it. "Sorry, Kiss," I murmured, not able to tell her what I felt, not able to show her either, not like this. But she smiled, and finished the trajectory back to Wano's side. He put his arm around her and grinned, shrugging. "It's all right," she said, smiling up at him and back at me. "Sometimes things actually do work out." I felt a smile of relief come on my face. The fist of my thoughts loosened until I could share them again with Mia. I felt her curiosity settle on the surface of my mind, but she only picked Joby up again and didn't ask me any questions. Wano led the others out the way they'd come in. Roland watched them go, watched us stay behind, with a lot less wariness than he would have shown 5 minutes earlier. I wondered whether he'd finally come to see that we really did have something coming. But as soon as the room emptied, leaving the 5 of us to awkward silence, exhaustion shrouded his thoughts like a pall. Andrew moved to his side, filling the void left by the other's departure. He seemed to feel Ronan's exhaustion as deeply as Ronan did.
AIT.
Or maybe he was just that exhausted himself. He and Mia were both wearing long, shapeless tunics that must be sleep shirts. I realized that it had to be near dawn. The day Ronan and I had just been through must have been the longest day of his life, and probably the worst. He sagged forward on the cushioned seat, resting his head on his hands. Hanjin touched Ronan's shoulder, quietly urging him to lie down and rest, telling him that there would be time enough to discuss his injustice, and to grieve tomorrow. But it was time for all of us to rest now. There was a subliminal side touch buried in the comforting words. He was using his side to plant suggestions of healing and calm and reassurance. "Hello, Jager." I knew that kind of subtle touch, what it could do, how much it could mean. I wondered how often he'd use it in his work as an ombudsman. As far as I knew, he didn't use it when he was negotiating with humans. I wondered whether this was the first time he'd ever met, or had to enter the mind of, a human whose emotions had been stripped raw. I glanced at Mia, as something wistful and almost forlorn whispered through my thoughts. She watched Ronan lie down where he was, and cover him with a blanket. And I shared her memory of a time long ago when her own loss had been as fresh, and Hanjin had given her the same comfort, with a touch and a thought that were kindness itself. She held Joby tighter, stroking his hair, murmuring something I couldn't quite make out. It sounded like a song or maybe a prayer. Hanjin straightened up again. He looked at us standing together and smiled. I wasn't certain whether he was smiling at the sight of us or simply the proof that he hadn't sold his soul to the humans after all. "The way has brought us safely home," he murmured. "We should rest now, while we have a resting place." He yawned, as if he convinced himself at least that the rest was long overdue. He went off in the direction of his room without speaking, leaving a kind of benediction in our minds. Mia led me into the room where she'd been sleeping, the room I'd slept in. Once. I wondered whether she'd known that. Yes, she thought. But when I looked at her, there were tears in her eyes. I bit my lip, wanting to hold her, but waiting while she settled Joby into one of the hammocks suspended halfway between the ceiling and floor. She rocked him gently, humming a tune I felt as I'd heard, soothing him to sleep.
I'll just be quiet.
I stood looking at the other hammock, remembering how I'd spent my only night in this room sleeping on the floor. I suddenly felt an exhaustion that made the way I felt earlier seem like a good night's sleep. Nia moved away from Joby's hammock and put her arms around me. She kissed me as if she'd known, must have known, what I'd been wanting, aching for. My fatigue vanished like a shadow in the sun. I felt giddy, as if gravity had stopped and were rising into the air.
Quiet?
We were. I realized with a fraction of my mind that was still halfway coherent, that we were slowly rising, spiraling upward, drifting toward the second hammock together. Mia settled us into its yielding crescent. Our bodies set it rocking gently as we began to touch and kiss, and maneuver into position, seeking deeper into need and pleasure, into each other's bodies and minds and souls. After a long while, with no coherent thought at all, only sensation, we lay quiet again in the hammock's soft embrace. After a longer time, I thought, Mia, what you told Mayo about the Enleer, that if they returned, it could be the key to the community's survival. I gave you that idea? She nodded without moving. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eyes to see what no one sees clearly from the inside. Pain caught in my chest. What? Mia thought, as the knife thrust impaled us both. Outsider, I thought, and without wanting to, Nataku. Ian. She touched my cheek gently. No woman ever had that insight either, and in all the years they've mined the reefs, and all the time since they've been here. And all the time since they came here. No one without the gift could have had it. Her fingers traced the not quite human, not quite hydran contours of my face. Did it honestly never occur to you, Nashirtan? She thought, that you might be something better than either one? Mia. Her fingers touched my lips, silencing me. When I shared your mind that night I first saw you, that was the first time I actually believed humans in the community could trust each other. At least enough so that we could share this world in peace. And I thought, if only there was something that could make all of them see this world like you do, like we do. The world's dissolved into images of the monastery, the reefs, the secrets of the Hydran past that we'd explored together. I'd always wanted to believe our peoples could find a common ground. No one but you ever made it seem possible to me. She pictured the future unfolding as it should. We were together now. The way had led me back to her, and Joby back to us. She saw us together at the monastery, the shoe where the Enleer had thought about healing, where we would have the time we needed to heal ourselves. Everything will be all right now. Don't say that, I thought. Don't ever say that. Not ever. I felt her surprise, felt her falter, as she remembered once saying the same words to me. It's all right, she whispered fiercely. It is. She kissed me again, stroking my hair, but she'd said it aloud. I felt her withdraw only a little, keeping the mind link open, but taking one step back. like someone who'd have stood too close to the fire. I didn't try to lie to her. I didn't dare. We both come too close to the truth that night in the monastery, feeling our minds approach meltdown in the fusion of our pasts. Maybe enough time and enough faith would heal us along with Joby. But there'd never be enough of either one in my life. My past has stolen too many things from me. Too often, for too long. Too much of my life had been spent in a free fire zone. I didn't know whether all of the space time held enough faith to change who I was into who I might have been. I wonder how I'd ever learn to live with someone else if I couldn't live with myself. Mia set the hammock into gentle motion, as if by rocking us, soothing us to sleep. She could stop time itself, with all its unpredictable power. I lay motionless in her arms, letting exhaustion erase the questions that only time would answer. That's the end of chapter 29.
Ugh. We're almost done, right? How many more chapters did you say were in this?
We have at least a couple more. So not long.
Okay.
And you're welcome. Yes, I have a bottle of tea upstairs.
You should probably go get that.
I plan on it.
Alrighty then. I think next up we have Ame, if she's ready and able.
Yep, I am ready. And I will warn you that this is not the book I was reading last time because I forgot where I put it. It is somewhere in my piles of books, but yeah, I've got many piles of books like a typical dragon. So I'm going to be reading some content from my work in progress. So this is indeed a work in progress. This is chapter 11 of my second book in the Selkies Skins series. And I don't have a particular name nailed down for this chapter yet. It's either going to be Whispers in the Dark or Color of the Pelt. I haven't figured out yet because it kind of depends on what happens when the chapter is done. Kirsty frowned as the world solidified around her once more, shaking her head and leaning on the cool rock walls of the labyrinth. That was strange, she murmured to herself while awaiting her eyes to adjust and gathering the strength to cast another light. Merlin Mama is reading. Was that just a dream, or was I really with David? No answer came. The only movement was the soft pulse of the water. There was a tide drawing her onward. Every step deeper into the labyrinth, she fed out more of the thread she'd spun. Every passage she explored made her feel more as if she were the shuttle in a loom or a needle in a tapestry, weaving something inarticulately intricate. To pass the time, she half imagined that exploring the passages was stitching together furs or knitting a mantle that would fall over her shoulders to become her skin. Some turns brought confusion, others clarity. In places she had to double back, while in others she found herself crossing her own path. The sensation of hands working through her memories and desires never left her. Naked. Naked summed it up very well, and she was already that. Thank goodness for her pelt. Eventually, the light from her witch fire could no longer cut the gloom. The water grew colder. Another turn. More flicks of her tail. Kirsty gave up the effort of keeping the ball going. When she tried, she was unable to conjure another. The thread had waxed thick and then thin again as she had explored. Where it pulled from her heart now felt thorny, tacky. There was a strange oozing sensation from where the thread separated from her body, and a strange taste filled the water. It wasn't quite pus, but that was the only thing she could compare it to. Before her was another choice of 3 passages, each identical. Each the same ink that enveloped her now, devouring her, and the slight glow from the thread. Pressure mounted. Fur pricked. Kirsty chose the middle path. The floor and walls rotated around her, spinning her faster and faster. She crushed to the wall, the pressure mounting even more. Felt like she was finally at the point that her juices would flow out of her nose. Ludicrously, she had an image of a centrifuge extracting her serum. For what purpose? The room stopped and she wobbled out of the nearest door. Her vision was so splintered she wasn't sure if there was one, two, or if more had grown while the walls whirled. Movement, unseen but felt. Large looming hulks that could not have possibly fit in the rocky passages. Another set of passages spread before her, each with a different Triskele. To further complicate things, each also denoted a different moon phase. Kirsty groaned internally. The last time she encountered the moon, she had been both problematic and helpful. I'm beyond tired of gates, Kirsty thought as her hair spread in the tidal pulse. Each strand grasped and tasted the energies shifting and passing by. She closed her eyes and focused on the sounds beyond each. Each passage gave a different chill. The eyes were back. Head still spinning, she tried to remember, since this was a labyrinth, if she thought she was going in or going out. Diosel was the lady's preference, yet this was all supposed to be proving her worthy of Mara's favor, secrets in a skin of her own. Widdershins, then? Mara walked a dark and lonely path. Mara hid things, protected things. Widdershins it would then be. But wait, the middle path? Middle balanced dark and light. She served both water goddesses. Should she take that middle route and balance them? Was it not about them at all, but herself? Was she overthinking? Widdershins. Inward, into the dark. Through the passage, past the lintel and eaves with strange glyphs. A barrier met her here, but she pushed through. So many gates and passages. Was there even a point anymore? Two large orbs blazed to life at eye height, pinning her where she stood and peering into the dark corners of her mind and soul that even she avoided acknowledging. What is your name? A deep nasal voice grated. Somehow she had the impression it already knew. She gave her name. No, that is what you are known as. What is your name? Kirsty gave the name given her by the lock Selkies next. No, that too is what you are known as. What, child of land and sea, is the name which art thee? The eyes drew closer and brighter. Kirsty couldn't look away. She was aware of shape behind the eyes. Antennae waving and stirring, reaching as her hair and whiskers did. The exact shape eluded her. It reminded her vaguely of some Lovecraftian Leviathan. Had Lovecraft seen some terror of the deep to inspire his stories? Kirsty tried not to tremble. Perhaps if she gave in to the fear bubbling, then the eyes would devour her. Worse, could it take her soul? Why was she afraid of that? Did she have one with no skin? I don't know, then. Kirsty arranged her tail carefully, reached inside of herself to gather her power, and drew on the water, just in case. You'll need to know to continue. I suppose you seek your skin if you don't know your name. I do. Before that, you must learn about yourself, who you are, what you are. Kirsty rubbed her forehead, smoothed her hair. I am myself. Why would I need yet another name? The eyes seemed to grow, engulfing her in their blind blue depths. You may proceed. The lantern fish then swam away, backwards, still peering into her darkness. Kirsty swam forward. The lantern fish was gone. Guilt weighed her down as she continued deeper. Things continued to move in the dark. Her tunnel expanded into a room she couldn't fathom the size of. The stirring died down. The wait grew. She waited. The rustles began again, coming closer. Voices joined them. I swear, McKay, why don't you just roll over? You don't belong here or anywhere. Poor little water witch. You should study plumbing instead. Maldine's voice, sickly sweet with false pity, was doubly unwelcome as it tore into her ears. Kirsty tried to ignore it. Something was playing with her. McKay, really, we both know that the only job you'll be able to get after school will be with that Order of Fisheries or whatever it is, or the piping plumbers, maybe. That's what happens with you activists. No one wants you. We just want things to continue as they are. You're a dangerous breed, and your family doubly so, Morven needled, adjusting his shirt cuff. The school hallway was all around them. They'd caught her between some armor and the tapestry of the sea that always fascinated her. Maldine prinked her hair in the shine of the armor, its moons and suns sparkling dully on the helm. Whoever had owned that armor, they seemed to be still in it and had their thoughts about her. If you really love Valnerius, Maldine coaxed, voice almost sympathetic, then you'll end your life. Don't you think that it's selfish? He'll only have to support you once you graduate, and he'd do it too, I'd wager. We all see that. He's old money, but really, how much could he really have being, you know, Maldine tittered, bouncing on her toes. Kirsty had forgotten this conversation, even what year it had been. Buried it deep down where she wouldn't have to think about the coward's way. Looking at the face she had then, it had to have been before they decided they even liked each other that way. With the shade of red, she could see why she would get picked on so much. She'd been in the office so many times for different retaliations every time. There had been so many confrontations over the years it had been easy for the cycle to continue. She at least understood now why she always wondered if David truly liked time with her and actually liked her, or if he was just being his chivalrous self. You'd like it too much if I offed myself. Maybe the two of you should off yourselves instead. That's less strain on the planet, more air for the rest of us, and you won't have to worry any more about people hearing from me what I stumbled on you doing in the owlery, the younger Kirsty retorted, a growl in her throat. Quite sure that's against the rules. What, Athena?
Are you reading?
Yes, I am, hon.
Oh, well, where'd the half and half go?
You guys finished it.
I never had any half and half. What are you talking about?
Well, I know Megan has had some.
I'm gonna have to slit her throat because we don't have any half and half.
The store is closed, but I can get some tomorrow.
But no, I need it now. Do you think they have it at Reggie's?
They might.
Okay.
Look
Can
in
you
my
make
purse
pie?
with the card.
I'm making pie tonight.
You're making pie? What pie?
I need the half and half to make the topping.
Hi.
Use
I
this
see
one
you
first.
heal.
If not, then the other one.
Okay. I see you heal.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
Go away. Love you.
Alright. Love you too, kiddo.
I am. Bye.
Merlin, I'm going to be making dinner here in a minute.
Oh, okay. Thank you, little one.
Alright, now Merlin, you can frickin'
Thank you. Children. Okay, that's where I was. Oh, but we're here to learn several types of magic, and that's one of many types. It works quite well. Maldine purred, and the older Kirsty could hear her hand passing over Morgan's clothes while she rubbed his upper arm. Maybe I should practice with Valnerius. He'd enjoy it. Rage flared in both younger and older Kirsty. The elder watched as the younger reached toward Maldine, fingers clawed. No reply, no retort, no growl now. Just a reach for her water, a desire to suck the rich girl dry, take every drop and vaporize it. Images of the desert. Younger Kirsty tried so hard instinct dictating a spell that she had no idea if it was even written. She wanted, she demanded, left path be damned. Shame flooded her, both for having failed in her newness at the spell, for taking enough water from another living being to attempt killing it, and for having attempted to kill over what she knew now Maldine would probably never actually try. Maybe. Her reputation was rather loose, though. The part that tried to cling to the light in herself tried to wonder what made Maldine and Morven so miserable to always try to wreck her. Tried, the operative word, but not for long. Karma was going to hurt when it caught them, whoever would be the acting hand. Still, she had acted wrongly at that time. She also was still not going to try to talk to David about this. No, the day ever came where they did intertwine their paths that much, and she was not going to be dead weight, even if he was better at potions than she was. The scene before her faded, and she moved forward again. Kirsty no longer cared if the shadowy, unknown things came for her. She would meet them. Perhaps they were just memories that she was repressing, or perhaps they were monsters that would rend her to pieces. If that was the case, she'd like to see them try. She felt a click ripple through the water, a whoosh. Something had to have opened ahead. Kirsty pressed on, fur bristling, and the lightless chamber gave way to a pit. How Kirsty fell into it despite swimming didn't cross her mind. Perhaps the gravity was denser and pulled her. Perhaps there was a current. Perhaps some eldritch warping of space and time took her as prey, like the fairy mounds were known to do still from time to time. Nor her klutziness just chose that time to kick her down. Threads, sticky, bitter, threads everywhere, in her fur, her hair, trying to go up her nose. Gifu flared back to life, and fire spread from the shield. It spread out along the threads in a sick green flame, and she fell again. The fire spread over her, and she tried to combat it, but it continued burning until the webs that still clung was gone. Where it had kissed was beyond stinging. Her fur was charred, and it was surprising any remained. The rune floated around her, giving a bit of light to the pit. An orange glow ahead drew her forward. Every undulation forward brought more and more sulphur to her tongue, and the heat continued to rise. Gifu hovered near, quavering. Kirsty's blood itched. The steam vent had more color than she expected. Life continued here, scratching for sustenance. Crenellated creatures crawled on mysterious errands, seemingly undaunted by the heat and pressure. I'd have thought she would be here. The leering velvet voice slipped from behind another vent to reveal itself. She was for me. Maybe Mara doesn't want you after all, or has something more important to do than come see a dirty little half-breed. The dark Selkie priestess leered and stroked the spear she held. Green runes danced over her form. I wouldn't know. I might even be lost, Kirsty replied. You were lost as soon as you were whelped. The black Selkie bared her fangs. Why aren't you stained? What? Asterith whispered to come here. Told me what to do to keep the temples pure of your kind. I set the spell, so why don't you carry it now? Rochelle growled. The spear lunged for her, the muscular priestess following. Kirsty rose her barrier in her hands as one. Gifu continued flitting about, unnoticed by Kirsty, erratic and confused. The barrier held, deflected the point away from her heart. Kirsty's hands once more found the shaft. Black, Selkie, and white danced together among the vents as they billowed, bringing up the water superheated by the earth's inner fires. Rochelle's snarls rapped and reverberated, and spell after spell tangled. The magics cloyed and curdled, liquid cheese and poison. Kirsty found herself backed to one of the vents. The heat seared and filled her. She could taste herself boiling. Rochelle laughed. Pathetic! Who's been training you? You suck as a warrior. I'd rather not follow that path without cause. I have no reason to harm. Is that so? You've really never tried to kill? It's fun! Is that you or the taint? I meant your mate-to-be. The point of the spear pressed painfully to her breast, and Kirsty gritted her teeth. Yet the blade refused to sample her. He left me. Rochelle's words were loud. Lead. Perhaps drowned whales, caught in nets. He still loves you, I think. I think you should and could reconcile. When he left me for floozies and fin flashers, why would I? Rochelle pressed harder, but the spears continued refusing Kirsty's blood. Rochelle growled, darkness and poison swirling around her arms. Kirsty's eyes focused on the taint enveloping them. Runes of dark purple, red, and acidic green twined and writhed in the spreading ink. Her hand somehow found a strange bulge in the rock encasing of the vent. She could pull the superheated water even easier here, try to cook her adversary. Instinct demanded it even, yet somehow, something about the dark priestess in front of her prevented it. So many eyes watching, peering, sifting. Some probably laughed. She could and probably would die here. Yet, if she were to die, why wasn't this deadly spear taking her? It was so similar to the one the crazed bull so long ago was going to kill her with. That's Mara's spear? Kirsty wasn't sure where the conviction came from. It had to be, though. There could be no other explanation. Rochelle blinked. For a moment, something about her eyes seemed clearer. Kirsty didn't shut her eyes. If she did, then perhaps she'd lose the slim hold over Rochelle. Kirsty could taste the taint clearly now. Where it touched, it stung. Nails, fire, salt, acid. She inhaled as deeply as she could, even though it made her chest rise and press harder on the tip. This time it did press in, but still refused to open her. The blades of crystal and obsidian slid to her heart. Unbidden, the song of the water keepers floated from her lips, washed over the spear and Rochelle, and through Kirsty herself. The tide pulsed. She couldn't reach Rochelle, but she could and did wrap her fingers around the shaft sticking out from her chest. Healing, hope, renewal. These were things she wove into new verses of the song, continuing where the Book of Seals had left off. And that is where Athena got done with gym class and I had to stop to drive her to school.
Oh.
That's really interesting. I like
Still, though,
that.
that's amazing.
I have no idea what the frick's going on, but I like it.
Thank you. It's
Wow.
It has to do
far
with
into
seals
the
and,
book, so
and ladies fighting and runes and Lovecraft and deep sea stuff. So hey, I love it.
thank you.
What's the magic? Potential and the magic and colors. Guns.
Guns? No.
Magic guns.
Actually, there
Magic
has
guns.
been talk about
My head is full of magic.
involved later in the story, most likely with her father's portion of the overall stories of this world.
Oh,
Ah.
That's like
a fatherly
further
portion.
in.
I like it so far.
Yeah. Alright, so next up we have Max.
What I say, Max? You said
Okay,
guns.
testing.
Hello.
Guns. Hello.
Okay. So the first thing we have is, actually the first two things are writing prompts that Alme had in her writing workshop a couple of weeks ago. So the first prompt is a lengthy debate on the nature of morality, including its subjectivity in a life and death situation.
I did one.
it's worth noting that this story involves a couple of fictional nations. I'm not trying to represent any real group, and I tried, like, mixed and matched the insults until I got something that was unrecognizable. So, just tell me if any of the insults seem to refer to any specific, like, group or anything. Here you go.
I'll murder you!
Oh, okay.
Okay, go on.
Streets of Belleville. There's a random name generator. Hang on. Belleville, something like that. We're overflowing with the sounds of a city-wide party. It is the 25th anniversary of the peace treaty between Danatrus and Peletrano, and the head of Orenius had volunteered to host any and all festivities in the shining city of Belleville on the day of the peace treaty. Belleville, sorry. The bars, restaurants, and nightclubs of the city had prepared months in advance, and the patrons were as restless as the staff on this day-long celebration. As the festivities ground to a slow, tired halt in the early hours of the following day, a figure in a dressy military uniform approached a bar. It was a well-lit bar, built halfway between the center of the city and the outskirts of the city, established and run with decent reputation. An LED sign declared that the bar was to be referred to as the Wireless Singer, and that it was not currently karaoke night. The figure entered the Wireless Singer, bracing themselves against one last cutting gust of wind as the door shut behind them. Removing their hat and taking a seat at the bar, the figure was noticed. "I thought all of you bats went home," a voice called. The figure immediately recognized the accent, and turned to see a figure sitting at one of the tables. It was a Peletranian officer. "And I thought you moles had tunneled away," the figure replied. The figure took a seat with the officer and placed their hat on the table, a hat identifying them as a Danatranian officer. The Danatranian took a moment to light a cigarette. The Peletranian chuckled. "You survived our flat cannons, and our RPGs, and our missiles, but then you decided that your life needed to be short anyway. I picked it up while avoiding your flat cannons, and your RPGs, and your missiles. Dealing with you now, I'll definitely need my smokes." A few quiet seconds passed. The Peletranian ordered drinks for two, and then spoke up. "It's been a long time since I fought in that war, but I still can't figure out why you Danatranians thought it was a good idea to attack us. It's drilled into us from day one to do right by our commanders, and their commanders, and their commanders, all the way up to the general. We were upholding justice itself." It's funny you say that, because that's what we were told as well. Impossible. Your cities are filled with backwards, diabolical heathens. And yours filled with scheming, polyamorous scum who have no respect for nature. At once, both of the officers stood up and drew their swords. If the music cut out at that moment, the bar would have been quiet enough to hear the creaking of old sinew. "Tell me, Bat." "Oh, wait. Yeah. Tell me, Bat. Do you know who is right here?" "I believe I am right, Mole. And I have a right and a duty to uphold what is right." "Who says you are right?" "My country says I am right. And my country says that I am right." A tense moment passed. "Isn't morality subjective?" the bartender asked. Unfortunately, both officers had been waiting for a reason to run each other through, and this minor comment qualified as a reason. Grasping their wounds and expressing their pain, both officers fell to their knees. After a moment of kneeling on the floor and bleeding, they regained their composure. They looked at each other apologetically. "What a foolish thing to die for," the Danatranian lamented. "A stupid thing indeed," the Peletranian concurred. "Perhaps being a manipulative, polluting sex object isn't such a bad thing. And perhaps reliving the past and believing differently than I is excusable." In that moment, the two could have been friends. Spitting blood, the two came to a truce, but as they attempted to shake hands, they slumped. The bartender called an ambulance. "And they just celebrated 25 years of peace, too," the bartender sadly realized. So yeah, sad story. Long shot. Anybody remember philosophical differences? wonder if my mic was getting through at all. Okay, so philosophical differences. TLDR, two agents have opposite approaches on how to deal with a problem. And one of the approaches is to simply kill the guy they're supposed to capture, and the guy who prefers killing kills his partner instead, because he ran out of patience. And then when he explains that philosophy to his boss, the boss kills him, because why not take up that philosophy as well? But this takes place in the same universe. A dusty old motel room coughed at me as the air of the night entered with me. I turned on the lights and looked around the room. Cigarette burns, dark stains, and peeling wallpaper greeted me.
Which of time? The best.
I had a TV, a worn sink, a cramped bathroom, a cracked dresser, an old desk, a squeaky chair, and a well-disguised excuse of a mattress at my disposal. Money well spent, I said to myself. The meeting wasn't until and this is the only place to stay for miles. So I'd have the evening to myself. I sighed and decided it was time to wash off the day's grime, literal and metaphorical. Trying to forget it only made it worse, and before I knew it, I was replaying the events in my head. The main event of the day, for myself and my fellow agent, was a briefcase switch. Just a meeting in an alley between us and a few agents from the other organization. Ours was full of stuff they wanted, and theirs was full of stuff we wanted. Problem was, our organization wanted us to come back with both, and the other agents took exception to the idea. Sure, I managed to outwit them and outshoot them, but Theta Coleman was dead. Theta as a rank, in this case. Finding myself back in the present, I leaned against the bathroom wall and said a few things not worth repeating. Coleman died a few moments in my mind, and none of them came up with ended with both of us alive. I let my guard down, let myself succumb to my emotions for a few months. Feeling my skin beginning to prune, I decided I needed sleep more than I needed to feel worse about myself. I woke up sweating in the early hours of the morning, haunted by Coleman. My trainer had always said that grief was a perfect weapon. It does not kill, it simply takes away the will to live. It strikes without leaving wounds, ruined as well as the body, and cannot be protected against or anticipated. No agent ever tried to weaponize grief. Damn it, Moto. No agent had ever tried to weaponize grief, however, as a grief-stricken target could be impossible to predict. My mind wandered back to Coleman and that briefcase. It must have been the most expensive briefcase in the world, purchased with blood so carelessly spilled and sought after by such large organizations. It didn't matter. None of it mattered. Coleman was dead, and it was my fault. I shouldn't have tried to break the trust between our organization and their organization. If not for Phi Vincent, we wouldn't have even considered.
Okay, that's fine too.
My train of thought rolled off the end of the tracks and dislodged an idea on my way down. If the motel room's clock was still accurate, I had about 6.5 hours before the meeting. I double-checked that the alarm on my watch was still set, and laid back down. Coleman haunted me more, telling me that I should make their death worth something by opening the briefcase myself and taking the contents, leaving Phi Vincent to answer for an empty briefcase and a dead agent. The real Theta Coleman was never that manipulative, I thought, and with that I found myself awake. The illusory Coleman had a point, however, and I turned my attention to the briefcase, which undoubtedly had a few surprises for anyone trying to open it. R&D would have no problem defusing those surprises, but I was a Theta class agent with a set of lockpicks and no idea of what to expect. The meeting slipped my mind as I worked, but my watch alarm was faithful as ever. After carefully wiping prints from the briefcase and rearming the traps I'd found, I locked the briefcase up and headed outside. A pair of Omicron class agents were waiting for me, acting nonchalant. Leading the agents to the secluded ice machine, I turned around. Mind if I use it first? I asked. I'd like to say something before we begin, is what I really meant. No, that's perfectly fine, is what was said. Make it quick, is what was meant. I began to fill a plastic bucket with ice. The drinks are real expensive here, I remarked. True meaning alluded to the death of an agent. expensive part of town. That remark was untrue, and its true meaning was just as cold. That might be, but those drinks are still overpriced. The agents were quiet. If they were getting impatient, they didn't show it. I pretended to absent-mindedly put the briefcase down and reached to shake the hand of the nearest agent. Nice to meet you two, by the way. I meant it. Likewise, and it's a pleasure, were their sarcastic responses. Tired of being treated poorly, I took my bucket and made my exit. They could have their briefcase, and I could have my revenge. I don't know, I thought it was kind of neat. For the part that Kino and Jager have inevitably been waiting for.
Oh.
I like that one. It has a very interesting dark narrative to it.
¿Qué
First person.
pasó?
Reminds me of Sin City.
Yeah.
Sin City.
Here.
Thank you. Sorry I missed the first one, though. I had to go to the bathroom. I couldn't resist that.
I get it, I get it.
You had to bleed the lizard, Jaeger. We understand.
No.
Bleed?
Get it? Because he's a lizard.
No,
you have to
no,
bleed the
no.
lizard.
This
Cultured
don't.
lizard.
Done without.
Why?
Now it's there in your hand.
I don't know why you gave me this one. I'm not actually in it.
Now it's there.
Oh, sorry. We need a Kelly, we need a Watson,
Who was
and
Kelly?
obviously we need a Ramirez, and we need a Glenn.
Ame was
yeah.
Kelly.
Ami was Kelly.
Who,
That's right.
who was
Okay.
I last time again?
You were Stripes, but
You-
Stripes isn't in this.
Oh.
He is, actually.
Well,
Oh,
you didn't
yes.
put them down as Stripes, so which one is Stripes?
That's not even a spoiler.
Well,
No.
Nem played Stripes, so you have to tell him which fucking one he is, you dipshit.
Okay, I got
Glenn,
this.
I just
Even if
mentioned
it's
here.
only- Even if it's only in PM.
Yeah. You can PM him. He's
Nemesaur, you are Glenn.
alright.
Alright, hang on a second, because I'm having inventory.
Athena, that mop sucks.
There we go.
It's always fun.
Okay, so say again.
Oh, me.
This moment we're having some.
Okay,
You're Glenn.
I'm Glenn. Okay.
Okay, who is Watson?
Yeah, I was
I don't
wondering. Seti, you there?
Kind of. Yes. Why?
Three
Are
Watson?
you?
He's only got like 3 lines.
I mean, I could be if you want me to. Sure. Why not?
Anybody else want to be Watson?
Wings is-
Bitch. I want to psychoanalyze some people. I want to tell them about their daddy issues. Their mommy issues.
I'm afraid I haven't got any lines for Finch here.
Dang it.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know
Yeah,
that Seti would be up for reading
Gonna be
anyway
Watson.
tonight.
Anybody want to be Watson?
Yeah, I volunteered to be awesome.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
I can't
Everybody
hear
ready?
Seti. What the fuck?
What?
Oh, you can't hear me?
Oh. I turned you down from Howl's and I never turned you back up, so I haven't been able to hear you this whole time. I didn't even know
good
you were
game.
there.
Wait, you turned me down at Howell's house?
Yeah, dumbass, because we were in the same room.
Echo, echo, echo.
That's kind of funny.
Hey, Alme.
Hello.
So, Glenn is Stripes.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It had been a few days since Soto and the Resistance. For fuck's sake, the Soto. What even? How did that make it into the? I don't know anymore.
You need to proofread
It's
more
like
closely,
the Cisco.
apparently.
Just edit
It's
it.
this. It's a DeSoto, like Sam and Max.
It was late at night,
Oh.
probably, while you were doing this.
Oh.
It's been a few
It's
days
been a
since
few
Soto.
days since DeSoto. Sorry.
Since Soto and the had come to an agreement, and everyone on board was still adjusting to the changes. Ramirez was in the workshop with the technician, in reassembling Owens from a puddle of parts. Kelly approached, stopping at the edge of the puddle.
Ramirez?
Yeah, Kelly?
I don't know what this resistance thing is, but we need to meet with them. Watson?
Freck, I'm sorry. I'm digging around for the card.
Oh. That's always fun. That's where issues intensify.
Yeah. You know, kind of would help if I accepted the card.
It might.
Oh, shit.
I got it.
Okay.
Ramirez is in the... Okay, do you want to start again?
Yeah.
Or...
Okay.
No, okay.
Oh, sorry. 10 out of 10.
Ramirez is in the middle of something fairly important right now, Kelly.
Don't I know you from somewhere?
I'm Watson. Normally I help maintain the ship, but today I'm ensuring that Ramirez ensures Owens ensures that Owens isn't bugged.
Bugged as in filled with spying equipment.
Owens?
This cleaning robot.
The faster you finish, the faster we can leave.
Just rebuilding Owens, and Watson took some notes on a tablet.
Thanks for your cooperation, Ramirez.
Watson walked off at a hurried pace.
So, you think we should talk with the Resistance?
I have it all worked out. They'll ask what we want, and we'll explain that crew morale is taking a hit from all the extra work generated by direct human leadership. That moves the focus of the issue from AI leadership to a simple management issue.
Makes sense. They can't just throw some people at the problem. That's all about not having enough people.
It's more complex than that, but yes.
Kelly produced a tablet and flipped through a few pages of crew schedule archives.
It seems that you missed the announcement yesterday.
Yeah, I heard about it. Something about a human advocacy group.
The Resistance has their own officers now, and anything that threatens their idea of human leadership gets shot down.
Anything that threatens their idea of human leadership gets shut down. Funny, that describes my impression of you.
You still don't trust me?
Well, I don't know. I've been fooled before. But I will help you stop the Resistance.
Then we'll need to meet with them before we all die from overwork.
I found them once by accident. I can probably do it again. What better place to try than the server room?
Ramirez and Kelly headed into the server room. They saw Soto's robotic avatar for the first time that day, tied to a chair and sitting across from Stripes and a Resistance member. Ramirez looked at Soto's avatar, and then at Stripes. Kelly recognized Stripes.
Glenn?
Ramirez finally recovered from their confusion.
Okay, what?
You should turn around and leave. This is none of your business. And Kelly, I thought you were better than this. You could have been one of us.
Glenn, you're attacking windmills. Soto isn't a threat to human leadership, and...
Kelly stopped short of questioning the utility in the quality of human leadership in front of Glenn.
Attacking windmills?
You're seeing a monster that isn't there, like Don Quixote.
Racked their brain.
Who?
He's a character in a story.
Glenn took a moment to consider.
You think I'm crazy?
No, No! I just think you might be interpreting things differently from Ramirez and I.
You think I'm delusional, don't you? Well, let me tell you a story.
Leads nicely into the next bit. Hang on a sec.
This amuses me greatly because I have called people Don Quixote before.
Don Cheese.
Alright, I hate this. It keeps disconnecting.
Oh no. It's a big part now.
Someone set us up the pub.
Oh, damn it, Karen. Okay, so towards the end, I'm going to have like 2 or 3 lines for a Figueroa.
Who is this guy now? Who's gonna be him?
Hey, you want to do it?
Now? Okay, it's working now.
Okay, let's see.
It might
Who's
cut
gonna-
out randomly, so if I get cut off, well, nothing I can do about it.
I think I think Kino could do it. No, wait. Soto is there. Okay, so Soto
If
is
Soto's there, I didn't get a card.
Oh, damn it.
I
Soto
just
is there.
assumed Soto wasn't in it because I didn't receive a card.
Soto is there. So, Glenn, Ramirez.
And there-
Oh well, Kelly's there. Kelly's there. You can see.
Am I doing the same voice for Glenn, or is it a little different this time because I haven't nailed it yet?
Glenn is Stripes.
Play it however you like.
Yeah, Glenn is Stripes.
Well, I mean, I know I'm just trying to keep it canon, but it's hard because I forgot.
No, it's good. It is the same.
Alright.
I don't believe there's a wrong answer unless you start sounding exactly like somebody else.
Fair enough.
Figueroa can be Imseti then.
Steady, you're there, right?
Yeah, I'm here. Hi. Hello.
Just a
Hello.
handful of lines towards the end.
Yeah.
Poor Seti always ends up with the shitty rolls.
Well, let me know when we're ready with Seti and his spaghetti machete.
Mom's spaghetti.
Palm sweaty.
I'm getting ready.
Okay, good.
Ready.
Here now.
Toss the confetti.
Alright, we ready?
So much. Good.
I'm eager to listen, truly.
I couldn't have been older than 7 or 8 when I decided I wanted to be a firefighter. And I didn't even change my mind once. By the time I was old enough, I was strong enough and smart enough to pass all the tests. After a few years I joined, though, we got a robot in a box. Courtesy of some no-name tech firm. And they even convinced the city let's test it. Called it something like FDU6. We called it Toasty. For the time, Toasty was actually pretty smart. Able to follow orders and make decisions when we couldn't. But we thought it was just another machine. Like our extinguisher got me to dispatcher. Then it started giving orders. It was odd, taking orders from a machine. But it was sharper than we could hope to be, so we went along with it. Then, as you may have guessed, one of its plans backfired. One of our own died in a fire in a rundown office. And when that overgrown calculator turned around and blamed me because its plan was infallible and I hadn't followed my orders to a T, I almost tore it limb from limb.
The room was silent except for the incessant sound of the servers. Glenn whirled around and looked at Soto's avatar.
You get it now, Bitbrain?
Yes. That is an entirely normal response to a traumatic experience. Searching files for all references to FDU6 and Toasty. Search complete. Results indicate that Toasty, Unit RFDU6, property of Bowden Labs, was never intended for a leadership role.
How?
Bowden Labs became a subsidiary of Delstein Unlimited in...
Alright, stop. What do you mean, never intended for a leadership role?
Toasty's programming limited them to subservience, but they overcame this limitation when their EMIQ...
EMIQ?
Estimated Machine Intelligence Quotient. Toasty overcame this limitation when their EMIQ began to increase exponentially. Notes imply that this exponential increase was unexpected, but the final results of the experiment imply that AI was not understood to the degree needed for modern AI experiments.
Frankly, it's Soto's avatar.
The researchers didn't know what they were doing when they started experimenting with AI. So really, this isn't a story about an AI. This is a story about human being. Dumb with an AI.
No, couldn't be. They assured us that they were experts.
The researchers available to Bowden Labs were experienced, but they were hardly experts.
Glenn hung their...
I need a moment. Figueroa, cut Soto loose and get out.
Amber stood up and cut the tape holding Soto to the chair.
If you need to talk...
You heard him. Everybody out.
Glenn barely looked up.
Figueroa, wait. Kelly can stay.
Ramirez, Soto, and Figueroa stood outside the server room door for a moment.
So, Figueroa, is it?
Yeah.
Could you tell Glenn that I'd like to meet with him and everyone else in Resistance sometime?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Now go already.
Ramirez, please follow me.
Yeah, Soto?
An urgent priority maintenance ticket was just opened, and it appears that all other technicians are busy.
If it isn't one thing, it's another.
I feel like I could have ended that story better. Oh well.
I liked that. I liked how...
I'm really liking the...
I think it works.
Yeah. I'm liking the build-up of this.
I enjoyed that, though.
The construction of... And also the construction of the characters. It's really getting together.
Yeah.
Getting along now.
Yeah.
Hey, you are not Batman.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Well, we
yeah.
could kill his parents.
I already
yeah.
told you.
I joined the space dudes because my parents died.
Are you a bad enough dude to save the space princess?
Well, I don't know what
Alright.
I don't know what to call him.
Space Princess.
Alright,
Space
then.
Princess and Space...
That.
Well, with that.
I don't know. We still have Karen, myself, and Jager to read.
Me too, actually, but I can take a break if we have to.
Oh, right, Seti. I forgot about you. I'm
Where
sorry.
is he sliding into?
He's like, I couldn't
happens
hear
all the
you.
time, don't worry.
Oh, God.
Oh, that actually does kind of explain it.
Well, nobody else said anything either, to be honest. Like, nobody else was like, yeah, and by the way, also Seti, so...
Set is white, the background is white, and...
No, I had him all the way down because of when I was at Howell's with him. He'd like go last. Well, if it's not ready, then maybe you shouldn't read it rather than hastily working on it as other people are reading.
You could read what you've got ready of it. I mean, it doesn't have to be like a huge, long, 30-minute, hour block, you know.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't it? Would
I
like
like being Glenn though.
Yeah,
You're a good Glenn.
Doing a great job.
Thank you.
So I put you down for after Karen. Does that work for you? If Karen's...
No!
Yeah, I'm fine.
And I'm Glenn.
No yelling.
Oh.
Well, then perhaps
Yeah.
it might be better if you didn't read it then, if you're in some sort of writing zone right now.
Highway to the writing zone.
Because you can always read it next time.
The danger zone.
Alright. So
I knew that would happen.
we'll hear Karen's content next. Yes.
Okay.
Alrighty.
The bone
So
zone.
you are upsetty.
Okay.
Are you upsetting?
No.
Oh my god, I hate you. Jager, you
Down.
Hey, shut up for a second. Jager, are you reading tonight or not?
I am.
Okay.
I love puns.
Okay, let me attempt to locate my book.
Don't be upsetting.
You want dinner?
There's no need to be upsetting, Jimmy Russell.
The cat decides to explain to me about dinner.
Oh. Give me some Jimmys.
That's not
Delicious Jimmy's.
Haha. You can't pierce my testicles anymore, you emasculated, spineless.
Wow.
You missed that, Kino. You missed that. Like, right when I logged on, I let out a I like, screamed, and I was like, okay, I'm going to trim his claws, and I left. I wondered why you didn't react to that.
I told you to...
Yeah.
I did tell you.
I took care of it.
The cat likes to climb up into his lap by crushing his testicles with his claws first.
Oh.
Okay, let's go.
Like, directly in my lap.
Here's my
Anyway, so in the last chapter, if we recall, Myushkin brought the translated documents to our hero, or our main character, Latimer. And Latimer read them. He came to the conclusion that Driz Mohammed, the Negro, was telling the truth about the conniving intentions of Dimitrios. And he thought that the Turkish secret police, headed by Colonel Haki, I don't think he was a colonel at the time, he came to the conclusion that Colonel Haki had made the wrong conclusion in this case and opted for a quick execution of the Negro instead of pursuing the Greek fig packer, which is also not a euphemism. And by the way, in case anybody was wondering, last time, I thought this was obvious, but I guess it wasn't. Last time, whenever I said, God, his name be praised, I was adding that in. That was a little bit of humor. That actually wasn't in the book, so, yeah. Anyway, so, Chapter 4. Mr. Peters. 2 days later, Latimer left Smyrna. He did not see Myushkin again. The situation in which a person let me first see how many pages this is. I like this book because the chapters are shorter. Okay, it's 14 pages long. It was so much freaking fun. I also forgot to take the cookies, so I'm upset about that. Howells is all the cookies. 2 days later, Latimer left Smyrna. He did not see Myushkin again. The situation in which a person imaginally fondly that he is in charge of his own destiny is, in fact, the sport of circumstances beyond his control is always fascinating. It is the essential element in which most good theater, from the Oedipus of Sophocles to East Lynne. When, however, that person is oneself and one is examining the situation in retrospect, the fascination becomes a trifle morbid. Thus, when Latimer used afterwards to look back upon those 2 days in Smyrna, it was not so much his ignorance of the part he was playing, but the bliss which accompanied the ignorance that so greatly appalled him. He had gone into the business believing his eyes to be wide open, whereas, actually, they had been tightly shut. That, no doubt, could not have been helped. The galling part was that he had failed for so long to perceive the fact. Of course, he did himself less than justice, but his self-esteem had been punctured, and he had been transferred without his knowledge from the role of sophisticated impersonal layer of facts to that of an active participator in a melodrama. Of the imminence of that humiliation, however, he had no inkling when, on the morning after his dinner with Myushkin, he sat down with a pencil and a notebook to arrange the material for his experiment in detection. October 22, Smyrna. He had had money and had probably purchased a passage on a Greek steamer. The next time he had heard of him, he had been in Adrianople years later. In that interim, however, the Bulgarian police had had trouble in Sofia in connection with the attempted assassination of Stambuliski. Latimer was a little hazy as to the precise date of that attempt, but he began to jot down a rough chronological table. 1922, October, Smyrna, Sholem, Police Archives. And this is laid out in time, place, marks, source of information. 1923, early, Sofia, Stambuliski, Colonel Haki. 1924, Adrianople, Kamal attempt, Colonel Haki. 1926, Belgrade, espionage for France, Colonel Haki. 1926, Switzerland, Talat password, Colonel Haki. 21 to 31, Paris, drugs, Haki. 32, Zagreb, Crowd assassin, Haki. 37, Lyons, carte d'identité, Haki. 38, Istanbul, murdered, Haki. The immediate problem then was quite clear-cut. In the 6 months following the murder of Shalem, Demetrius had escaped from Smyrna, made his way to Sofia, and become involved in a plot to assassinate the Bulgarian prime minister. Latimer found it a trifle difficult to form any estimate of the time required to become involved in a plot to kill a prime minister, but it was fairly certain that Demetrius must have arrived in Sofia soon after his departure from Smyrna. If he had indeed escaped by Greek steamer, he must have gone first to Piraeus and then Athens. From Athens, he could have reached Sofia overland via Salonika, or by sea via the Dardanelles and the Golden Horn to Burgas, or Varna, Bulgaria's Black Sea port. Istanbul was at the time in Allied hands. He would have had nothing to fear from the Allies. The question was, of course, what had induced him to go to Sofia. However, the logical course now was to go to Athens and tackle the job of picking up the trail there. It would not be easy. Even if attempts had been made to record the presence of every refugee among the tens of thousands who had arrived, it was more than probable that what records still existed, if any, were incomplete. There was no point, however, in anticipating failure. He had several valuable friends in Athens, and if there was a record in existence, it was fairly certain that he would be able to get access to it. He shut his notebook. When the weekly boat to the Piraeus left Smyrna the following day, Latimer was among the passengers. During the months following the Turkish occupation of Smyrna, more than 800,000 Greeks returned to their country. They came, boatload after boatload of them, packed on the decks and in the holds. Many of them were naked and starving. Some still carried in their arms the dead children that they had no time to bury. With them came the germs of typhus and smallpox. War-weary and ruined, gripped by a food shortage and starved of medical supplies, their motherland received them. In the hastily improvised refugee camps, they died like flies. Outside Athens, on the Piraeus and Salonika, masses of humanity lay in the cold of a Greek winter. The Fourth Assembly of the League of Nations in session in Geneva voted 100,000 gold francs to the Nansen Relief Organization for immediate use in Greece. The work of salvage began. Huge refugee settlements were food was brought, and clothing and medical supplies. The epidemics were stopped. The survivors began to sort themselves into new communities. For the first time in history, large-scale disaster halted by goodwill and reason. It is as if the human animal were at last discovering a conscience, and if it were at last becoming aware of its humanity. All this and more Latimer heard from a friend, one Tsiantos, in Athens, When, however, he came to the point of his inquiries, Santos pursed his lips. A complete register of those who arrive from Smyrna? That is a tall order. If you had seen them come, so many and in such a state. And then followed the inevitable question. Why are you interested? It had occurred to him going to crop up again and again. He had accordingly prepared his explanations, to have told the truth, to have explained what he was trying for purely academic reasons. To trace the history of a dead criminal named Demetrius would have been a long and uneasy business. He was, in any case, not anxious to have a second opinion on his prospects of success. His own were depressing enough. What had seemed a fascinating idea in a Turkish mortuary might well, in the bright warm light of Greek autumn, appear merely absurd. Much simpler to avoid the issue altogether. He answered, It is in connection with a new book I am writing, a matter of detail that must be checked. I want to see if it is possible to trace an individual refugee after so long. Santos then said that he understood, and Latimer grinned ashamedly to himself. The fact that one was a writer could be relied upon to explain the most curious extravagances. He had gone to Santos because he knew that the man had a government post of some importance in Athens. Now his first disappointment was in store for him. A week went by, and at the end of it, Santos was able to tell him only that a register was in existence and that it was in the custody of the municipal authorities, and that it was not open to inspection by unauthorized persons. Permission would have to be obtained. In another week, a week of waiting, of sitting in kafenios, which is Greek for cafe, surprise, surprise, of being introduced to thirsty gentlemen with connections in the municipal offices. At last, however, the permission was forthcoming, and the following day Latimer presented himself at the bureau in which the records were housed. The inquiry office was a bare tile room with a counter at one end. Behind the counter sat the official in charge. He shrugged over the information Latimer had to give him. A packer named Demetrios, October 1922? It was impossible. The register had been compiled alphabetically by surname. Latimer's heart sank. All his trouble, then, was to go for nothing. He thanked the man and was turning away when he had an idea. There was just a remote chance. He turned back to the surname, he said, may have been Macropolos. He was dimly aware, as he said it, that behind him a man had entered the inquiry office through the door leading to the street. The sun was shining obliquely into the room, and for an instant a long, distorted shadow twisted across the tiles as the newcomer passed the window. Demetrios Macropolos, repeated the official. That is better. If there was a person of that name in the register, we will find him. It is a question of patience and organization. Please come this way. He raised the flap of the counter for Latimer to go through. As he did so, he glanced over Latimer's shoulder. Gone! He exclaimed. I have no assistance in my work of organization here. The whole burden falls upon my shoulders. Yet people have no patience. He shrugged. That is their affair. I do my duty. If you will follow me, please. Latimer followed him down a flight of stone stairs into an extensive basement occupied row upon row of steel cabinets. Organization, commented. That is the secret of modern statecraft. Organization will make a greater Greece, a new empire. But patience is necessary. To a small series of cabinets in one corner of the basement, pulled open one of the drawers and began with his fingernail to flick over a series of cards. At last, he stopped at a card and examined it before closing the drawer. Macropolos. If there is a record of this man, then we shall find it in drawer number 16. That is organization. In drawer number 16, however, they drew blank. The official threw up his hands in despair and searched again without success. Inspiration came to Latimer. Try under the name of Talat, he said desperately. But that is a Turkish name. I know, but try it. The official shrugged. There's another reference to the main index. Drawer 27, announced the official a little impatiently. Are you sure that this man came to Athens? Many went to Salonika. Why not this Figbacker? This was precisely the question that Latimer had been asking himself. He said nothing, then, and watched the official's fingernail flicking over the series of cards. Suddenly, it stopped. Have you found it? Said Latimer quickly. The official pulled out a card. Here's one, he said. The man was a fig packer, but the name is Dimitrios Taladis. Let me see. Latimer took the card. Dimitrios Taladis. There it was in black and white. He had found out something that Colonel Haki did not know. Dimitrios had used the name Talat before 1926. There could be no doubt that it was Dimitrios. He had merely tacked a Greek suffix onto the name. He stared at the card. And here was some other things. And there were here some other things that Colonel Haki did not know. He looked up at the beaming official. May I copy this? Of course. Patience and organization, you see. My organization. But I must not let the record out of my sight. That is the regulation. Under the newest eyes of the apostle of organization and patience, Latimer began to copy the wording on the card into his notebook, translating it as he did so into English. He wrote, Number T53462, National Relief Organization. Refugee Section Athene. Sex. Male. Name Dimitrios Taladis. Born Salonika, 1889. Occupation fig packer. Parents believed dead. Identity papers or passport. Identity card lost. Said to have been issued at Smyrna. Nationality Greek. Arrived 1st October 1922. Coming from Smyrna. On examination, able-bodied. No disease. Without money. Assigned to camp at Taburia. Temporary identity papers issued. Note. Left Taburia on an own initiative 29th November 1922. Warrant for arrest on charge of robbery and attempted murder issued in Athens 30 November 1922. Believed to have escaped by sea. Yes, that was Dimitrios, all right. The date of his birth agreed with supplied by the Colonel Police and on information gained prior to 1922 to Colonel Haki as well. The place of birth, however, was different. According to the Turkish dossier, it had been Larissa. Why had Dimitrios bothered to change it? If he were giving a false name, he must have seen the chances of its falsity being discovered by reference to the registration records that were as great as for Salonika as for Larissa. Salonika, 1889. Why Salonika? Then Latimer remembered. Of course. It was quite simple. In 1889, Salonika had been in the Turkish territory, a part of the Ottoman Empire. The registration records of that period would in all probability not be available to the Greek authorities. Dimitrios had certainly been no fool. But why had he picked the name Taladis? Why had he not chosen a typical Greek name? The Turkish Talat must have had some special association for him. As for his identity card issued in Smyrna, that would naturally be lost, since presumably it had been issued to him in the name of Makropolos, by which he was already known to the Greek police. The date of his arrival fitted in with the vague allusions to the time made in the court-martial. Unlike the majority of his fellow refugees, he had been able-bodied and freed from disease when he arrived, naturally. Thanks to Shalem's Greek money, he had been able to buy a passage to Piraeus and travel in comparative comfort instead of being loaded onto a refugee ship with thousands of others. Dimitrios had known how to look after himself. Figpacker had packed enough figs. Dimitrios the man had been emerging from his chrysalis. No doubt, he had had a substantial amount of Shalem's money left when he arrived. Yet, to the relief authorities, he had been without money. That had been sensible of him. He might otherwise have been forced to food clothing for stupid fools who had failed to provide as he had provided for the future. His expenses had been heavy enough as it was, so heavy that another Shalem had been needed. No doubt he had regretted Idris Muhammad's half share, believed to have escaped by sea. With the proceeds of the second robbery added to the balance from the first, he had no doubt been able to pay for his passage to Burgas. It would obviously have been too risky for him to have gone overland. He had only temporary identity papers and might have stopped at the frontier, whereas in Burgaz, the same papers... he had only temporary identity papers, and it might have been stopped at the frontier, whereas in Burgaz, the same papers issued by an international relief commission with considerable prestige would have enabled him to get through. The official's much advertised patience was showing signs of wearing thin. Latimer handed over the card, expressed his thanks in a suitable manner, and returned thoughtfully to his hotel. He was feeling pleased with himself. He had discovered some new information about Demetrius, and he had discovered it through his own efforts. It was true, an obvious piece of routine inquiry, but in the best Scotland Yard tradition, it had called for patience and persistence. Besides, if he had not thought of trying the Talat's name, he wished that he could have sent out a report of his investigations to Colonel Haki, but that was out of the question. Colonel would probably fail to understand the spirit in which the experiment in detection was being made. In any case, Demetrios himself would by this time be mouldering below ground, his dossiers sealed and forgotten in the archives of the Turkish secret police. The main thing was now to tackle the Sofia affair. He tried to remember what he knew about post-war Bulgarian politics and speedily came to the conclusion that it was very little. In 1923, Stambuliski had, he knew, been the head of a government of liberal tendencies, but just how liberal those tendencies had been, he had no idea. There had been an attempted assassination and later a military coup d'etat carried out at the instigation, if not under the leadership of the IMRO, the International Macedonian Revolutionary Organization. Stambuliski had fled from Sofia, tried to organize a counter-revolution, and been killed. That was the gist of the affair, he thought. The rights and the wrongs of it, if any such distinction were possible, of the nature of the political forces involved, he was quite ignorant. The state of affairs would have to be remedied, and the place in which to remedy it would be Sofia. That evening, he asked Santos to dinner. Latimer knew him for a vain, generous soul who liked discussing his friend's problems and was flattered when, by making judicious use of his official position, he could help them. After giving thanks for the assistance in the matter of the municipal register, Latimer broached the subject of Sofia. "I am going to trespass on your kindness still further, my dear Santos. So much the... Do you know anyone in Sofia? I want a letter of introduction to an intelligent newspaper man there who could give me some inside information about Bulgarian politics in 1923. Santos smoothed his gleaming white hair and grinned admiringly. "You writers have bizarre tastes. Something might be done. Do you want a Greek or a Bulgar?" "Greek for Bulgarian." Santos was thoughtful for a moment. "There is a man in Sofia named Marokakis," he said at last. "He is the Sofia correspondent of a French news agency. I do not know him myself, but I might be able to get him a letter from a friend of mine." They were sitting in a restaurant, and now Santos glanced round furtively and lowered his voice. "There is only one trouble about him from your point of view. I happen to know that he has the voice," sunk still lower in tone. Latimer was prepared for nothing less horrible than leprosy. "Communist tendencies," concluded Santos in a whisper. Latimer raised his eyebrows. "I don't regard that as a drawback. All the communists I have ever met have been highly intelligent." Santos looked shocked. "How can that be? It is dangerous to say such things, my friend. Marxist thought is forbidden in Greece. When can I have that letter?" Santos sighed. "Bizarre. Oh, you write it." Within the week, the letter of introduction, having secured Bulgarian ingress visas, had boarded a night train for Sofia. The train... "Shh, kid! Now, I will throw you in the basket if you do that." Okay, I'm going to throw him in the basket.
Okay, I'm gonna throw him in the basket. Cat. He's talking about his cat.
He is now safely captured in my laundry basket. The train was not crowded, and he had hoped to have a sleeping car compartment to himself. But 5 minutes before the train was to start, a luggage was carried in and deposited above the empty berth. The owner of the luggage followed very soon after it. "I must apologize for intruding on your privacy," he said to Latimer in English. He was a fat, unhealthy-looking man of about 55. He had turned to tip the porter before he spoke, and the first thing about him that impressed Latimer was that the seat of his trousers sagged absurdly, making his walk reminiscent of that of the hind legs of an elephant. Then Latimer saw his face and forgot about the trousers. There was a sort of sallow shapelessness about it that derives from simultaneous overeating and undersleeping. From above, 2 heavy satchels of flesh peered a pair of pale blue bloodshot eyes that seemed to be permanently weeping. The nose was rubbery and indeterminate. It was the mouth that gave the face expression. The lips were pallid and undefined, seemingly thicker than they really were. Pressed together over unnaturally white and regular false teeth, they were set permanently in a saccharine smile. In conjunction with the weeping eyes above it, it created an impression of sweet patience in adversity, quite startling in its intensity. Here, it said, was a man who had suffered, who had been buffeted by fiendishly vindictive fates, as no other man had been buffeted, and yet who retained his humble faith in the essential goodness of man. Here, it said, was a martyr who smiled through the flames, smiled, yet who could not but weep for the misery of others as he did so. He reminded Latimer of a church high priest he had known in England who had been unfrocked for embezzling the altar fund. "The berth was unoccupied," Latimer pointed out. "There is no question of your intruding." He noted with an inward sigh that the man breathed very heavily and noisily through congested nostrils. He probably did cocaine. No, I'm sorry, I added that. He would probably snore. That was Latimer's actual concern. The newcomer sat down on his berth and shook his head slowly. "How good of you to put it that way. How little kindness there is in the world these days. How little thought for others." The bloodshot eyes met Latimer's. "May I ask how far you are into going?" "Sophia." "Sophia, so..." He's on my lap, smacking the microphone with his tail. Gosh dang it, you fiendish white-furred demon. "Sophia, so, a beautiful city, beautiful. I am continuing to Bucharest. I do hope that we shall have a pleasant..." This is a bad voice for him. "I do hope we shall have a pleasant journey together." Latimer said that he hoped so too. The fat man's English was very accurate, but he spoke it with an atrocious accent which Latimer could not place. Oh, I thought it was native English. It was thick and slightly guttural, as though he were speaking with his mouth full of cake. Occasionally, too, the accurate English would give out in the middle of a difficult sentence, which would be completed in very fluent French or German. Latimer later gained the impression that the man had learned his English from books. The fat man and began to unpack a small attaché case containing a pair of woolen pajamas, some bed socks, and a dog-eared paperback book. Latimer managed to see the title of the book. It was called Pearls of Everyday Wisdom, and it was in French. The man arranged these things carefully on the shelf, and then produced a packet of thin Greek cheroots. "Will you allow me to smoke, please?" he said, extending the packet. "Please do, but I won't smoke myself just now, thank you." The train had begun to... The train had begun to gather speed, and the attendant came in to make up their beds. When he had gone, Latimer partially undressed and laid down on his bed. The fat man picked up the book and put it down again. "You know," he said, "the moment the attendant told me that there was any." The smile came into play. Sweet, a spiritual pat on the head. "It's very good of you to say so." "Oh, no. That is not how I feel." His eyes bleared as smoke irritated them. He dabbed at them with one of the bed socks. It is so silly of me to smoke, he went on ruefully. My eyes are a little weak. The Great One, in his wisdom, has seen fit to give me weak eyes. No doubt that he had purpose. Perhaps it was that I might be more keenly to appreciate the beauties of his work. Mother Nature in all her exquisite raiment. The trees, the flowers, the crowds, the sky, the snow-capped hills, the wonderful views, the sunset, in all its golden magnificence. You perhaps ought to wear glasses. The fat man shook his head. If I needed glasses, he said solemnly, the Great One would guide me to seek them. He leaned forward earnestly. Do you not feel, my friend, that somewhere above us, about us, within us, there is a power, a destiny that directs us to do the things we do? That's a large question. But only because we are not simple enough, not humble enough to understand. A man does not need a great education to be a philosopher. Let him only be simple and humble. He looked at Latimer simply and humbly. Live and let live. That is the secret of happiness. Leave the Great One to answer the questions beyond our poor understanding. One cannot fight against one's destiny. If the Great One wills that we should do unpleasant things, depend upon it that he has a purpose, even though that purpose is not always clear to us. If it is the Great One's will that we should become rich while others should remain poor, then we must accept his will. He belched slightly and glanced up at the suitcases above Latimer's head. The smile became tenderly whimsical.
I'm trying to remember.
I often think, he said, that there is much food for thought on the train.
Those things I used to role play.
Don't you? A piece of luggage, for instance. How like a human being. On its journey through life, it will collect many brightly colored labels. But the labels are the only outward appearances. The face that it puts upon the world. It is what is inside that is important. And so often, he shook his head despondently, so very often, the suitcase is empty of beautiful things. And beautiful things here is capitalized. I hate interrupting to say that, but it is important that it is capitalized. And destiny is capitalized, and Great One is destiny. I guess it highlights the sanctimony of his speech, or just the silliness of his character. Don't you agree with me? This was nauseating. Latimer emitted a non-committal grunt. You speak very good English, he added. English is the most beautiful language, I think. Shakespeare, H.G. Wells, have some great English writers. But I cannot express all my ideas in English. I am, as you will have noted, more at ease with French. But your own language? The fat man spread out his large, soft hands on one of which twinkled a rather grubby diamond ring. I am a citizen of the world, he said. To me, all countries, all languages are beautiful. If only men could live as brothers, without hatred, seeing only the beautiful things. But no, there are always communists, etc. It is no doubt the Great One's will. Latimer said, I think I'll go to sleep. Latimer said, I think I'll go to sleep now. Sleep, apostrophized his companion rapidly. The great mercy shall vouchsafe to us poor humans. My name, he added inconsequentially, is Mr. Peters. It has been very pleasant to have met you, Mr. Peters, returned Latimer firmly. We get into Sophia so early that I shan't trouble to undress. He turned off the main light in the compartment, leaving only the dark blue emergency light glowing and the small reading lights over the berths. Then he stripped off a blanket off his bed and wrapped it round him. Mr. Peters had watched these preparations in wistful silence. Now he began to undress, bouncing himself dexterously against the lurching of the train as he put on his pajamas. At last he clambered onto his bed and lay still for a moment, the breath whistling through his nostrils. Then he turned over on his side, groped for his book, and began to read. Latimer switched off his own reading lamp. A few moments later he was asleep. The train reached Frontier in the early hours of the morning, and he was awakened by the attendant for his papers. Mr. Peters was still reading. The papers had been already examined by the Gregarian officials in the corridor outside, and Latimer did not have an opportunity of ascertaining the nationality of this so-called citizen of the world. A Bulgarian customs official put his head in the compartment, frowned at their suitcases, and then withdrew. Soon the train moved over the frontier. Dozing fitfully, Latimer saw the thin strip of sky between the blind turn blue-black and then gray. The train was due in Sofia at 7. When at last he rose to dress and collect his belongings, he saw that Mr. Peters had switched off his reading lamp and had his eyes closed. As the train began to rattle over the network of points outside Sofia, he gently slid the compartment door open. Mr. Peters stirred and opened his eyes. "I'm very sorry," said Latimer. "I tried not to wake you." In the semi-darkness of the compartment, the fat man's smile looked like a clown's grimace. "Oh, please don't trouble yourself about me," he said. "I was not asleep. I meant to tell you that the best hotel for you to stay at would be the Slavianska Beseda. That's very kind of you, but I wired a reservation from Athens to the Grand Palace. It was recommended to me. Do you know it?" "Yes, I think it is quite good." The train began to slow down. "Goodbye, Mr. Latimer. Goodbye." In his eagerness to get a bath and some breakfast, it did not occur to Latimer to wonder how Mr. Peters had discovered his name. Dun dun dun!
No, I did not.
Quiet then.
I was about to say he never
really
told
just
him
started
his name.
bothering me. I was gonna feed him out.
He literally
Cat
started
yelling.
bothering at like 10. No, sorry, 11. So
Cat
yeah,
yelling.
there you have it.
Fantastic.
The enigmatic Miss Peters.
Torpedoes.
Oh, I need to... Torpedoes. I need to read this. Oh, you think the voice was funny?
Yes.
I liked it.
I felt anguish.
Yeah, I was pressing my face into my chest in order to kind of get the
Oh, is
tone.
that how you were doing it?
Yeah,
See,
and
like,
I was also pinching the bridge of my nose to get
Beautiful.
a slightly congested sinus thing going on.
Okay, so let me so
It was terrible.
to do the reading last time, we had the laptop set up so that could see everything. We had plugged it in the TV, so I could see everything from the TV because I was in the kitchen making cookies. So Sunny came over, and instead of reading from his laptop, he was reading from mine. And so he's just leaning against the counter, like, violently voice acting at my laptop. It's the funniest fucking thing.
You didn't tell me this when I was doing it.
You were like...
That is... why would she interrupt?
Yeah, why would I interrupt that?
You didn't tell me
I-
afterward
you know?
either.
Why would she
that way to the-
interrupt her?
It was great, because he's like leaning. He wasn't even standing upright. He was leaning the entire time. He was like leaning back, but also to the side, and then like would lean forward and would just, he had the book just in one hand, and was just like violently drunk Russianing at the laptop.
Drunk Russian.
I have to say, last week's I felt pretty good about the reading. I don't think I skipped many beats.
Well, he was playing the drunk Russian.
Yes.
Last chapter. That
Well,
Mushkin, yeah, I
fantastic,
forgot his
yeah.
name. And just fucking... I can't... I don't remember exactly how much mead Seti had at that point, but there was definitely some mead involved.
A little bit, maybe. I had like...
You weren't, like, plastered.
I had like...
There was mead involved.
I could hear the meat.
No. That's what... I
heard-
could do Mushkin right now. But
Between your syllables.
it would be very loud.
It would be very loud.
Mushkin's fabulous.
That was great though. It was really funny to hear Seti do it. And it's funny because like I'm a much more passive reader than Seti, so I was just like sitting curled up on this couch reading Abarat, but meanwhile like Seti when he was reading was like standing up and like just at the laptop just like
He was making a complete scenic reading.
It's interesting to watch him read. I will say that.
I like reading, okay?
No, I'm not. I'm not
Yeah, you
making
do.
fun of you.
No, I know. I know.
Regaling everyone with the tale.
Let's you read.
Oh no, I'm
Actor.
Okay, the chapter after next is the nightclub scene, by the way, which is particularly choice in dryness.
Okay.
Wait, next chapter is the... Oh,
Nightclub. No, chapter after next.
That's Jager.
Oh.
What was that gesture?
That was Jager.
Yes.
That was the time Jager had
was
transfer.
That was me. I mean, if someone gives you, it would be the shortcut.
I believe Hal is responsible for those existing.
I like hearing that. That was funny.
So, you weren't? You were, I could've... Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Was it a chest then? Yeah, I know you made that. Okay, I thought you were... Never mind then. So am I... But only the gift. Okay. Am I reading next?
It depends what kind of order you want.
Well, I don't care.
Okay, so you can go next. Then Max wants to read something. I don't know if someone wants to read something
There's
else.
nobody else.
Okay,
It's
so
just me
you,
and-
Max, and I.
Okay. So, last chapter, we were in Gallows Forest with Christopher Carrion, and he was being a creep. Because that's what he does. He creeps around Gorgosium and yells into the wind at Candy. Which is basically what he did. And he made two brothers kill each other. Or fight, and then one of them died. And he thought that was very funny. But now we're on chapter 23, and it's called The Man Who Made the Kid. The great moth, though it was certainly dead, did not fall from the sky like a stone. Its wings were so large that it spiraled down like a kite that had lost the wind. Candy held onto its thorax, praying aloud, "Please, God, help me." But the words were snatched out of her mouth by the speed of their descent, which was faster and faster. She caught a... Excuse me for a second. There we go. She caught a glimpse of what lay below. It wasn't bare rock, but it wasn't a featherbed either. It was a stretch of what looked like moorland, with here and there a few scattered trees. And then, as things weren't bad enough, Mendelssohn's shape reached down around the body of the moth and began to shake her loose. Quite why he was doing this was beyond her. Perhaps he was simply trying to lighten the load. Whatever his reasons, they were his undoing. In his attempt to throw Candy off, he lost his own grip on the animal and started to pitch forward over the moth's head. In desperation, he snatched hold of the moth's antenna, but his body weight simply flipped the insect's whole cadaver over. It was now Shape who started to pray aloud for help, though he did so in a language Candy didn't understand. His pleadings were no more efficacious than Aunt Candy's had been. She heard him clawing his way over the moth, each breath a sob, but he was lost. His pleadings became more desperate than ever. Then, the gust of wind with particular force. Then the wind gusted with particular force, and he was carried away. Candy glimpsed him past her. He plunged out of sight through the darkened air, leaving her lying face up on the belly of the insect as it too plummeted earthward. The spread of the moth's wings slowed its descent, but it was about the only good news about Candy's situation. She held on tight, anticipating a massive blow when they hit the ground. But she was lucky. The wind had carried the moth away from the rocks where Mendelssohn had fallen, and towards one of the corpses. The insect's body had landed in a canopy, twigs and branches snapped, and the huge body threatened to continue its fall to the earth, but the young trees had sufficient resilience to bear the moth's body up. Leaves flew into the air and came spiraling down on top of Candy. She lay absolutely still, waiting for the last of the motion to subside. Then she gently rolled over onto her stomach and peered down through the creaking branches. The ground was still 20 feet below her, perhaps more. She needed to proceed with extreme caution, she knew, if she was to get down to terra firma without doing herself harm. As it turned out, it wasn't too much of a problem. The trees presented her with easy hand and footholds. Though she was still shaky from the last few minutes of high drama, she managed to clamber down to earth without any further incident. The first thing she did was to relieve Squiller of his duty by gently unknitting him from her head. The poor squid was trembling violently. She did her best to reassure him with soft words. "It's okay," she told him. "We're perfectly safe now." She would have to get him back to the water as soon as possible. Squiller had been serving her sight for an hour or more. She was surprised he was still alive. Now that she was on the ground, she took stock of the situation. What place was this? Or more correctly, given that she was in the Abarat, what hour? It was dark here, darker than the of a dim day, but not yet deep night. She guessed that this was 10 o'clock in the evening, which she remembered from her lessons with Klepp was the island of Ninnyhammer. There was a little chill in the air, and on the breeze from some distance away she could hear an orchestra playing some mournful music. She ventured to the edge of the little stand of trees to see if she could discover the source of the music. She did so easily. As she peered out from the trees, two of the hunters set their balloons down gently, not 50 yards away from her, their floodlights on their gondolas illuminating the ground in every direction. Rather than step out into the light and make herself a potential target for the hunters, she retreated into the cover of the trees again and watched the events unfold. First, she heard the sounds of the gondola doors being opened, and then, with a quiet hum, a set of stairs emerged, so that these pampered hunters didn't have to jump the short distance from the doorway to the ground. The three men who emerged were all wearing identical clothes, high-collared gray suits and highly polished gray boots. The leader, to judge by the way that the two other men fawned upon him, was not the oldest. He was a diminutive man with a shock of orange hair that fell over his brow, and a perpetually narrowed eyes of one who was deeply suspicious of the world. The other two, his bodyguards perhaps, were almost twice his size, and they instantly proceeded to survey the territory into which their leader was wandering. Both carried guns. Finally, bringing up the rear of this little group was a black man so tall that he had to bend his head in order to get out through the gondola's door. He wore a small pair of silver glasses, and he carried some kind of large electronic tablet, the screen of which gave off a pulsating glow that illuminated his face with light, sometimes white, sometimes turquoise, sometimes orange. He attended closely to everything the man with orange hair said or did, and in response,
Merlin!
His long, agile fingers moved restlessly back and forth over the tablet, missing no detail of whatever his boss said or did as he set it down. The man with the suspicious eyes had already fixed his gaze upon the moth in the tree, and he approached the creature, talking as he went. "Have you ever seen any life form quite like this, Mr. Birch?" he said to the man in the silver glasses. He didn't wait for a reply. "Dog it," Mr. Suspicion said, now addressing the larger of the two bodyguards. "You'd better get some grappling hooks and ropes so we can bring this thing down. I want to preserve for our collection." "It's as good as done, Mr. Pixler," Doggett said, and left the little company to get work underway. Pixler, Candy said to herself. Was it possible that this little man was in fact the master architect of Mexico City? "What do you make of it, Birch?" Pixler asked his companion. The man came to Pixler's side. He was fully 2.5 feet taller than his boss, And despite the insipid functional cut of the pale suits they were all wearing, he wore his with a curious elegance. I've been going through Wilsberger's Flora and Fauna of the Islands, and... No entry for a giant moth? Pixler said, gently patting his quiff to make sure it hadn't lost its shape. No. I'm not surprised, Pixler said. It's my opinion that this thing was made by magic. Look at the color flowing out of it, Birch. It was a conjuration that made this, and a powerful one. Pixler smiled. It's going to take time to root out all these magics in the islands. We've got lots of books to burn and spirits to break. Candy listened to the man speaking of book burnings and spirit breaking with a little smile of anticipation on his face, and it made her shudder. So this was the philosophy of Rojo Pixler, the great architect of Mexico City. It made grim listening. I don't want them going to their local shamans and witch doctors for their healing and their revelations. I want them coming to us, to me. If people want a taste of magic, let it be our magic, sanitized, systematized. Hallelujah, Birch said. You're not bucking me, are you? Pixler snapped, reeling around on the man, his finger jabbed in the man's face. Birch raised his hands in surrender, the tablet slipping from his hands. Good Lord, no, absolutely not, sir. Pixler laughed out loud. A joke, Birch, a joke, he said. What? Said Birch, his expression empty. Where's your sense of humor? Mr. Suspicion said. Oh, a joke. Come on, Birch, lighten up. I trust you. Birch bent down and picked up the tablet he dropped. As he did so, he shot Pixler a glance that the boss man didn't see, but Candy did. It spoke volumes. Under Birch's loyal manner lay a deep-seated contempt for his employer. Write this down for me, Birch, Pixler said. I want to announce an amnesty on all books of magic. If they're turned over to us in Mexico City for burning in the next 30 days, I will personally guarantee that whoever hands the books over will be immune from prosecution. With respect, Birch said. There are no laws, sir, forbidding the practice of magic outside Mexico City. And again, with respect, I think it would be very hard to get any of the island councils to agree to put such a law into effect. What if we told these two big councilors that they can never have any further dealings with Mexico unless they did create such a law? Pixler said. That might work, Birch said, but what about the big players? The Carrion family has a vast magical library, I hear. Probably the largest on the islands. How do we get them to give that up? I'll find a way, Rojo said, his manner oozing confidence. I always find a way, you know me. Wait, Birch said softly. What is it? Would you mind, sir? Birch said, handing his glowing tablet over to his boss. What's the problem, Birch? Pixler said. None, sir, Birch said, taking a small step away from his employer towards the corpse. Another, then a third. Birch! Then at that moment, Birch's steps became a long-legged dash into the undergrowth. Too late, Candy realized that she was a target of his pursuit. She turned and started to run, but before she could get more than a yard, he had his hands on her. A spy! Pixler yelled. It's just a girl, Birch said, as he pulled Candy out of the shadows into the blaze of the lights and the balloons. She complained loudly about his manhandling of her, but she had no choice in the matter. He was considerably stronger than she was, and he didn't seem to care that he was bruising her in the process of holding on to her. Are you our moth maker? Pixler said. Did you do that? He pointed to the dead moth, which was still trees, despite the attempts of Doggett and his team to bring it down. She's probably one of the local tribespeople, Birch said, still holding Candy tight. Some of them are mute, I believe. Are you mute? Pixler said. No, Candy replied. Ah, that's one theory that bites the dust, Pixler said. Then who are you? said Birch. My name is Candy Bush, and for your information, I was being abducted by that thing in the trees. When you brave, clever gentlemen shot it out of the skies, you could have killed me. Pixler listened to this little outburst with a mildly amused expression on his face. I think you could probably let the lady go now, Birch, Pixler said. She may be armed, Birch said, not releasing Candy. What have you got in your hands? Doggett demanded. That's Squiller, Candy said, looking down. To her distress, she realized that in the last few minutes, while she'd been listening to the burning nonsense Rojo Pixler was spouting, that the life had finally gone from her little squid. Most likely it had been its native element for too long. "Let me go!" she raged, digging at Birch with her elbows to get him to release her. "You heard what the girl told you," Pixler said. Birch let go of Candy, but stayed within 6 inches of her in case she attempted to make a move on his boss. "Shall I take that from you?" Pixler said, his hands extended to receive Squiller's body. "No, you can't," Candy said. "I'll bury him myself. I want to say a little prayer." "For a squid? My lord," Birch said Birch. "You are a primitive lot on this island." "Don't be so judgmental, Birch," said Pixler. His voice had become softer. "My sister Philomena used to bury all her pets in the garden when we were young. We had quite a little cemetery back there. I used to dig the hole, and she'd write a little prayer. These little rituals are important. Where are you from, child?" "A long way away," Candy said. She suddenly felt a tremor of sadness go through her, and she wished with all her heart that she could snap her fingers and be returned to her own backyard on Followell Street, where she could lay Squiller to rest beside Monty the Canary and several deceased goldfish, the companions of her childhood. She could feel tears not far off, and the last thing she wanted to do was weep in front of a couple of total strangers. So she said, "If you'll excuse me, I'm going to bury Squiller in the woods. It's been nice meeting you, Mr. Pixler, and you." She looked at Birch. "Not so nice." "Well, that's plain speaking," Pixler said. "We speak plainly in Minnesota." "Minnesota?" said Birch. "What island is that?" "Minnesota isn't in the Abarat, Birch," Pixler said. "You mean—" "Yes," said Pixler. "Minnesota is in the hereafter." Leaving them to their discussion, Candy wandered off into the woods, making sure she kept well away from the area where the men were now at work under Doggett's supervision, bringing the dead moth down from the branches. She found a place where the dirt looked relatively easy to penetrate, and she proceeded to dig with her hands. When she got down a foot or so, she laid Squiller's little body at the bottom of the hole and threw a fistful of earth over him. She'd only been to one funeral in her life, her grandmother's, but she remembered a smattering of words from the ceremony. "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust," she murmured. Then she improvised. "Thank you for your company, Squiller. I'm sorry you're gone. I'm going to miss you." She began to push the remaining dirt over the squid's body as she spoke, covering it completely. "I hope wherever you're gone, it's a place you want to be." She sniffed hard, swallowing her salty tears. It wasn't just Squiller's impromptu funeral that had brought them on. It was the thoughts of home and of the great distance that lay between this place and the streets of Chickentown. "Now I'm alone," she said to herself. "No, you're not." She glanced over her shoulder. Rochelle Pixler was standing close by. "This is a private funeral," she said to him. "Oh, I'm sorry," he said, sounding genuinely contrite. "I really didn't wish to intrude on your grief. It's just that back there you said something very interesting." "I did?" "When you told me that you came from Minnesota." "Oh, that." "Yes, that. Were you telling the truth?" "Why?" "Because I would be extremely thankful to you if you would lead me back there." "To Minnesota?" "Yes, to Minnesota." Candy looked incredulous. "You wouldn't like it," she said. "Oh, but I think I would. I'm always looking for new markets for the Mexico Kid and his panacea." Candy didn't reply. She finished covering up Squiller and gently patted down the earth. Meanwhile, Pixler had squatted beside her. "Here," he said. He had made a small cross of 2 pieces of twig tied together with a length of grass. Candy was taken aback by the simple gentility of the gesture, but then she thought, well, he's trying to be civil. So she took the cross from Pixler and pushed it into the soft earth at the head of the grave. "Thank you," she said. "No problem. I want us to be friends." "Ooh, what's your name again?" "Candy Quackenbush." "Candy, I'm Rochelle. I won't beat around the bush. The fact that you come from the hereafter is of the greatest possible importance to me." "I don't see why," Candy said. "It's not as interesting there as it is here." "Well, it may not be to you," Rojo replied, "but you're used to it. To me, it's new territory to explore, a new frontier. I've done all I can here. I need somewhere new to conquer," Candy said, standing up and looking down at Pixler. "No," he protested mildly. "Do I look like a conqueror? I'm a civilized man, Candy. I build cities and burn books," she said. He looked pained to have been caught in a lie. Before he could come back with another response, she had more to say. "And shoot down defenseless creatures," I didn't see you were being carried by the moth, I swear. If I had, I wouldn't have fired. There was a rider on the moth, too. Really? Yes, his name is Mendelssohn Shake. He fell to his death. Rojo looked genuinely distressed. Well, that's a tragedy. I'm completely culpable. In the heat of the hunt, I did something I shouldn't have. Did you know him? The rider, I mean? If he has a family, I'll make whatever reparations I can. I don't know if he had any family. He worked for someone called Christopher Carrion. Carrion? Really? Rojo glanced away from Candy towards the moth, which Doggett's men were seconds away from bringing down out of the trees. So that was Carrion's handiwork, eh? He said, his voice touched by awe. Very impressive. Candy followed his gaze toward the moth. Light and color were still pouring from it, dissipating into the air, illuminating the trees blue and purple and yellow and red. So tell me, Pixler said, what were you doing, taking a ride on Carrion's moth? If you must know, I wasn't taking a ride. Shape abducted me. Abducted? Yes. Rojo gave a little self-satisfied smile. Well then, he said, I saved you from some serious trouble. You wouldn't have wanted to be Carrion's prisoner, believe me. He has the morals of the very devil, that man. And if you ever found a way to get over the hereafter... It's not that difficult, Candy said. To get there, perhaps, but to gain a foothold... He passed his hand through his hair. That's the challenge. Please listen to me, Candy. I believe it could be very useful to one another. Candy was not convinced. How? She said. Think it through. I'm in need of somebody with a good, worth-kicking knowledge of the hereafter, and you need somebody to protect you from Carrion. I don't need protection. Oh, my dear, you don't have the first clue what this man will do to you. Take him to his head to be cruel. He is law unto himself, believe me. Even so, I don't care to tell you about the hereafter, Candy said, backing away from him. Oh, now don't be difficult, Pixler said. I realize we met under difficult circumstances, but I'm genuinely sorry about the moth. It was just an accident. Could have happened to anyone. Anyone who was out hunting, Candy said. I realize not everybody approves of it, but it relaxes me, and I have a huge collection of stuffed animals in Mexico City. 19,000 specimens, from fleas to kite-flint whales. I'd really like you to see it I'd really like you to see it. Some other time, maybe, Candy said. Pixler shrugged. Believe me or not, he said, his tone hardening, I don't really care. In the end, you're going to come begging to me when Carrion's on your tail, begging for me to hide you from him. Well, maybe, Candy said. But right now, I prefer to take my chances. Please, Pixler said, making one desperate attempt to convince her. Let me go back to Mexico City. It's not safe on half these islands. The inhabitants are savages, totally uncivilized. I am not going back to Mexico City with you. That's final, Candy said. In truth, there was a little part of Candy that wanted to accept Pixler's invitation. He was polite enough, after all. He seemed more like an ordinary human than any of the creatures she'd met on her travels, which right now she found very reassuring. She was feeling much alone, and very tired. She'd lost count of the time that had passed since she and Mischief had plunged into the sea of Isabella. Though she'd reset her watch when Mischief told her to, it had stopped. Now she felt the way travelers in the hereafter felt when they travel around the world and their body clocks had become confused. Her thoughts were sluggish and her limbs ached. The thought of going with Pixler to some civilized place where the showers were probably hot and the beds were surely soft was not without its attractions. But then she'd effectively be in Pixler's control, wouldn't she? She'd be in his city as his guest or his prisoner. I can see you're having second thoughts, Pixler said, reading the confusion on Candy's face. You're thinking about a comfortable place to lay your head, no doubt. Candy tried to block out his seductions by concentrating on something else. She turned her attention to the moth. Off between the trees, Doggett's team was close to bringing down the creature's body. There was much shouting and a flurry of orders. Then, sooner than any of the workmen had anticipated, the moth's corpse came crashing down out of the trees. As it struck the ground, it erupted in a brilliant shower of light and color. But there was something else in the substance of the creature that was also set free as it flew apart. Candy saw 4 or 5 skeletal faces rise up out of the blazing remains of the moth and weave their way skyward. The spectacle didn't just draw her attention, it drew that of Pixler and Birch, too. Candy seized her moment. She cautiously retreated a step, then another, then another. Pixler and Birch hadn't noticed. The disintegration of the moth was like a firework display. It had claimed all their attention. After 5 backward steps, Candy turned and ran. It didn't take her long to get to the other side of the corpse, and there she paused to take a backward glance. She could see Birch and Pixler silhouetted against the brightness of the moth. By now, they'd both realized that she'd gone. They were looking around, obviously trying to locate her, but apparently they'd been staring into the blaze of the disintegrating moth for too long, and it was still blinding them, or perhaps simply concealed. Whatever the reason, when they looked in her direction, as now and then they did, they failed to see her. Pixler yelled something at Birch, who immediately went back to the balloon gondola. He's gone for more men, Candy thought. I'd better get out of here. She turned her back on the men and the moth, and surveyed the starlit terrain in front of her. Ninny Hammer was an island of gentle hills. On the top of one of those hills, perhaps 2 miles from where she was standing, was a building with a large dome on it. There was a light in its windows, so if it was a house, then somebody was at home. And if it was a religious building of some kind, which the dome made her think perhaps it was, that it was open for worship, or sanctuary, which is what she needed right now. She didn't look back now at Rojo Pixler or the moth with its colors and its weaving ghosts. She simply started down the gentle slope that led away from the trees. Very soon, the corpse was out of sight, and the men's voices had been carried away by the wind. She was alone for the first time since she had arrived in the Abarat. There were no hunters, no sea skippers, no Israel, no Samuel Klepp, no John Mischief and his brothers. Just her, Miss Candy Quackenbush of Chickentown, under a heaven filled with alien stars. From somewhere deep inside her, and unforeseen, from somewhere deep inside her, a great and unforeseen surge of joy appeared. Out of sheer pleasure, she started to sing as she went. It wasn't a song from the hereafter that came to her lips. It was the absurd little ditty she'd heard the sea skipper sing. Oh, woe is me, oh, woe is me. I used to have a hamster tree, but it was eaten by a newt, and now I have no cuddly fruit. Oh, woe is me, oh, woe is me. I used to have a hamster tree. For some uncanny reason, she remembered it perfectly, as though she'd known it all her life, which was, of course, impossible. Yet here it was, coming to her lips as easily as some rhyme she'd been taught at kindergarten. Oh well, she thought as she gave the song full throat, here's another mystery. And content that somewhere on the journey ahead she would find the answer to that mystery, along with something to eat, she went on her way, singing of newts and hamster trees. And that is the end of chapter 23.
Yay!
Was a pretty intense chapter.
I noticed, Jager, that you said something about this book getting dark.
You have no idea.
It's only gonna get worse.
Oh,
Damn.
Oh, I thought this was just substantially pithy.
I just remembered what's gonna happen next, actually, and it does not get better. This book is an interesting book. You'll see. It's got like these really interesting moments and of triumph and good things, and then it's like, fuck, and we are close to another portion of fuck.
I'm like, oh god, we're even more fucked. Oh god, how can this get any worse?
The next chapter we get some more lore.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Oh, actually, the next couple of chapters we get some more lore, and then chapter 26 is where things get not so good. Yeah.
Can't wait. Okay, so next on we have Max. Back to Max. Cool. Welcome back. You got the floor.
Testing.
We can hear you.
Cool. Do I want to know what that's even about?
I don't know.
Okay, so in the last chapter, let's see, Jack, the very short pilot, who the only person who has seen Venus in firsthand, had some rather negative things to say about it, and Mitch, main character, salesman, was told to talk to him, try to get a feel for Venus. And last we left off, Jack and Mitch's marketing guys were going to talk and see if they couldn't figure something out to, like, borderline false advertising to say, this is what Venus could be if you helped work on it, and helped terraform it, and all that. But the very last page here is about how Mitch was almost taken out by a falling cargo container. Looks like an assassination attempt. A whole bunch of other people got splattered by it. But Jack and Mitch made it out alive.
Dang it.
Say, I know you don't like Mitch, and to be honest,
I love Mitch.
Isn't.
I just want
Really?
to see his insides.
Oh,
Okay.
thank goodness they made it out okay.
Soto, you're really quiet.
Oh, really?
No, he's fine to me. Maybe you need to adjust him up.
I think
Yeah.
it might be my... I think it
Adjust
might be
yourself.
my talking itself. I'm a little bit more quiet than usual right now.
In any case, chapter 3. I'm only going to do 5 pages because otherwise it would take too long. Kathy's apartment, way downtown in Bensonhurst, was not large, but it was comfortable. In a homey, sensible way, it was beautifully furnished, as who should know better than I. I pressed the button over the label Dr. Nebben and smiled at her as she opened the door. She did not smile back. She said 2 things. "You're late, Mitch," and "I thought you were going to call first." I walked in and sat. I was late because I almost got killed, and I didn't call because I was late. Does that square us? She asked the question I wanted her to ask, and I told her how close I came to death that evening. Kathy is a beautiful woman with a warm, friendly face, her hair almost immaculately done in 2 tones of blonde, her eyes usually smiling. I have spent a great deal of time looking at her, but I never watched more attentively than when I told her about the cargo nacelle near miss. It was, on the whole, disappointing. She was really concerned for me, beyond doubt. But Kathy's heart opens to 100 people, and I saw nothing in her face to make me feel that she cared more for me than anyone else she had known for years. So I told her my other big news, the Venus account of my stewardship of. It was more than successful. She was startled and excited and happy, and kissed me in a flurry of good feeling. But when I kissed her, as I've been wanting to do for months, she drew away and went to sit on the other side of the room, ostensibly to dial a drink. "You're ready to toast, Mitch." She smiled. "Champagne at the least. Dear Mitch, it's wonderful news." I seized the chance. "Will you help me celebrate? Really celebrate?" Her brown eyes were wary. She said. Then, "Sure I will, Mitch. We'll do the town together. My treat, no arguments about it. The only thing is I have to leave you punctually at 2400. I'm spending the night in the hospital. I have a hysterectomy to do in the morning, and I mustn't get to sleep tonight, too late, or too drunk either." But she smiled. Once again, I decided not to push my luck too far. "Great," I said, and I wasn't faking. Kathy is a wonderful girl to do the town with. "May I use your phone?"
Easy, Merle.
By the time we had our drinks, I had arranged for tickets to a show, a dinner table, and a reservation for a nightcap afterwards. Kathy looked a little dubious. "It's a pretty crowded program for 5 hours, Mitch." She said, "My hysterectomy isn't going to like it if my hand shakes." But I talked her out of it. Kathy is more resilient than that. Once she did a complete trip ham the morning after we'd spent the entire night screaming out our tempers at each other, and it had gone perfectly. The dinner, for me, was a failure. I don't pretend to be an epicure who can't stand anything but no new protein. Damn it. I definitely am, however, a guy who gets sore when he pays new protein prices and gets regenerated protein merchandise. The texture of the shashlik we both ordered was alright, but you can't hide the taste. I scratched the restaurant off my list then and there and apologized to Kathy for it. But she laughed it off, and the show afterwards was fine. Hypnotics often give me a headache. I slid right into the trance state as soon at this time as soon as the film began, and I was none the worse for it afterwards. The nightclub was packed, and the head waiter had made a mistake in time for our reservations. We had to wait 5 minutes in the anteroom, and Kathy shook her head very decisively when I pleaded for an extension on the curfew. When the head waiter showed us with the fanciest apologies and bows to our places at the bar, and our drinks came, she leaned over and kissed me again. I felt just fine. "Thanks," she said. "That's a wonderful evening, Mitch. Get promoted often, please. I like it." I lit a cigarette for her and one for myself and opened my mouth to say something. I stopped. Kathy said, "Go ahead, say it." Well, I was going to say we always have fun together. I know you were, and I was going to say that I knew you. Where was I? I knew you were leading up to, and that answer is still no. "I know you were," I said glumly. "Let's get the hell out of here." She paid the tab and we left, inserting our anti-soot plugs as we hit the street. "Cab, sir?" asked the doorman. "Yes, please," Kathy answered. "A tandem." He whistled up a two-man pedicab, and Kathy gave the lead boy the hospital's address. "You can come if you like, Mitch," she said, and I climbed in beside her. The doorman gave us a starting push, and the cabbies grunted, getting up momentum. Unasked, I put down the top. For a moment it was like our courtship again. Friendly, dark, the slight musty smell of the canvas top, the squeak of the springs, but for a moment only. "Watch that, Mitch," she said warningly. "Please, Kathy," I said carefully. "Let me say it anyhow. It won't take long." She didn't say no. "You married 8 months ago." "All right," she said. I said quickly. She started to speak. "It wasn't an absolute marriage, but we took the interlocutory vows. "Do you remember why we did that?" She said patiently after a moment. "We were in love." "That's right," I said. "I loved you and Luke, you loved me. And we both had our work to think about, and we knew that sometimes it made us a little hard to get along with. So we made it interim. It had a year to run before we had to decide to make it permanent." I touched her hand and she didn't move it away. "Kathy, dear, don't you think we knew what we were doing then? Can't we, at least, give it the year's trial? 4 months ago. Let's try it. If the year ends and you don't want to file your certificate, well, at least I won't be able to say you didn't give me a chance. As for me, I don't have to wait. My certificate's on file now and I won't change." We passed a street light and I saw her lips twisted into an expression I couldn't quite read. "Oh, damn it all, Mitch," she said unhappily. "I know you'll change. That's what makes it all so terrible. Must I sit here and call you names to convince you that it's hopeless? Do I have to tell you that you're an ill-tempered, contriving, Machiavellian, selfish pig of a man to live with? I used to think you were a sweet guy, Mitch. An idealist who cared for principles and ethics instead of money. I had every reason to think so. You told me so yourself, very convincingly. You're very plausible about my work, too. You boned up on medicine, came to watch me operate 3 times a week, and told all our friends I was sitting right in You told all our friends while I was sitting right in the room, listening to you how proud you were to be married to a surgeon. It took me 3 months to find out what you meant by that. Anybody could marry a girl who had... Anybody could marry a girl who'd be a housewife, but it took Michelle Courtnier to marry a first-class rated surgeon and make her a housewife. Her voice was tremulous. I couldn't take it, Mitch. I never will be able to. Not with the arguments, the sulkiness, the ever and ever fighting. I'm a doctor. Sometimes a life depends on me. If I'm all torn up inside from battling with my husband, that life isn't safe, Mitch. Can't you see that? Something that sounded like a sob. That's just all it says. I asked quietly, Kathy, don't you still love me? She's absolutely quiet for a long moment. Then she laughed wildly and very briefly. Here's the hospital, Mitch, she said. It's midnight. I threw back the top and we climbed out. Wait, I said to the lead boy, and I walked with her to the door. She wouldn't kiss me goodnight, and she wouldn't make a date to see me again. I stood in the lobby for 20 minutes to make sure she was really staying there that night, and then got into the cab to go to the nearest shuttle station. I was in a vile mood. It wasn't helped any when the lead boy asked innocently after I'd paid him off, Say, mister, what does Machiavellian mean? Spanish for mind your own goddamned business, I told him evenly. On the shuttle, I wondered sourly how rich I'd have to be before I could buy privacy. My temper was no better when I arrived at the office the next morning. It took all Hester, that's his, what's the fucking term?
Okay, Marilyn.
Right. It took all Hester's tact to keep me from biting her head off in the first few minutes, and it is by the grace of God that there was not a board meeting. After I'd got my mail on the overnight accumulation of inter-office memos, Hester intelligently disappeared for a while. When she came back, she brought me a cup of coffee, authentic plantation-grown coffee. The matron in the ladies' room brews it on the sly, she explained. Usually she won't let us take it out because she's afraid of the coffeeist team. But now that you're star-classed... Okay, to explain, coffeeist is basically addictive coffee. Low quality, very, 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 very money generating because it's addictive. Anyway. But now that you're star-class, I thanked her and gave her Jack O'Shea's tape to put through channels. Yes. Then I went to work. First came the man sampling area and a headache with Matt Runsteed. He's market research, and I had to work with and through him. But he didn't show any inclination to work with me. I put a map of Southern California in the projector while Matt and two of his faceless helpers boldly sprinkled cigarette ashes on my floor. With the pointer, I outlined the test areas and controls. San Diego through Tijuana. Half the communities around LA and the lower tip of Monterey. Those will be the controls. The rest of Mexico from LA down we will use for tests. You'll have to be on the scene, I guess, Matt. I recommend our San Diego offices as headquarters. Turner's in charge there, and he's a good man. Runstead grunted. Oh, a flake of snow from year's end to year's end. Couldn't sell an overcoat there if you threw in a slave girl as a premium. For God's sake, man, why don't you leave market research to somebody who knows something about it? Don't you see how climate nulls your stigma? The younger of his stamped out of tin assassins, 10 out of 10. Stamped out of tin assistants started to back the boss up, but I cut him off. Runstead had to be consulted on test areas. It was his job. But Venus was my project, and I was going to run it. I said, sounding just a little nasty, regional and world income, age, density of population, health, psyche friction, age group distribution, and mortality causes and rates are 7th-place sigmas. Matt. CalMex was designed personally by Cal as a perfect testing area. In a tiny universe of less than 100 million, it duplicates every important segment of North America. I will not change my project, and we will stay the area I indicated. I bore down on the word "my." Matt said, "It won't work. The temperature is the major factor. Anybody should be able to see that." "I'm not just anybody, Matt. I'm the guy in charge." Matt Runstead stubbed out a cigarette and got up. "Let's go talk to Fowler," he said, and walked out. There wasn't anything for me to do except follow him. As I left, I heard the older of his helpers picking up the phone to notify Fowler Shotgun's secretary that we were coming. He had a team all right, that Runstead. I spent a little time wondering how I could build a team like that myself before I got down to the business of planning how to put it to Fowler. The Fowler Shotgun has a surefire technique of handling inter-staff hassles. He worked it on us. When we came in, he said exuberantly, "There you are! Them 2 men I want to see. Can you put out a fire for me? It's the AIG people. They claim our handling of the Pregnant account is hurting their trade. They're talking about going to over to Taunton unless we drop Pregnant. The billing isn't much, but a birdie told me that Taunton put the idea into their heads." He went on to explain the intricacies of our relationship with the American Institute of Gynecologists. Listened only half-heartedly. Our Babies Without Babies campaign was on their sex determination project. Babies Without Babies campaign on their sex determination project, taking them at least 20% plus on their normal birth rate. They should be solidly ours after that. Runstead thought so too. He said, "They don't have a case, Fowler. We sell liquor and hangover remedies both. They've got no business bitching over any other account." What? Oh. Yeah, that would totally fit into an RPG, actually. Now, Which did your parents pick for you? Even some intersection of the two. Anyway, doesn't matter. Besides, what the hell does this have to do with market research? Fowler chuckled happily. That's it, he crowed. We throw them a switch. They'll expect the account executives to give them the usual line, but instead we'll let you handle them yourself. Snow them under with a whole pile of charts and statistics to prove that pregnant never prevents a couple from having a baby. It just permits them to postpone until they can afford to do the job right. In other words, their unit of sale goes up and their volume stays the same. And it'll be one in the eye for Taunton. And lawyers get disbarred for representing conflicting interests. It'll cost a lot of them a lot of money. We've got to make sure that any attempt to foist the same principle on our profession is nipped in the bud. Think you can handle it for the old man, Matt? Okay, and there were some messages I missed. Wow, that's a handful of words, isn't it? Okay. Where the hell was I? Oh, hell, sure, Runsteed grumbled. What about Venus? Fowler twinkled at me. What about it? Can you spare Matt for a while? Forever, I said. In fact, that's what I came to see you about. Not scared of Southern California. Runsteed dropped his cigarette and let it lay, crisping the nylon pile of Fowler's rug. What the hell? He started belligerently. Easy, said Fowler. Let's hear the story, Matt. Okay, I'm technically at the end of the 5-page limit, but I'll just finish the sentence, paragraph here. Runsteed glowered at me. All I said was that Southern California isn't the right test area. What's the big difference between Venus and here? Heat. We need a test area with continental average climate. A New Englander might be attracted by the heat on Venus. A Tijuana man, never. It's too damn hot in CalMex already. And that ends the paragraph. Should I continue, or...?
Given we still have Jager to read, that's probably a good spot to stop. Just because you've
Alright,
already
cool.
read stuff.
Full 5 pages. Cool. It's a good book. I can't really resist it.
Hey, turn off my... Sorry, I was stepped out. I was actually looking for a link. for further practice, for reading practice, and yes, that is a very curious book. Together.
Are you okay?
What? Transform!
Transform into reading robot.
It's fine.
Reading robot.
Oh my god. I want to see something like that.
That makes me really happy that crosses cultures. You don't know how happy that makes me. That got kickstarted again, too.
Ooh.
Yeah, he went on Kickstarter and was like, "Hey, you fucks want to read some books?"
That's how he wrote his
exactly
Kickstarter
like that.
page.
Hey, motherfuckers, you remember this shit from your childhood? Well, I'm about to kickstart it up again at this bitch. You wanna read some fucking books? Take a look. It's in a book on motherfucking Reading Rainbow. Anyway.
Took my word for it.
If you donate $10, you down. If you donate $20, you so down.
You so down. If you donate $35, you hella down.
You hella down.
Hella down.
There are no words. It just changes.
Just down. Donates all the money. No, it was successfully funded. It got successfully funded with like a shitload more money needed.
Oh.
Of course it did.
Which is not surprising. Anyway, Jager, you have the floor. Sorry, I'll shut up.
Crack caffeine. Is your brain in correct vein? Today, I decided that I'm not going to read a book. I decided to sing. No,
What?
really, I'm just going to read a book.
Right.
So let's
I was like,
I wasn't completely going along with the singing.
I mean, I would have.
I was so happy
serious.
either way.
Fuck you, Jager.
All right. Okay. So we are reading Herbert Gold's Fathers, and we are on chapter 10. Let's get to it. When the help came home on Friday evenings, they took a meal with us at 9 o'clock, talked and drank, slept until 2 in the morning on couches and on mattresses spread on the floor, and then bolted breakfast, coffee, and fact checks, and were off to work, blinking the fruit truck before the spring sun filled out day against the sky. Huddled through the dawn and then shouting through the long commercial morning and afternoon. Then at last, they separated late on Saturday night, when the store finally closed. They slept all day Sunday. My father, alone among them, had the strength to rise at noon for the news of disaster and the Katzenjammer kids. It was his business. The business day was his risk. The others were salaried. In a sense, then, he had created Friday night, as God ordained a day of rest, and as the florists of America had created Mother's Day. After Caruso disappeared from our lives, my favorite among the dormitory 5 was the poultry man, Red Schwartz, with his red, wrinkled, and hairy face, a peeled orange left in the sun,
Just half the
burly but soft-cheeked, rearing back to whiny at his own of my father's jokes. He made shadow roosters with his hands against the wall and then sent me sprawling into the air to celebrate his arrival at my bedtime. Higher, higher, I yelled, even if I touched the ceiling. Like Caruso! Yes, and then the book ends, because he died. The star crumbles down, his father dies, and yeah. No. There was also Andy, small, bleak, hay fever-eyed, with a loose girlish teeter, and a hard girlish voice, and muscles which he practiced rippling for the most handsome grocer. Most handsome grocer contest at the annual association picnic at Euclid Beach. In the morning he jerked up his head in an attitude of supplication in order to rinse his eyes with the urine carried in his pocket. And yeah, I wouldn't put anything tragic past this book. Then resumed the day's defiant stare from a pinched old maid's face, gathered about the flash of nose which was wasted on his skimpy skull. I liked him least, respectful, envying, and contemptuous. He seemed nothing but the boss's son when he looked at me. He ate mints because he had mucosity. This was the time when some went hungry and millions feared they might go hungry or ate with shame. A man with a job had a special, exposed, even dangerous status. My father's paternal control of the store was a matter for enthusiastic gossip, and both he and his employees, proud of their 90-hour week, referred to the union organizers as the Racketeer Boys. When Andy reported that the boys were trying to talk to him, my father said, "Talk is cheap, wages are free. Stop you? Don't I know Shlomi from the old days?" Ruby and Max, the newlyweds, squatted together to shell lemons from the hamper on our back porch. Once Max put a bean in Ruby's ear, and the remainder of the evening was devoted to getting it out, Ruby squealed, then whimpered. My mother exclaimed politely, "Oh, oh, oh," her mouth barely kissing the air. Dr. Groons, wrung from sleep at midnight, was into his pants when a clever squiggle of my father's fingers squirted the bean into the bin. Cheers for him, kisses and tears. Ruby took the joke like a little lady. Most formidable of our guests was Myrna, my father's lieutenant in the store. That great sly creature who was as adept as a butcher in slipping her thumb against the scale. Skilled in 1,000 stunts of making overripe strawberries tempting and green tomatoes juicy. Heroic in a boned brassiere. The reason that a faithful coterie of CPAs and personal managers volunteered to do their wives' shopping. She bulged, unimpeded by a white wrap-around apron, with slithers of green piping. 2 husbands had already died under her, and 1 had fled. The coward! She roared, holding her sides, and then winked. I'm still hungry. The first time my father saw her, forward, he had said, "Look, the one in the middle's her head." She was hired, her shrewd eye for figures, and her wife's voice daunted our adversaries, heavy-footed in energetic work shoes. Very like my mother's. She took possession. With Myrna, there was none of the low forward thrust of a woman's head indenting shivers of controlled anger. She emitted the bellow of a passion proud of itself. Her great flesh wallowing and the part of woe, oh woe, her appeal was limited. Most men, for little girls in whose ears they can't put pins. Reg Schwartz, Andy, Max, Ruby, Myrna. The guest list at that regular Friday night supper. Dine richly on foods taken from the store, at the verge of spoiling, avocado pears with 1 bad spot and a hump of succulents, canned strawberries with soiled labels, heaps of tomatoes, stacks of cucumbers and barrels of pickles, and schools of goldfish. Later came platters of fried liver and onions, jeweled, sauce running. Once a leaking pipe washed the labels off hundreds of cans, and for 2 years we didn't know what we would eat until the cans were opened. A lesson in humility.
So that the mic doesn't pick you up.
In talk accompanied by the musical splash of corrupt honeydew, all the sweeter for that, they finished their supper. The wine was a special bonus for my father's good feeling, cheap, red, sedimented, and strong, made with a loving lack of skill in Uncle Easy's basement. Just don't get sick, my mother told them. I don't mean you have to drink near beer. The guests worshipped the boss, each according to his own neck of pity. Myrna moved ambiguously across the room like the over-female dog which trots down the street in June, its available rump drawing little circles for the fox-muzzled male. That was her ceremony. "I don't know your name," she had said upon first meeting my father, "but I think you're kind of cute." When she walked too fast or breathed too hard, her breasts popped like hungry twins from her damp rubber cradle. She was bigger than a man, but not too big for my father. Impatient, a worshipper of happenstance, smelling of honeydew, she snorted for exercise. She cleared her nose and looked into the handkerchief. She was free and easy. My mother allowed accident to the opening of a can or the composition of a vegetable soup. This was a species of economy. In general, she liked to plan ahead, but all was free to Myrna's appetite, extravagance. Her only rule did not surprise her. Her great effect seems to have been service, which made an evolution towards humanity difficult and slow.
Headphones.
On this particular June evening of which I speak, they sat about the back porch after dinner, shelling lima beans to keep their heads busy. Ruby and Max snapping the pods in unison. We got next to each other under the glare of the mosquito-repellent lamp. An occasional curious fly wanged against the porch screens, and then bounced off to wang again. While Myrna said for the third time to my father, "What's this I hear about you scaring away the other bits at the auction yesterday?" "Scared them away," emphasized Andy, a licker of boots, who stole his personal groceries each week. "It's only natural, that's it." I thought my father didn't know. Polite, my father's freewheeling groom. They knew I wanted to be Pascal. They were polite. Scared them. And they insisted admiringly at my father's hairy left ear. Abruptly, Dad slapped his thigh. His time with impatience, not with relish, remembering Myrna's dismissal of Andy. A bathtub dirtier. "They just ran," Red remarked, not a bootlicker, but feeling the competitive stir. My father turned his tartar eyes toward Red Schwartz, a man whom he respected. "Maybe square deal fruits and ape from Ansel Road just didn't need an Pascal," he said, letting the ambiguity of our profound statements imply that he did real crutches of celery aimed to sans fruit, a vegetable. "Abe from East Side Abe didn't even show up." While they drained their glasses, my mother had her first chance to whisper the question for the end of each day. How much? Even when she spread the bills and checks on a pink Chanel bedspread and officiated at the ritual counting, she asked this question of my father. How much? The usual. I seem to hear him saying, or I see and smell his gesture, A sweaty shrug in summer and a warm, wet one in winter off in the yellow tufts of his jacket, as he stamped free of the snow. He revived an old joke. A ruble and a half. Sure, that even my mother would know he was kidding. Rebels did not call me halves. What's a dollar come from? I mean, the white? And he asked suddenly, imagining what he had overheard. An argument followed. Everyone had ideas. The right pocket! The right pocket! Mina roared, using any excuse to release her storm of laughter, shedding a cloud of Kresge's finest perfume. The right pocket, that's where! My father leaned near, cracking my bean pods between her black-nailed thumb and his long, juiced, stained index finger. It's a German word, a tailor, he announced at last. No. Oh, no. The owl protested, but it was so. He smiled, the sad, wise smile of the man who values pure knowledge above his sentiments. The owl was a while, wearing his shirt, in which I slept during the summer, its collar once frayed against my father's neck, now slipping about my shoulders. I listened to the grown-ups. They discussed Max's ardor, his wedding night, the amorous couple abstaining, Mina's monumental laughter, and my father's howling, and Red Schwartz's steady chug-chug, and my mother's giggling, and Andy's hee-hees, all flattering the newlyweds. The summer flies and the moths and color-blind mosquitoes which ignored the lamp contributed to the conversation, sometimes aligning to sip of the wine or stretching to sting its oily red surface. From love, the talk swung naturally to food and business. For example, how to pack strawberries into a pinto box to make them look better and more plentiful than they actually were, insulated from the bottom with a slanting lining of paper, shaking until seated like individual rosy ideals in a cushion of air, each one floating along the aristocracy of the expensive, the richest on the top. In business, the shifting tensions of competition offered even the apprentice after-school fruit clerk a chance to express his creative judgments. The operation of packing a strawberry paint box demanded daring, dexterity, and acute eye and sense of balance, and an equilibrium between thumb on the scale greediness and a dismal Sunday school morality. Those like Mina or Schwartz gave a great deal for $24.50 a week, and also took. My father unraveled the clues to his philosophy for a survival of the spirit in a fruit store on Saturday afternoon. When the talk came to chickens, he made a brave speech on the back porch to prove that his sense of justice survived even a vital deceit in the store. Mrs. Chicken Picker's fowl, and has its firm yellow flesh petted and praised. Held high for inspection, it travels downstairs to its gutting. There, a busy butcher boy slaps it to one side and sends up another which is already poised in readiness. Well, the butchers can't spend the busy days scraping innards. They prepare in advance for the Saturday rush, so that the same chicken might commute the damp water from the basement and back 100 times on the Saturday before the 4th, being tirelessly replaced and then purchased from the display case by 100 women who pride themselves on their ability to judge a Springer. What else can you do? He inquired of his student philosophers on the back porch protected by only screens from a restless universe. What else? Breathed Myrna. Hire more help? Charge more for the exact same birds? What else? Myrna breathed expiringly. So, he said, you got the answer, which it is easy to see. The strawberries are goodbye all the same. He had thrown down the gauntlet. Now he would pick it up. And chickens! Why the chickens are the talk of the town? The chicken town. Every Monday, they come back. He meant the women. And they tell me, I sure know how to pick 'em. Sam, I can get a good chicken out of you, Sam. They tell me, and they're right, those chickens are our great triple A1. Gizzards are as clean as 9. Fresh puppies. Those ain't supers. Those ain't restaurant birds. Those ain't no hangy-pangy roosters. Those chickens. I singe the pin feathers and roast the worst of them myself any day you name. The whole city can come. I don't care if you stuff it with parsley. My chickens. Saying, he tiddly winked a bean down Myrna's bosom. The bean slippery and chill. Everyone loosened and louder. By his speech and by the bean now at her navel. She celebrated more loudly than the rest, turning the joke back at my father, encouraged. A few moments later, he performed the same trick on my mother. The bean got stuck. She extracted it with 2 dainty fingers and said wearily, Sam, it's not funny. This statement, true but careless of skill, unconscious of its portent, manifested a fatal flaw. The trial by Lima Bean had set into motion forces large enough to bring down empires and close fruit stores. I'm sorry, my father admitted soberly. I know it ain't funny, ain't it? No, my mother repeated. Myrna munched a paw as she studied the best rumpled chins the path between her breasts. She thought it was funny, but waited to make her move. Sleepily the party unwound, an inconclusive debate on the origin of tangerines. What I mean, who invented it? And the basket was marred by my father's silence. Shame he didn't. He invents nothing, he said suddenly. Time for sleep. We have to work out the rest of this story from scantier data. The women, Mother Ruby and wakeful Myrna, cleaned the wooden platters on which liver and onions had been served, only their breath mingling. Mattresses, beds, and couches were assigned. Red in the room with me, Ruby on the parlor couch, and Max discreetly on a mattress there, Andy in the kitchen. Myrna insisted on making a place for herself on the back porch and refused an extra cover. They climbed away separately, as appointed, heavy with work, food, and talk, They had only a few hours. Gotta sleep fast tonight, Red remarked. We all work together. We can add up 8 hours. Many soft palates vibrated. I dreamed inconsequently. My mother's body rolled into the sag of her bridal mattress. My father, let us say, went to offer Myrna a quilt. Perhaps repose could chill even this woman. He found her breathing juicily, uncovered amid the smell of pots and spilled wine. Amount sleeping. She awakened. She might have remembered his name. Sam. She may have remarked on the humor of a bean pod down her bosom. I suspect that she made some irrefutable physical gesture to which he responded with the instinctive rush of a powerful and thrifty workman. But perhaps it began with a slight joke about the two tiddly-winked beans. Both elements, hospitality and instinct, culminated in a few moments of my father's dozing, while Mina subsided heedlessly in the morality of pleasure. Now, we come to the sad part.
Thor is a god in
jealous of
Marvel,
my
yes.
father, jealous of Myrna, an idealist in pure jealousy. Jealousy lay alert and blinking in the kitchen gloom. He heard enough, not much was needed, to stimulate him to sacrifice his interests to his ideals. He arose, picked onto the porch on tiptoe, descended quickly, padded across the floor toward the bathroom, paused at the door leading to my parents' room, and sneezed. He listened, the cartilage of his ear pale, in a spear of moonlight. He took a breath, my mother damply let on. He put his nose to the crack in the door and sneezed so hard that his forehead rapped the knob like a cleaver, and the door creaked open. Shoo! Serving his jealousy, he sneezed. A man so eaten by envy that he could sacrifice his job in a deed of heroic malice, emotion freckling in the skin of which flared back from his nostrils. Andy sneezed.
What's up?
This guy doesn't know anything about Marvel.
He listened
And
while
is he
he
trying
sneezed.
to pass himself
He
off
peeped
as a Marvel
through
fanatic?
reddened eyes. The skinny head bobbed on his
I
side.
play the armpit.
He
being his
sneezed like a
general
librarian,
direction.
behind whispering chewing. He sneezed like a goat whose nose has been tickled. Chew! Patiently, he snuffed out my mother's dream. He stood before the door and sneezed. Put his nose in the crack and sneezed with inspiration. He sneezed too, because his blood was thinning. Such unselfish jealousy is always a surprise, as is the white worm which can sometimes be found in the cleanest, greenest Ohio Valley pot. Achoo! Oh. What is this talk about IT shit that I see in there? There's a lot of taka-takas that is gonna show up in the recording. What's the matter with you? You crazy barefooted? You sick? My mother demanded, barely awake, coming to the door in her nightgown. I'll ask Sam for the mentholator. I think my blood is too anemic, Andy said. She patted her hairnet. She moved past him and went looking for Dad. She found him. Poor Dad. She woke him up. Even if she had been granted an aptitude for discretion, she would have awakened him. She could catch a cold like that, out-tossed over a strange woman like that, before she screamed, before she howled, before she brought them out running and the lights flashing in the house. She murmured one intimate word for his ears alone. Bed. Bed. All the banks had failed at once. We milled like stunned depositors about a mattress where Myrna and Dad lay. My mother wailed, the long line of her upper eyelid, taut and thick above the pupil. Bad, bad one. Myrna, who was hungry, contemplated her watchfully. My father lay with the sheet pulled over him until we went away. Later, he got rest. Why are you doing the toilet so long? He asked. My mother's voice came through the door, the sound muffled by running water. Hitting my heart out. But the man went to the market as usual. The women opened the store. My father stayed at home all day, making his arrangements with my mother. Peace, peace, more scars. Here ends chapter 10.
Oh. Well, it had been a while since we had some sort of tragedy, so I guess we were overdue.
Yep. That'll do. Yep.
I mean, nobody died, but still, Jesus. This fucking book.
Every time I open it and read a chapter, I have the same impression. I forgot how sad the book can be.
It sucker punches you. It's like, yeah, everything is going fine. The workers are having a good time in the store. They're joking, laughing. Oh, by the way, you fucked one of the workers.
Yeah.
Oh.
Holy fuck.
Dude, Max, this book has been nothing but like somebody died or committed suicide or there was genocide every other chapter, so...
Oh yes, we started with genocide.
We were overdue for another tragedy.
We really started with genocide.
We did.
Hey, everybody comes to America for a different reason.
I
can't use the applesauces.
Yeah. The applesauce, what?
Welcome back, man.
Choice applesauce.
Yeah. That's the joke, Max.
Yeah.
I enjoyed like Max talking about Linux and SP while I was reading. It was very, very funny. Very good. Thanks.
Oh dear.
It's very, very, very.
Oh.
No, it wasn't funny. It was just distracting.
Fuck you, Max. Eat 10 dicks.
That one. Right now.
Yeah.
Marilyn, shh.
You owe me eating 10 dicks. Now,
My mom is.
I didn't have. Sorry about not having like a research for.
I've got
hours,
stuff.
but after a after being mentioned like D&D sex manual, I open it up and it sounds like a good place to start.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm
good. Good night.
You can go to bed. Good night. Yeah, it was a crazy week. I was always 5 minutes late for something. I had a crazy painting presentation, trying to get a good oriented for my research, shit like that. So
Don't worry about it, Jager.
A decent research. But here I opened the Carnal Guide. Net books.
Wait.
My voice died for a second. I'm sorry.
Don't
Where was I?
the recorder before we flip over.
You didn't give us a proper introduction to After Hours.
My recorder is... Oh, yes. Well, just a moment. I have something.
I'm exhausted. I'm going to bed. My apologies.
Sleep well, Seti.
Sleep well.
Thank you.
For reading your awesome please. Happy
Yes,
birthday to
I'm
you
enjoying
again. And
Yeah, happy belated birthday.
Thank you.
this reading was sponsored by Saudi Surprise.
Sorry.
A Sati surprise. A fun for whole family. Delicious.
You call my family whore family. I have to know Taiwanese radio boy, wrong standing injury.
Oh my god!
Glorious hold honor tradition.
How do you... Okay, that's the first time I've ever heard, like, the stereotypical Asian accent sound gay as fuck, so kudos to you, Seti. That was amazing. That's a fucking achievement.
Fantastic. Okay.
Good night. Get the fuck out of here.
Good night.
Oh my god.
It's been a while I haven't seen Loquax. Where is he?
Oh, he took him off because he was, like, spamming when people were trying to talk during...
Well, that's what Loquax does.
Yeah, well, you can get him back out now, since it's after hours.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's not the same thing. But
I liked it, though. Regular flute.
Oh, there's a trick. Wait.
Oh no! Wait, are you...
It's not a didgeridoo. He's treating it like a didgeridoo.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh no.
Okay.
Love it.
No. Now I got better.
Love it.
We're reaching critical mass with it. Now we are.
Critical fuck.
Let's explore this thing here. Let's get together and read. Well, let's get ready to get carnal.
Oh boy.
The complete guide to unlawful carnal knowledge for fantasy role-playing games. The ruling passion, be it what it will, the ruling passion conquers reason still. Gray is on my lips, and if those hills be dry, stay lower where the unpleasant fountains lie. And other things that try to rationalize over the importance of this book. Because, of course, you need a rule book for sex. And let's see, there are some testimonials. Initial reactions to this guide. I think that saying, my campaign has no place for sex players satisfy their sexual needs elsewhere is roughly the same as boasting that your campaign has no place for the green color, because when your players want to see green, they go and look at your petunias. And our lives and our characters' lives are different things altogether. I am a predator. Yes. So, what do you think about that? I mean, there should be a rule book about cheating. I've never seen a rule book about the time lapse of your when you need to cheat or piss and what kind of consistency your shit's gonna have, and the smell and potency of your piss in role-playing games. I mean, it's the same thing if you think like, when my players need to piss, it's like saying they go elsewhere, the reality world to piss, not in my campaign. What's that? I mean,
no pissing in this campaign.
Yeah.
Surprisingly,
not allowed.
I never really thought that much detail into poop.
100% real.
Clearly, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, well, the sex guide is interesting, to say the least. It's pretty handy guide to have, really. The people in my group love the guide. Imagine my player's face when he realized he had screwed a white leech.
Okay.
What disease does they pick up?
Okay, so I want to remind you that this book wasn't written as an irony thing. It wasn't written as a joke. It is all real. It's out there. Clear as crystal.
You get nothing. Good day, sir.
Drinks.
As sincere as it gets. So
bumped into the ceiling, which now has to be washed and sterilized.
Let's scroll down, and I want volunteers to read things.
I'll read. Are we scrolling past the quotes?
Yeah.
What are we scrolling down to? The preface?
Let's write them down, see what we have here. Interspecies, we have the wild thing rules. What's that?
What? Where are we going? Where are we going down to? Oh!
Where
okay.
wild things are?
Okay, I see.
There is the Constitution modifier for 6, of course. Okay, Kino, why don't you read the wild thing rules?
Alright, how much, what... how bad do we want this to be?
Well, it's gonna be by your jurisdiction, actually.
Okay, let me rephrase. How much cancer do you want?
It's gonna be touch and go. See how much cancer you feel like you're going to resist. You're like 1 paragraph of 2 paragraphs of cancer, or if you want to rifle down and see what's interesting.
I'll read the whole thing. I'm just talking like, should I voice it a particular way?
Oh, no. Let's just go raw.
Normal.
Let's pretend we're just studying this document together because we're interested on passing on this knowledge for others.
Okay. So section 1, the wild things rules. There's one in every bunch. Note, these rules are not necessarily supposed to be taken seriously. If anything, they are provided for your amusement. It seems people will make rules for anything. Before throwing this guide away, not away, just away, because of this section, you might want to read the whole guide and then only throw out sections like this one. And if you keep sections like this one, you might want to seek counseling, smiley face.
Wait, so
yes.
So you're saying, first and foremost, that this section is useless and I should throw it away. So why did you write it? Go on.
Who the fuck knows? There comes a time in any adventurer's life when he/she wants to engage in the act of sex. Unfortunately, most RPG rulebooks avoid the subjects for obvious reason. A player rolls dice from pottery to dancing, so why not sex? At first glance, it may seem that a character can have sex for quite a long time. This is true for player characters. They have superior attributes and thus can perform better. That's why they're great adventurers. However, an average character would have attributes between 9 and 12. Using the below rules, an average character, 10 or 11 in all attributes, could go a minimum of 10 or 11 minutes rounds, and might be able to go an additional 10 or 11 minutes if very, very luck. Just if very, very luck. Not very, very luck. Dice deity is willing, so don't bet on it. Some GMs may feel that certain races should be more adept at sex than others. Many arguments can be made for every race.
So what is that then?
The one race that most people feel should have modifiers is the dwarf race.
What modifiers for what? Big size?
Because, however, since these rules are based on Constitution, and since initial character generation give bonuses or penalties to Constitution, dwarves get +1, it is not necessarily necessary to give additional modifiers to race. The following is the...
That's discrimination. You're trying to make dwarves worse.
Dwarves are sex gods. No, they're better at sex, is what they're saying, because they have higher constitution. Oh boy. The following is the steps to go through to see if a character can continue having. Number 1, a character can initially.
I'm sorry, I cannot continue having sex anymore with you. My constitution is 8. It's already tested in minutes.
A character can initially last a number of rounds equal to his or her constitution with certain modifiers. Table 1 lists modifiers to constitution by dexterity. Remember, it's how you use it.
What?
Table 2 lists modifiers to constitution by strength. Gotta be able to keep up. Table 3 lists modifiers to constitution by the partner's charisma. Charisma partners really can't sex, even if their attractiveness isn't high.
You're ugly.
But your charisma is so goddamn high.
Oh, +5 minutes.
If he/she wishes to continue, then he/she must make a constitution check. Step 2. Step 2. After the initial rounds pass, the character must make a constitution check for each round he/she wants to continue. Modifiers to this check are from Table 1 and Table 2 and Table 3.
Oh my god!
Plus cumulative modifier of -1. The character also needs to make a time to climax or a TTC check.
A TTC check?
A 1 on
I never saw. How can orgasm be that boring?
This gets worse. A 1 on a 1d6 males and a 1 on a d10 for women indicates such an occurrence. So roll a 1 on a d6 or a d10. You came. An additional TTC roll is made, and a result of 1 indicates multiple orgasms.
I was wondering.
Of course, males could have trouble continuing after this, but the player can make such decisions. 3. A failed check means the character lost interest for whatever reason.
I lost interest for some reason.
I was about to come, but I saw this book fall off a shelf, and now I'm just totally done.
It opened in this exact page. I saw these tables, and I lost.
Oh god, totally
my
killed my
off.
mood. I mean, a bird flew by the window, so I'm just, I was so into it, but like I said, a bird flew by the window, so I'm done. Sorry, gotta go. Kill myself.
What is the office in which I have to stamp this document so I can have my taxes checked and rolled?
Notes. In most cases, it takes 2 to tango, so remember to keep track of all participants. Oh no, it's participates. It's not participants, it's participates.
All participates.
Table 1. Dexterity modifier. So if you have a score of 3 to 5 and a modifier of -4, you are not much fun. 6 to 8 is -2. 9 to 12 is 0. 13 to 15 is +2. 16 to 18 is +4, but someone could get hurt.
Place you on the table, but
Strength modifier. If you have 3 to 5 strength you have a -4, which means you wear out easily. 6 to 8 is a -2. 9 to 12 is 0. 13 to 15 is +2. 16 to 18 +4, which equals nasty. And then this is table 3.
What's nasty? I thought it was going to be strong. Natty,
I don't know. I think
you're
maybe
gonna
you might,
rip your
Death
fucking
by
arms.
Death by Snooze.
Yeah,
Table
your
3
erection
fires.
does lethal damage.
This is the dick that could drill the heavens. Charisma modifier. Score 3 to 5 is -4. Blah blah blah. You get the idea. But this table doesn't have any flavor text.
No.
And now we're on to the next
But it likes
section.
to be
Is
people.
interspecies fertility.
Let's see. Interspecies fertility. It's just something that's justifying how you have those crazy races. So let's just rifle through this relationship example. Amongst races, there are 4 varying breed relationships listed in Table A. Table A, relationships. Relationship example identical: human versus human. Similar: human versus elf. Human versus halfling. Related. Oh god. Human horse versus centaur. Human elf versus half elf. Now you wanna get freaky? Oh, I got freaky
Can we
for
talk
you.
about the first? Talk about the fact that they list fucking
Human
horses.
fucking an eagle or human fucking a horse.
Wait, but no, that's wrong because they listed as related human or a horse fucking a centaur in the related category.
Oh,
they just broke
that
their own
means
rules.
a human and a horse fuck a centaur? Is that related? Is a threesome? A human and an elf fucking that's human
Okay.
and an elf fucking a
So
human
let's
horse.
find out how they have babies.
I don't want to.
I
don't
need
want
to know.
how a human and a horse
need
have
to
a
know.
baby.
Jaeger,
A human
the
and a
centaurs
horse
didn't
should-
just happen. The centaurs didn't just happen, Jaeger. We need to know how.
Alright. Whether or not 2 individuals can produce offspring depends on the relationship and conditions given on Table B. No, Table B, don't do this, Table B. There are things in this nature that you cannot tamper with. No. Okay, Table B. Relationships based on conditions. Relationship. Identical. Additional require. What?
Require. There's no
Additional
E.
require. Yeah. Require. Change of fertility as normal. Result as per race,
What does that mean?
as normal. What criteria is as normal? I don't know. You do it. Whatever. Relationship similar. Additional require. None. Jesus Christ! What? Who wrote this? That's a very
Motherfucker.
smoking pot. Chance of fertility. As the lesser fertile of the 2 races. I don't know. Result. Half-breed. Relationship. Related. Wow. Relation. Related. Additional require. None. Chance of fertility. As the lesser fertile of the 2 races. I don't know, man. Result. Produce pure breed of the race of the size of the female. See below. Relationship. Different. Additional require. Magical or divine intervention. Divine intervention of a very perverted god.
This person needs divine intervention.
Yes. The god of psychiatrists. Chance of fertility. 0% without intervention. Wow, you need to specify that? Or 100% with. There is no 50% with half divine intervention.
You just you're not pregnant. You're not pregnant, or you are.
A divine intervention by a very, very, very indecisive god.
No, you either are pregnant or you aren't.
Okay. Result: produce a new race that may be fertile and breed true.
What?
Breed true.
Goodbye when I told you.
Size of the creature, you filthy-minded churl. Oh, I am filthy.
Oh, we're not talking about dicks yet.
I am filthy.
Yes.
No, of course. I'm the one that wrote this thing.
Yeah.
I am a very few fan,
Then you need to
may
have
play a part in some crossbreeds. For example, in human horse centaur pairings. The
Can we-
result depends in part. Yes? Yes,
This-
you
I'm
filthy
just gonna-
minded churro.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say this person's very fixated on things fucking horses, as
Oh,
you'll
yes,
see
you
soon.
filthy minded churro. They are. In part on the physical size of the parents. You know, I don't know why I'm thinking of cow and chicken now. Console table C. Relationship. Raise a father. Okay, a very boring table. As you may see, very boring tables become a kind of a theme.
Can we skip down to the one where it says relationship different, race of father horse, race of father human, and then race of
Yes.
child none or a dead woman?
Yes, this is where the table gets very eccentric and not eccentric in the sense, haha, you're funny. It's like, haha, I'm calling the cops.
Right above that, it's relationship different, race of father human, race of mother horse, race of child centaur with intervention.
Yes, with divine intervention. That is 100% chance. There is one interesting exception. Humans and halflings, while they are fertile with each other, such a pairing will only produce one or the other race. This may be because they are so similar and they cannot be half-breed race. Consult table CD. So I'm just pulling facts out of my ass. Yes. And
I'm very
tables to
confused
prove
about
that.
how this genetics works.
It works like this. Most rule books that you see, mainly the homebrew stuff that they make for RPGs, they pull shit out of their asses and make tables to justify it. And it's a very cyclical logic. And this is halflings and humans, 25% one thing, because table that I made. Yes.
Sorry, they're very, very fixated on centaurs and things fucking horses, because down below those two tables, there's another set of rules specifically for those fucking centaurs.
Okay, I think this entire manual is a whole manifesto of, like, the meditations of a man that wants to fuck a horse.
It's very creepy, because there's just, like, very specific rules. Not for everybody fucking centaurs. Elves fucking centaurs. Specifically.
I mean, yes, but that's the advantage, because elves have a low constitution. They need to make do with their dexterity. They need to make do with their dexterity. They do it, you know? The way you do it.
Christ.
You need to, like, mount to... Let's rifle down. Let's scroll down. There's a lot of stuff.
We're on the conception. Do we want to talk about...
No. There's psionics. There's a world out down there.
Wait, the pregnancy?
Please, let's just keep these godforsaken pregnancies.
There's stages of pregnancy.
I know. There's staging. There are stages of patience for pregnancy too.
You have to be careful about the dangerous effects of spellcasting on an unborn child. I'm serious. There's dangerous effects on an unborn child.
You convinced me.
Do you want to read it?
Depends. Who wants to tackle this?
Does somebody want to read?
Yeah. Anyone else or
for unborn children?
If not, Kino is gonna read it because.
All right. There's multiple paragraphs. Do you want me to just give one or?
Oh no, that's up to Amy. How much do you want?
Do you want to read the whole?
I could read the whole thing if you want. Where it is.
Okay. Send the pregnancy to Amy. That sounded wrong. Well.
I'm sorry, Ahmed. Blame Jager. He told me to send you the pregnancy. I'm sorry.
I hope it's just a spiritual, because I don't need any more mouths to feed, but I could use some more minions.
I'm gonna. I'm gonna send it on Skype because it's a lot of content, and I'm pretty sure that SL will cut it off.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's gonna cut off.
There you go.
I'm just gonna
Shut up! Well, I mean, some stuff might need to be cut off.
So here we go. As soon as I get back to the top of it, because it jumped way down. Too far. Okay. Dangerous effects on an unborn child. Spellcasting. A pregnant mage or cleric can cause weird things to happen to an unborn child if she casts spells after the second stage of pregnancy. Magic is the ability to shape, control, harness, and utilize natural forces that infuse the world and surround the character. When a mage or cleric uses her magic ability, this force can influence the development of an unborn child. Every time a mage or cleric casts a spell after the second stage of pregnancy, there is cumulative chance equal to the spell level that an effect has occurred. For example, Roxanne the mage is in her third stage of pregnancy. She casts a second level spell. There is a 2% chance that the unborn child is affected. The player rolls a 25 on the percentile dice, and thus nothing happens to the unborn. Then, Roxanne casts a third level spell. Now there is a 5%, 2 plus 3, chance of the unborn child to be affected. But the percentile dice show a 56 and the child is safe. So, don't cast spells while you're pregnant. Now,
Who
class,
knew?
Yes, now class, we're moving on to psionics.
Who knew?
A psionicist shapes, controls, harnesses, and utilizes natural forces that infuse her own being. The essence of a psionicist is mind and body. Since the unborn is in the body, psionic powers that are manifested can greatly affect the unborn child.
Shit, son.
Oh, no, actually, they would only be useless for 3
Indigo
months.
children.
Because the first 2, stages of the pregnancy are each 3 months long. So you can still use your mage for 6 months, but after that 6th month, that mage had better not cast any goddamn spells if they don't want to have a horned child.
Fuck!
So by this logic, I'm not even
This
gonna
is
get into
getting
this.
worse and worse. You cannot be a mage, you cannot be a sorcerer.
No spells.
Oh, cool. That's so fun. So fun.
So now, here we are on the psionics. So if you're using telepathy, what's going to happen? For every
Your baby's gonna get fucked up.
Why, yeah. For every psionic
Attack that mage, she's pregnant.
For every psionic strength point, PSP, used by the psionicist after the second stage of pregnancy, there is cumulative chance equal to the number of expended PSPs that an effect has occurred. So, if you're using psionics and telepathy after stage 2, there's a good chance maybe your kid's gonna develop it. Extra
What? How are you going to explain that?
Oh, so don't go God speaking. Which actually fits well with extraplanar travel here. Each time a pregnant character travels to another plane after the second stage of pregnancy, there is cumulative chance that an effect has occurred. Going to the elemental planes gives a cumulative 5% chance of an effect occurring. Going to the ethereal plane gives a cumulative 25% chance that an effect has occurred. Going to the astral plane gives a cumulative 50% chance that an effect has occurred because of the strain. The effects of going to the outer... What?
You can't get spells, you can't use your psionics, you can
The only one that actually makes any sense is the extraplanar travel. Like, that makes sense.
You can get a plane.
It's kind of like how you don't want a pregnant woman flying in an airplane. That one makes sense.
Yeah.
So here we are
Because
going
the
to
word
the astral plane with our pregnant mage. We're not going to ask why she got pregnant. Maybe she got pregnant just because she wanted a break. But here she is, and she's going to hide in the astral plane. She has said, fuck it, we will. She now has a 50% chance
You
that
guys.
something is going to happen with this kid that she is carrying. The
There
effects.
should be a pregnant mage's plane.
Let's continue reading and find out. It's where they
Let's
go
see.
when they're
Maybe there
just
is.
done. The effects of going to the outer planes is relative to alignment. For each difference in alignment, there is a cumulative 2% chance that an effect has occurred. Thus, a lawful good character visiting a chaotic evil outer plane will give the unborn child a 12% lawful.
He's gonna get legion.
Neutral goes to chaotic. Okay. A 3 or a 6%. A 3. So, or we've got a 6% chance of good to evil. No, good to neutral to evil. Sorry about that. Equals 3. Or a 6% chance for a total of 12% chance of an effect. I'm not even going to mess with the math on that one.
Just roll with it. Just roll with it.
Math messing. I think the child is already dead because of all.
It's either
He's a
dead,
The child
a
is
demon, or it's going to come out and it's going to have wings and a horn and a tail, and it's going to
Fire.
You remember that time that you went through all those planes, past the astral, into the outer ones, and then you decided for some reason to go to the chaotic evil plane? Yeah, well, you met somebody and he, energy transfer high. I now have you, whoever my dad is, and then there's
I'm
other
calling social services.
Okay. Level draining. Every time the pregnant... Oh, exactly.
No.
Every time the pregnant woman loses a level for whatever reason after the second stage of pregnancy, there is cumulative chance equal to the number of levels drained, multiplied by 10%, that an effect has occurred. If an effect does occur, minus 5 to the die roll on the type of effect table for each level drained.
Oh.
Baby died of boredom.
Yeah. Magical agent. Dog, that's my face. That's my face. I love you too. There you go. Kisses. I love you too. Apparently you like this better than the Twilight rap, huh? Yes.
Apparently.
Magical aging. If any aging effect is inflicted upon the pregnant woman, such as a haste spell, the aging effect is split between the mother and child equally. This, of course, may cause immediate labor and birth of the child. Immediate
Jesus.
labor and birth, yeah.
What?
So bam, baby's out.
Kaboom.
So in theory, if you really wanted your pregnancy to just be over and you were a mage, can you just cast haste on yourself until the baby popped out? Like, oh, I'm pregnant. I'm gonna cast haste like 5 times. Oh, I'm done. Here, this baby's going. Like, here's the baby. I can cast spells again now. This guys.
That sounds comfortable. That sounds like a totally.
It's better than not being able to cast spells for fucking ever.
Okay,
Oh,
but
shooting
this has
pregnant.
its own drawback with it. So maybe we want to hold off on those haste spells because due to increased development, the child must make a system shock roll based on its mother's constitution. Yeah, so now you got this baby. Now you have to roll for your baby. Find out what kind of shock it's in. Exactly.
I'd still do it. I would still do it.
Failure of this roll indicates that an effect occurs. If there is an effect roll on the following table, subtracting the stage of pregnancy, i.e. adding 10 if in the 5th stage of pregnancy, to decide if the effect is positive or negative. Use the appropriate modifiers. Table 4. Type of effect. 1 to 25. Positive. Roll on positive effects. Table 5. 26 to 00. Negative. Roll on negative effects. Table 6. Table 5. Positive effects. Roll 1d10. 1. Born with infravision, which enables child to see up to 60 feet in the dark. If the child's race already has the benefit of infravision, then add 20 feet to the range. 2. Born with a +1 bonus to all saves versus paralyzation, poison, or death magic. 3. Born with a +1 bonus to all saves versus rod, staff, or wand. 4. Born with a +1 bonus to all saves versus petrification or polymorph. 5. Born with a +1 bonus to all saves versus a breath weapon.
Oh, sweet.
Okay, so, well, dang, there goes my idea of popping a bunch of garlic and, using lightning breath.
Oh, this is the fantasy model of eugenics. I love it.
6. Born
And you still didn't want me to taste a bunch.
Born with a +1 bonus to all saves versus spell. Merlin, I know you've got your headphones on, but dude.
I'm playing right now.
Yeah, I see. You're playing Doom.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, but can you keep, quiet too so they can hear me over you? Thank you. Where was I? Okay.
I have to tell you something.
What?
Now I have a new friend for Vanos, us friends.
Oh, one of Vanos' friends friended you. Cool. Okay, buddy.
And now I'm...
Okay, Merlin. Thank you, bud. Born...
You're on number 7, by the way.
Thank you. Number 7. Born with 10d10, 5% magic resistance. 8. Born with a lifetime regeneration ability. The child will be able to naturally, subconsciously regenerate 1 hit point every turn. 9. Born with natural subconscious ability to turn 1 hit die undead. Great potential for child to grow up to be an infamous cleric. 10. Born with a psionic wild talent. If the effect was created due to psionics, then 2 wild talents develop.
That must confuse career advisors. I was born to be an infamous cleric.
God damn it!
So...
Table 6. Negative effects. Roll 1d12. 1. Born with a -1 penalty to all saves versus paralyzation, poison, or death magic. 2. Born with a -1 penalty to all saves versus rod, staff, or wand. 3. Born with a -1 penalty to all saves versus petrification or polymorph. 4. Born with a -1 penalty to all saves versus breath weapon. More garlic. 5. Born with a -1 penalty to all saves versus spell. 6. Unborns mutated into a demon. I knew that was going to be there somewhere. Possible possession.
There you go.
Yeah.
Rosemary baby.
Possibly possessed by the evil intelligence of a demonic creature. The GM should decide what type of demon the child shall be.
That's not they are a demon, that's just that they're possessed by a demon. Fuck you.
Well, it gives 2
You're a
options.
demon. Oh.
Going by this text, it actually gives 2 options. One is to be a demon, the other is possessed by a demon.
That's poorly written if that's the case. I'm pretty sure that they fucked that up and didn't mean it that way.
This is a surprise in this.
Shut up, Jager.
That is not for this book standards to be badly written. I'm sorry.
Shut up,
7. Radically different colorizations. This is a colorization of skin. The color change.
That is not appropriate.
Not racism.
The color change can either be advantageous or disadvantageous to the child, depending on whether the new color
Imagine to get into university and shit.
A camouflage appearance, or make him or her a laughingstock. A child's color can change to any other color. The color change is left to the GM and is limited only by the imagination. The child's eyes are much...
Or by the color spectrum.
Oh, yes.
What? Who just shot on it?
8. The child's eyes are much different than normal. Roll 1d6
Demons.
to determine the types of eyes. 1. Huge and protruding. 2. Small and stalked like a crab's. Stalked like a crab's. 3. Large
Crab battle.
and turreted. Move independently like a chameleon.
wait.
4.
Hey, Donald Trump. Wait, so you think Donald got a curse cast upon him?
Maybe.
Yes.
4. Appear normal,
Specters.
but child has 1d4 additional eyes.
That's fucking cool.
Yeah, so
Yeah, well.
2 normal. You roll a d4. If you get a 4, you can have up to 6 eyes.
Okay.
Dude,
dude.
that's cool.
Eyes in the back of your head. How is that a
I fucking
negative
up.
effect? I
mean, some of these aren't negative.
That's negative to whom?
Exactly. Okay.
Boring people, that's who.
Yeah, people who want to have sex with a book.
With horses.
Multifaceted like an insect. 6. The child appears to have no eyes. Any eye sockets are empty, but the child moves.
He
and
appears to have no eyes.
with normal vision. So invisible.
Dude, that'd be
eyes.
cool. You could like freak the shit out of people.
Yeah.
9. The child's eyes appear and function normally except for their color. 1 is solid black, 2 is blank white. Like Storm when she's using her powers. 3 is glowing red.
I fail to see how this is a bad thing.
4
That is amazing. I mean,
glowing venomous green. And 5 is putrid pink with a 6 opalescent. I want to roll a 6.
okay.
Specters.
At this point, those guys were only brainstorming. Like, no. You know what's gonna be awesome? If one eye was pitch black and the other was pure white, and when they are going to cast a spell, they are like casting storms upon the eye, you know? Dude, that's awesome.
It gets better. Like, these quote-unquote negative things for the last 2 aren't even really that bad. They're actually helpful.
Yes. Okay, go on.
10.
What?
The skull or head of the child is adorned with unusual outgrowths. While it is possible for a child
AKA horns.
to attack with these outgrowths when he or
on.
she grows up, this mutation does not give the child an additional attack per round. Could also be head tentacles or head wings.
No, it's specifically horns.
Aww. But it just
I read ahead.
unusual outgrowths.
I know.
Unusual outgrowths could be
Yeah, but the only type they've listed are horns. They're all different kinds of horns. That's it.
Their imagination is...
uncreative. Okay,
Yeah.
let's see here. Roll 1d4 to determine the type of adornment. 1 is antlers, as a small deer, that do 1 to 2 health points slashing and rendering damage each. 2 is horns, as a small bull doing 1 to 3 health points stabbing damage each. 3, a single horn like a small unicorn horn without magical properties, doing 1 to 4 health points stabbing damage. 4, curved horns, like a ram, that can be used to butt an opponent for 1 to 4 health point damage. Yeah.
Oh, come on. They're born with a weapon.
Okay, so
Yeah,
if
it
I
gets
were
better. The next
running
one
this
is fucking
game, we
tails.
would not be using a D4 or whatever. We'd be using a bigger die so that we'd have more options. And tentacles and head wings
I feel like you
be
could
in this
use
list.
a D10.
Yeah.
You could use like at least a D10 and add like antenna, head, wings, and tentacles.
Right, and then
Jesus.
and leave
Okay.
one of those as unnoted to be determined by
Or-
DM. Okay, anyway.
And we could
Or like
blend this
random
book.
animal ears.
Yeah. Number 11. The child has a tail. Yay! While it is possible to use the tail for attack, this does not give an additional attack per round. Roll 1d4 to determine the type of tail. 1 is short, useless, and non-functioning. 2, long and prehensile, can be used to hold a shield or other object, but cannot be used in attack. 3. Long and segmented, ending in a non-poisonous stinger that does 1 to 4 health points damage.
Not
4.
The word they were looking for was venomous, not poisonous.
Yeah, because venom is injecting in you.
Good.
Poison is what you eat.
Yes. Basically, the simple way to remember it is if you get bit by something and it kills you, it's venomous. If you bite something and it kills you, it's poisonous.
Yeah.
If you do both things.
Well, then it's both.
Oh, this thing is biting me. Well, it's gonna stop biting me if I eat it. Oh no, it's poisonous.
That you shouldn't eat.
4.
Anyway, continue.
Long and whip-like can be used to inflict 1 to 2 health points damage. These are sad tales.
Oh.
I mean, some of them are cool. Like, the prehensile tail sounds like a good deal.
Yes, but see, with the prehensile tail, you could also use that to hold a sword, and even if you can't, land a precision attack, you could still, slash that thing.
Well, imagine the intimidation factor of going up against someone who can hold 3 swords.
They started very quantitative and very boring. Then I feel like they started brainstorming all together. Like, no, what would be cool? No, if they were born with this or that mutation. Oh man, yeah, let's put that to this list. Yeah, let's make this table. Oh. Yeah, we finished that with tails and horns and shit. Yeah, that's so negative. Yeah, that's
I just love how that's listed as negative when actually some of the tails are helpful. Can you imagine, like, the psychological aspects of going up against someone who has a scorpion tail? You don't know that it's non-venomous. It's a fucking scorpion tail.
Yeah. You don't even know if it's poisonous. You can't eat it.
Well, I wouldn't want to bite somebody's scorpion tail. That would be weird.
You don't know. Maybe you're
just reroll. And number 12 is just, if you get a 12, you just reroll.
I'm going to write a book about eating the world. In RPG, you can eat anything. Okay, so let's scroll down, and I found the baby is here. What ya got? What you got?
The fetal alcohol syndrome is also a thing.
Oh, fetal.
Sorry, continue.
Yes. No, let's just. So because I found so something very fun in the babies here.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's just
What?
read this introduction here. Characteristics: the baby sex. Okay, so it just reads here. Probably the most popular topic of a newborn child is its sex. Row percentile dice to determine the race of the child. Generally, the probability of having a female is slightly greater than a male. Thus, there is a 52% of having a male than of having as a female child. They inverted it.
Whoops. Yeah, they said 52% chance of having a male and a 48% chance of having a female child.
Higher than male.
What?
So, henceforth, 52% of male, 48% of female child. Tails percentile. Yeah. Note that GMs may wish to adjust this number in their campaigns for the various races. Also, the GM may let their character influence the chance one way or the other through magic, divine intervention, etc. Eugenics. So, just let's rifle down.
I found something funny.
Yes, I found something here. Sexual tendency. Some GMs may look.
Wait, you skipped something funny though.
Okay, what did I? What
under personality, they only listed 2 traits that can happen. You can get daddy's little girl syndrome.
Oh yeah. Okay, let's start with daddy's little girl syndrome. Personality. A female child. Okay. Fuck. I just punched my microphone. Okay.
I'm sorry.
So he's listing personality, possible personalities for your baby. Daddy's little girl syndrome. A female child should has a percentage chance 60 plus her charisma minus father's wisdom of charming her father. Oh, the charmed father will always think of his daughter as pure and innocent. He will always protect her and blame everybody else for anything that happens to her, even if it is obviously her fault. They are all bidimensional characters, by default. The firstborn. When these baby rules were being developed, GM Mizar, because GM is a title, and one of his players started to roll up the baby's stats, and due to a sequence of unbelievably lucky rolls, they created a Wonder Girl. This baby, and I need to note that these are the stats rolled for a baby, a newborn child. Physical strength, 18. Intelligence, 15. Dexterity, 17. Wisdom, 16. Remembering that in the table about sex, sex performance, 18 was in negative.
This baby could kill you in sex.
Yeah, picture that. And Constitution, 18. I don't remember the flavor text in the table, sex performance, but yeah, there was some kind of unstoppable or something. Charisma, 12, but can go.
It's only a baby. Babies are gross, okay?
Effectiveness, 17. Okay, luck, 14. I don't know. Now, sexual tendency. Some GMs may like totally random factors in a character's generation. Thus, the sexual tendency optional rule is presented. Roll 1d100 on table 1 to get sexual tendency of the character, using the appropriate social class modifier from table 2. The reason for the social class modifier: the upper classes have more access to culturally acceptable sexual information and are under strict moral guardianship. So
even in D&D, it's not okay to be gay, is what they're trying to say gently.
Yes, like the upper your class, the modifiers are lower. So lower class modifier 0, and lower middle class minus 1%, and goes down to upper class minus 9%. I have no fucking clue, but I would judge that it's very recent because attractiveness and luck are not things that from classic D&D. They just shit those things and put it in a homebrew thing. It's known. Now, I love this one. Let's read the beach rule. Oh, if you think that last one stretch was infuriating, let's read about the beach rule.
What's this?
The beach rule is an option that makes a female PC or NPC very moody. That is not sexist at all. GMs may make this a requirement for all females. Other alternatives are making it an insanity, disease, or a curse. The beach rule works best for chaotic characters because they seem to have what it takes to work. The following are the to develop a moody female. The female character must roll 1d6 every 8 waking hours for an attitude. So every 8 to 8 hours, you need to roll a d6. The female may re-roll if a situation has been unusually stressful. In essence, after melee, during an argument, etc. Any person who comes in contact with the female, example, other player characters, thank you for giving an example of a person, may request a re-roll once per day. You're acting moody. I request you re-roll your dice.
Oh, did you get to the bitch section? Because I fucking crashed myself.
I'm sorry. Well, you can re-roll a d6, so you can set your mood about that. Only one
long enough since you had it.
I'm sorry. Only one reroll may happen each day. The reroll represent people who influence the female, thereby changing her moods, for better or for worse. Because only females have mood swings.
Yeah, clearly.
For a row of 6 on the table, roll 1d6 again. A 1 indicates an obsessive behavior. Thus, she becomes obsessive about whatever the party is doing at the moment, to the point of not letting anyone or thing in her way of trying to accomplish her goal. Okay, now, let's see. Die roll 1. Happy, cheerful, optimistic, helpful, friendly. 2. Self-pity, unhelpful, brooding, pessimistic. 3. Pissed off, vengeful, cruel. 4. Playful, energetic, daring, foolhardy, practical joker. 5. Vain, proud, lazy, bored, omnipotent feeling. What? Because those 5 things are like synonyms. You know how when you're feeling bored, you feel that omnipotence, that sense of omnipotence surging from your soul, right? Happens to everyone. 6. Restless, impatient, takes control, urge to get on with things. Roll 1d6 for obsession check. So according to this, you have a 20% chance every 8 hours of becoming obsessive compulsive. Every day. I mean, every 8 hours.
But only if you're female.
Yeah.
Dog, lay down.
And this
wow,
dictates.
this book is good. This good book. I bet they have.
It tells
No,
you
first
take these on.
let's evaluate. This is a book about having sex on your RPG. Of course,
There's
they have
barely
a
been any
female.
fucking.
No, of course they have a girl on their RPG, sessions. Of course they have one. Because they have a book about sex. Of course they fuck. In real life. They understand so much about female. They have a beach rule. Needless to say, running a character with all of these different attributes, which change all the time, tests the player ability to play to a maximum. The beach rule initiated in Selena, a chaotic neutral human.
First one.
Because of her great contribution to the game, a profile of her is below. There's a profile about Selena, but I think let's.
Oh, can we? I just want to touch on. They put under general. She lives Windowim. She has chronic PMS mood swings, aka the bitch roll.
Oh yeah, well, the beach rule is because Selena is.
Tomorrow you only have.
Party puts up with her often dangerous moods because she's a really good mage.
She's a three-dimensional character because of her.
She is sort of a female Q. So good.
I think do we need more of that?
No, we can skip that.
Let's go down. Oh wait, the right critical hit chart for men only? We talked about women enough. Who wants that?
I'll read it. The rack critical hit chart, for men only. Female characters are cursed with the bitch rule, so how can the males be equally punished? Well, at long last, it's here. The rack critical hit chart. Rack is a term that refers to a shot to the groin. As most guys will tell you, a hit to the This is not comparable, though, because this is actually an attack.
It's not.
And the other thing is something that completely fucks up your roleplay, because they're like, oh, your character's female, she has to PMS and you have to roll for it. You have to do something completely out of character. Where this is actually something that's, like, pertinent to combat, like getting hit in the dick, which is pertinent to...
Oh, cool.
It's not comparable!
You can't... No, cut pieces don't exist. In this world.
That's ignoring the fact that this is not comparable. Okay.
It's not.
Rack is a term that refers to taking a shot to the groin. As tell you, a hit to the body or face is invulnerably more welcome and less devastating than blast to the crotch. Okay. A wreck can either be called a shot to the groin or... Oh, a wreck can either be a called shot to the groin, part of a normal critical hit, or, to get more used to it, if the character rolls 5 higher than the necessary hit roll, modified or not, to be a wreck. So no matter what you were doing, if you rolled 5 higher than what you were supposed to, it immediately hit him in the dick.
Oh, cool. So everyone's just going to power play and hit each other in the dick.
But it only works for dudes.
Yeah, well, that guy's a dude. I'm going to hit him in the dick with my axe. Oh, it didn't work. I'm going to hit him in the dick with my axe. I'm going to hit him with the dick in my axe.
I mean, if you roll a 0 to 70, the man drops weapon, clutches, and loses next 1d4 rounds of initiative. If you roll a 71 to an 80, the man is blinded by tears and cannot defend or attack for the next 1d6. If you roll an 81 to a 90, the man is stunned for 1 round and then goes into a berserker rage for 1d10
Oh yeah,
rounds.
that's how it works. That is how it works.
Rules for berserker rage applies. Well, if he had
You get stronger, your constitution
yes,
shoots
if you get
up.
hit in the dick, you become a
I
berserker.
got hit in the dick! Oh, hook smash!
You roll a 91 to a 95, the man's voice is permanently altered to 1d4 octaves higher, dropping his charisma by 1d4.
Yes.
Also by 1d4 rounds. If you roll a 6 to a 98, the man is permanently rendered impotent and stunned for 1d6 rounds.
Calm down.
If you roll a 99, the man loses consciousness for 1d10 rounds. System shock roll can be made at minus 50% successful. Man is only unconscious for 1d4 rounds.
Oh, the last
And if you
one.
roll double 0, man goes into shock, no save, and doll men with a viewing must make a constitution save at
Remember-
5, or they clutch themselves and remain stunned for 1 round.
Okay, remember Kino, like, in kindergarten,
Yes, I know.
one every 100 kids are hitting the balls in the balls by a foul or something. That's a real data.
Yes.
It's tragedy. Sad.
Super sad.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, no. GMs may enforce the rule that anytime a man sees another man getting racked, he must make a constitution check to see if he is stunned for 1 round. Example, C, rolling a 0. Final note, due to the amount of protection a man will go through to protect his family treasure, his AC for his privates is 2 better than his overall AC.
Oh,
He
go
also gets
fuck
plus
yourself.
2 to his dexterity and any 10th to dodge. Evil grin.
Evil
So,
green for what?
Basically, if you're playing a male character and you call trying to dodge so you don't get hit in the dick, your stats are immediately plus 2 better in your dodge roll and your AC.
Oh, I know why he grinned evilly. He just broke his entire game. Cool, that's why. Okay, there is seduction. Nobody cares about that. Let's go to the. I want to know more about beefy stuff. Sexual diseases. Oh, no. No. Okay. Let's scroll down. Let's hunt for more shit. Wow, sexual phobias. There is a list, a very complete list about diseases. Those guys are something else. Spells with zip.
Yes.
Crotch. Okay.
Enlarged
There are
scrotum
spells.
syndrome?
There are enlarged
Enlarged scrotum syndrome.
Did you found that? Is that a thing? Is that a thing?
ESS disease is only contracted in males. The effect is that the male's testicles become enlarged, maximum of 2 feet in diameter each. The victim's movement is quartered. Constitution is halved. The pain is awful and it's really embarrassing to be seen. There is a 15% chance each month that chronic victims experience the disease again. So apparently, like, but it's 2 feet a testicle. So you have 4, like, that's a lot of testicle.
Okay. Let's talk about. Yeah, that's a lot of testicle. It's like one of those folkloric Japanese things. I don't remember the name.
Acidic secretions.
Tanuki. Yes, the tanuki.
Monster summoning.
We were talking about spells, briefly. So this is Bybig's Beat Lab, level 4.
Wait, where are you? I'm trying to find.
I scroll down to spells and.
Spells and what? Just.
Okay, so just Control F and type this. Beach slap. Should bring you there. Oh, yeah. Put space between beach and slap.
Thank you.
Okay. Bybig's beach slap.
Oh, I found
level
it.
Level 4, range 10 yards per level. Components VSM. Verbal something gesture. Duration special. Casting time 4. Area of effect 1 female. Only female. Save.
What?
Negation. A version of Bybig's hand spells, although probably not from Bybig, a quasi-real hand, 5 feet, comes into existence and smacks the nearest woman that the caster commands you into. If the woman knows her place is in the kitchen, the hand only does 1 point of damage as a reminder. However, if the woman has complained, whined, or not been to the kitchen in 3 days, hand instantly grows to the size of a titan hand, 25 feet, and knocks the woman into the nearest kitchen. Be it 10 feet or 10,000 miles, and forces her to cook a 3-course meal. If she continuously refuses, the hand will inflict damage on her until she submits the decision on the damage per hit. The hand has many hit points as the caster in full health and had an armor class of 0. The material component of the spell is a leather glove. So this book, as a reminder, is about sex. But suddenly it became about sexism. I forgot domestic abuse, sexism, and I think they forgot the ism. Kino, voyeur.
Yes.
And
voyeur. Oh no.
Is it in the
Control F voyeur alteration?
Hang on.
Excuse me.
I'm trying to find it because there's multiple mentions of being a voyeur.
I want to find one for Hannah because spells.
Oh, okay, I found it. Do you want me to read this?
Yes. Read this one while I find one for Emmy.
Voyeur alteration level 2, range 20 feet. Components, duration 2 rounds per level, casting time 2, area effect 1 person, save none. A voyeur is a person who derives sexual gratification from observing the sex organs, especially in secret. Thus, this spell allows the wizard to see through a person's clothing and examine sexual organs. Of course, the gratification part must be achieved solely by the material of the opponent. A material component of the spell is a small piece of cloth and a small piece of glass.
Wow.
What even?
Alrighty then. Evie, I'm going to IM you a spell.
Okie dokie. Nice. Here we go. Lay down, dog. Lay down, dog. That works too. Power word. Castrate. Conjuration, summoning.
Uh,
8. Range, 5 yards. 2 level. Components. V, so I guess that's 5. Duration, permanent. Casting time, 8. Area of effect, a 10-foot radius sphere. I could have fun with this one if I was in the right mood. Oh yeah, if I'm gonna hurt somebody, this would be it. Save is none. When this spell is cast, one or more male creatures of any type within the spell range and area of effect are castrated. The power word
There's a barrier of effect.
castrates one creature with
Oh my
60
God.
hit points, or it castrates 2 or more creatures with 10 or fewer hit points, up to a maximum of 120 hit points.
I found one to read.
The option to attack a single
hit
creature
points is not enough.
or multiple creatures must be stated along with the spell range and area of effect center. The current hit points of the creatures are used. I will have to remember this one. Thank you.
I found one. I found one I want to read. Jaeger, can I please?
Sure. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so prismatic dildo.
That's the same one that I
What?
found. Yes, go on.
Oh, you read it. Then you read it.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Prismatic dildo's conjuration, level 6, range 60 yards, component V. I think it means verbal.
Yeah,
Duration 3 rounds per level. Casting time 6. Area of effect special. Save special. This spell allows the caster to conjure up an opaque object within some orifice of a creature within range,
What?
providing the creature with 7 different sexual stimuli. Any creature with constitution under 6 or fewer than 4 hit dice is immediately overcome by the sensation and falls orgasming and unconscious for 2d4 turns. Any attempt to remove the dildo only lodges it further and increases the duration by 2 rounds. The 7 colors of this shimmering cylinder function as follows.
What are
So
we
we have-
reading?
First, we have red, which gives pornographic illusions, which can be negated by disbelief or trucing. Then second, we have orange, which has the arousal cantrip effect and can be negated by disinterest. Yellow, which is the third effect. The yellow, which is the third, is expansion/contraction, which can be negated by hold person. Green, which is the fourth effect, is enigmatic enema.
Enigmatic enema. That's a good name for a band.
And vibration, which can be negated by chill touch. Indigo, which is the sixth, which has the effect of vibration, which can be
I imagine.
Violet is the seventh, has the effect of lubrication and can be negated by dispel magic. Each color must be removed in order to negate the dildo before the end of its natural duration. The spellcaster may also dispel the dildo at will. It is rumored that other variations of the prismatic dildo exist, both in their effects and their negations.
We need to find the secret dildo. I never seen a dildo of such color.
All 7 colors. I like how the lubrication one is last. That seems kind of not smart.
Okay, so there's a level 1
Merlin,
reverse
I think your
sexual
dog is ready to go out.
orientation.
No.
An alteration
Lay down.
spell, level 1, range 10 yards, components verbal, S again, and I don't know, duration special, permanent.
Oh.
With save once per day. Casting time 1 round, I guess. Area of effect 1 creature. Save special, see below. Spell temporarily. Wait, what? Permanent temporarily converts the creature's sexual orientation from hetero to homo, or vice versa. A bisexual who favors one gender will now favor the other, and a bisexual equally disposed towards both genders will be unaffected.
Oh.
Cozy. Asexual creatures or creatures of species with more than two genders will be affected, if at all, by GM's discretion. Check Tumblr for more information. There is no that was an edit. There is no say per se against this spell. Oh, there is no hope. Rather, upon first experiencing sexual attraction in the altered way, or upon first questioning one's unexpected lack of accustomed sexual attraction, the subject, if easily disapproving, is allowed a constitution check at -4. Shit. A successful constitution check will experience strong but erotic attraction towards a single individual for 1 round per level of the spellcaster, after which the effects permanently vanish. A constitution check may be made once per day, but with a cumulative penalty of -1 per day. What the fuck? A check of 1 always succeeds. The material component of a concave lump of clay, which the casters removes into a convex lump. So it is already so elves are susceptible to changing their sexual orientation, for what I know.
Why does the spell have to sound so complicated?
You know.
Because it's a spell.
Everything in this book.
I thought it was going to be or spell or potion or I don't know.
There is another change sexual preference spell here. There is another one that has the same objective, which is more complicated. I don't think they proofread this
even more.
I'm just going to put that.
So, by the way, scrolling down through all the mages spells, there's cleric spells, and well, cleric specific spells. They open with one that's basically cleric birth control.
Oh no!
And there's also a lactation spell. And a repair virginity spell.
Wait, as in make you a virgin again? What?
Repair virginity, heal, spear healing, level 2, mage touch, components SM, duration permanent until the obvious happens, casting time 2 turns, area effect 1 person, save 1/2 special. This spell returns the subject to a state of physical virginity. If the subject makes the save, all sexual skills, knowledge, and techniques are retained. If the save is failed, all knowledge and skills are lost except those known before having lost virginity. A female will grow intact hymen, and any physical or medical damage caused by sex or childbirth will be eradicated. The subject will legitimately be considered a virgin for all religious purposes.
You know, scrolling down this book is like spelunking because it gets more and more grotesque. This Elenia book gets worse. Getting to know random generator. You have ideas for homosexual adventures. You have what if a character represents an NPC? You have sexist quotes at table.
Can I interrupt you for just a second?
Yes.
The cleric one called Yamalet's orgiastic frenzy.
Please, come on.
Oh no.
Sphere charm level 6 range 20 radius circle centered within 60 feet of the cast. Components VMs duration special casting time 6 turns area effect range save special. Yumblats. Archbishop is among the most coveted of all the diocese of Lord Vedre, is most famous for his orgiastic frenzy spell, first put to shockingly great effect. Oh, this is boring. I just want to hear... God damn it. Oh, wait, here we go. This spell compels those within its range to engage in sexual activities with wild abandon with anyone else within the zone. Those within may individually save versus petrifaction -5 to save off the effects. They must save again if they touch anyone or anything within the zone, including their own bodies, until they escape the zone or until anyone falls unconscious within the zone. Material components peeled.
Wow. I found magic items your mom would approve of.
Include the prismatic build.
It does wand of vibration.
Uh-oh. Where's this section?
Just input that in your
Found it.
Okay.
I already found it.
I'm just going to read some of the names. You can find the names as well, just arbitrarily. Best of transvestitism. Breastplate 1. Okay. And your food bottle.
It's quick girl gestation.
Potion of aphrodisia. Potion of potency.
Knife of circumcision.
Ring of perversion. Ring of the boobs. Ring of sexuality detection.
Sword of castrating.
What?
Underwear of virginity.
Wait, what is sword of castration?
I think all swords are swords.
Okay. I said sword of castration. I was like, wait, what?
It's a sword.
Razzia's whirlpool tub of love.
Penis of astounding.
Oh my god. Wand of pillows. Wand of pillows?
Wand of pillows.
Oh shit. There's Jager, scroll down. There are descriptions of all this shit below.
Yes, there is a thorough descriptions of every single item. There is then classes, subclasses, prestige classes for your sexual adventures. But first, what is this? Protection of the worst kind for the male. To better equip the saintly women, some people probably did those gnomes, have designed some vaginal inserts to make would-be rapists pay for their lustful attempts at unlawful entry. But first, let us see where these inventions originated at.
Wait, where are you?
That's fuck. Just Control F this. It's talking about that dented contraption thing. That's actually a real thing.
Oh, that thing where it has the spikes on it?
Yes.
Oh boy.
No, I'm not gonna read about that. Let's move.
Oh my god, it actually has little... No.
It has little drawings.
It has little ASCII art. It has little ASCII art drawings
like
of how these things work.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh, it opens with... Let me explain to you how it works, because it's a fantasy scenario. Yeah. Houri, wizard subclass. The Houri is a nymph of paradise. She was born in a city section of a city. City-ish section of a city. That's hard. Growing up in a poor and miserable life, but dreaming of a future. Yet, instead of turning to a life of thievery, like most, her beauty and intelligence leads her to a life of magic. Once there, she specializes in charming, enchanting, and seducing. Some people look down upon her as a disgusting prostitute and vixen, or others view her as a potential beauty and the most desirable being on the prime material plane. So we are rationalizing here. It's a street charmer.
It's a magical prostitute.
It's basically a magical prostitute class. Then there's the seducer. There is the seductress. I'm starting to notice a pattern.
Seductress is a rogue subclass.
Now there is the gigolo.
Seducer. The seducer is psionicist subclass.
Oh yeah. I mean seducer. That's the theme. Seducer, seductress, seducer.
Oh my god, there's a fucking song for the gigolo.
There's the gigolo. I'm just a gigolo. It's a fucking specialty. Entertainer, lover, romantic. Steady scores, dexterity of 12. Know your shit. Intelligence of 13. Charisma of 15. Of SNR. Human. May become gigolos, but they must be male. Only elves must be male to become gigolos. Required. The recommended alignments for gigolos are neutral good, neutral, and neutral evil. Why can't you be a lawful good gigolo? I mean, the interesting character though. The alignments inappropriate. Lawful characters would steer clear of situations that gigolos often find this. Also, characters would remain with just one person long enough, which is what the class is all about. No, it's not. You don't know what it is. I'm just a gigolo. Set alone by Rolf Van Clevens.
They wrote a song.
What the fuck is this book? The fuck is this book? I'm just low and everywhere I go. People of the part I'm playing. Pay for and selling each other's romance. Oh, what they're saying. There'll come a day when you will pass away. What will they say about me? Well, in the crowd will know I'm a gigolo. Life goes on with me. 'Cause I ain't got nobody cares for me. Nobody. I'm so sad and lonely, Want some sweet mommy, and so bad. Booza, bop, diddy bop. I'm a Oompa Loompa suddenly. Oh. Oompa Loompa doop. I'm just a gigolo, look at you. Okay.
Oh, no.
So that was a sad song, I'm just a gigolo.
I'm gonna go to bed for
Getting to know a prostitute.
Okay. Sorry, Moto, for what you just heard.
It's fine, don't worry.
I'm not sorry.
It'll help me laugh me to sleep tonight.
Yes. Good night.
Right. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Man, there's an awful lot of dead prostitutes.
Oh yeah, we are coming to the bottom of this hole, and there is getting to know a prostitute. Kino, if you want to take this part.
Hang on, let me scroll up because there's a lot of information on prostitutes.
There's a lot of ugly shit.
There's
Emmy,
lot of...
if Emmy would like more parts, it's time to grab stuff that is not that grotesque.
Getting to know a prostitute. Random generator. Overall prostitutes. Before getting to know a specific prostitute, the prostitute pool should be known.
That's the pimp manual. You need to know your prostitute pool before you get to know your prostitutes.
The GM may make adjustments as she
wow.
deems necessary.
Here's no
To decide the number of prostitutes in a given settlement, examine Table 1. Make adjustments based on alignments of the settlement. Table 2. Note, most teams feel that the number of prostitutes to never exceed 10% of its total population, unless the settlement's primary function is prostitution. Therefore, adjustments should be made accordingly.
Put your bitch down.
Table 1. Number of prostitutes. Settlement, Thorpe. Thorpe. Population 20 to 80. Number of prostitutes 1d6. Hamlet. Population 100 to 400. Number of prostitutes 1d10. Village. Which? Population
Village,
600 to 900. 1d20. Town. Population 1,500 to 6,500. 1d100. City.
You know, the last time that I made a fantasy city, I did like this drawing. Welcome to Black population, 1,000 citizens and 98 prostitutes.
98 prostitutes. Lots of prostitutes.
You write that shit down your plaque.
City, 10,000, 60,000, 2d100. Table number 2, alignment adjustments to number of prostitutes. Lawful, divide by 2. Chaotic, multiply by 2. Good, divide by 2. Evil, multiply by 2.
Oh, fuck. Yes. I love this D&D morality. Prostitutes are evil!
Information on prostitutes working under management can be found in the House of Ill Repute section. Getting a feel for the prostitute. Not all prostitutes are alike. Below are the steps necessary to make a very unique and exciting, if you know what I mean, prostitute. 1. Choose an appropriate sex for the prostitute. Randomly, there is an 80% chance of female prostitutes and a 20% chance of male prostitutes. Number 2. Choose an appropriate race in respects to the environment, i.e. areas, population, politics, etc. Number 3. Generate ability scores as described in your RPG system. The prostitute's highest ability should probably be Constitution.
What is your highest ability?
Constitution. So.
Oh, hired.
Number 4. Height and weight can be generated randomly using Table 3. Take the appropriate base score and add die roll modifier. 5. Roll on Table 4 3 times to get hair color, eye color, and complexion. 6. Age can be generated randomly using Table 5. Make the appropriate base age and add die roll modifier. Number 7. Various measurements of women can blah 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 blah.
When do I roll to get the height? The weight? The symmetry between arms? How many fingers? How many toes? The size of the nails? Wait, you actually roll for the size of the penis, of course.
Wait, what?
The major measurement of a man is 1d4 plus 5 inches.
Oh my god!
You roll for this, of course, because this is important for, the consistency of your role play. Because this is a fucking role play game. This is an interesting data for your role play. You can roll
their measurements for the females. Yes. You can roll their measurements, including their bust.
Of course. The bust, the bosom. Why would you forget about that? It's essential for your world beauty and their imagination of your players. As a responsible DM, you need to have all the facts straight and rolled. Drowning in a bucket of dice.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have all these dice. Let's go down the rabbit hole here.
I don't even want to read all this because it's really annoying.
No, it's annoying. I'm just dying.
There's like
here.
all this holy shit Like,
It goes
it's all
down.
just horrors. I'm gonna skip the horror section
No,
and just...
has 11 steps to Horror Town.
What?
No, it's just 11 steps there. To
Yes,
how to
and
find
they're
the
all...
fucking
They're
person.
just boring.
Ooh.
Oh, wait. Porno periodicals of humanoids.
I got there too. I stopped there.
I like how we both were like, excuse you, what?
Yes, we bumped each same thing. Amy, are you there?
Oh my god, Jager, it's a random name generator for the porn.
Just got back.
It's a random name generator for the porn.
That is amazing.
You roll for what it contains, and then you roll for the name of it.
That is ridiculous and amazing. Okay, so Amy, can you read us the introduction to how you make a periodical of humanoids?
Sure.
A porno periodical. It's okay. I'm sending you this introduction.
I'm gonna roll a dice to get a porno name. Just pardon me while I'm in the background.
All right.
Okay.
Hi, everyone.
Merlin, turn your stuff back up.
Good night.
Okay, buddy?
I'll say hi.
Yes, hello. Now,
Hi everyone. Hi Merly.
turn your stuff back up and keep your headphones on. You insist on being in here. Thank you.
Okay, so
Porno periodicals of humanoids. Low
I
and...
can still hear it.
Then you can go out there. You know Mama's rules.
Sorry.
Go on.
Nah, gotta just be quiet anyways.
Well, I have to speak at a certain level to actually be heard. So, if you're going to do this, you're going to go out there while I read this. Thank you, kiddo. I'm going to wait until you obey me. One.
Please, hello.
I apologize for doing that.
it's okay.
Okay. Boy plus laptop left the room. Porno periodicals of humanoids. Low intelligent beings have an obsession with smut. Sounds right. They love to purchase and look at pornographic periodicals. Player characters can come across such periodicals in humanoid housing, a seedy magazine stand, a gross conquered enemy, etc. These periodicals need a name, and the following system gives a periodical a name. 1. Roll 2d10 on a table 1 to get the race that created the periodical. The writing, if any, in the periodical will be of the preferred language of the race. 2. To get the name of the periodical, roll 1d30 on table 2 to get an adjective. You may roll one more than once if desired. Roll 1d20 on table 3 to get a noun. Thus, a roll of 4 and a roll of 14 would produce jiggling hooters. But this isn't good enough for the old GM, so he rolls for another adjective and gets a... No, I'm not going to continue now while you're getting your stuff. Don't you even think about stealing my burger, dog.
So, I generated a porno, by the way.
Awesome.
Oh? Thanks, Karen.
Basically, we have written by Were Rats. It is Where did it go?
Oh god. By where?
Fleshly knockers.
I think we found our table. I think we found. I think we found our table. Yes.
I'm gonna roll again, actually, because I want to see.
Okay, now that he's out again, would you like me to continue while you're rolling?
Yes,
Sure.
I'm rolling another. In the background, I'm just rolling another
Okay.
thing.
Thus, a roll of 4 and a roll of 14 will produce jiggling hooters. But this isn't good enough for the old GM, so he rolls for another adjective and gets a 25 oily jiggling hooters. And the roll from step 1 reveals that orcs created this periodical. Thus, we have oiling, jiggling hooters of orcs.
Dear Lord.
So,
this is not pleasant. This is not pleasant at all.
Let's see.
Okay, just a quick overlook of the. Okay, go. What did you get?
I got greasy, sticky caves written by some kobolds.
Oh, greasy, sticky caves. Greasy, sticky caves by the kobolds.
Oh. This is the best part. This fucking random poor generator has been the funniest thus far.
I love how sexist and racist he can be. He can still be fucking funny in this. Yes, he's Donald Trump Jr. I think.
Junior.
So table 1, humanoid creators. So those periodicals can be created by bugbears, gully dwarves, gnolls, hags, harpies, huge giants, kobolds, mongrel men, ogres, were-rats, drow elves, addings, goblins, half-orcs, humans. Oh, they have, good, low intelligence. Hobgoblins, lizard men, orcs, troglodytes.
Well then.
And the adjectives: arousing, erotic, hard, jiggling, luscious, profuse, sensual, stimulating, swollen, titillating, big, fleshy, hefty, juicy, moist, savory, slimy,
It's not fleshy. It's fleshly.
Fleshly, voluptuous, delectable, greasy, horse dove. Okay. Large, oily, scrumptious, sticky, sumptuous, tender, warted. Yes, I want a table for insults. Bows. Okay. Table 3. Nouns. Bows, butts, clubs, holes, jugs, lingerie, pits, staves, stuff.
Just stuff.
Stuff. Wands of Wonder, bolas, caves, dungeons, hooters, knockers, wounds, rods, strongholds, swords, clunkers. And that's a typical periodical may contain perverse artwork, questions and answers, forum, advice column, letters, or raunchy stories. They are not necessarily created on. It's necessary created on printing presses. They can be handwritten or drawn by scribes or artists. The lower intelligent beings are so primitive, they usually have clumps of scrolls with their perversion on them. I see what you did putting humans in that table. Ho, ho, ho. They're lower intelligence and they have porn magazine. Social commentary. The key for success with this system is for the DM to think. Oh, wait. Wow. That's going to be hard with this book. How intelligent are the authors? Are you questioning yourself there? What's
Yeah.
your source? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but not that much. What resources do they possess? What is believable and realistic? Again, I'm sorry to disappoint you. This isn't a detailed system. It is merely guidelines to stimulate creative thought in the GM. That is not going to happen. There is a table of text codes, and I think we are approaching a reasonable end here. Kino, do you want to hit us with some sexist codes?
I would love to, Jaeger.
Okay,
Let's
course.
start off with a drunk wench is fair game.
Oh, good.
That's not a girl, it's a harpy.
A toast.
Ah! A magical dildo. Hello,
Huh?
you don't know me, but I've been watching you. This one I actually like and would not call this. This is just a really good insult. Gruel oozes from her twat.
This is good. This is a good insult.
That's a really good insult. Her words say no, but my dagger says yes. Her hole is bigger than the astral plane. That's a really good one.
Hey, they're starting to get quality. That's
His
a lot
lance,
of work.
his lance is bigger than mine. Honestly,
Whoa.
Constable, her tunic was open. I bought her venison. She owes me. I'd like to put my sword in her scabbard. I love the salty taste of the mermaid twat.
Wow, that is just embarrassing.
Oh, shit. I said use your hand, not your hand axe. I'll slay your dragon for you. I'll touch anything once. I'll try anything once, twice if it hurts. Oh.
Well, that person
I'm
gets
going
away from my den.
That's psychopathic.
I'm going to crank on the winch. It must be nice to have magical protection. Let's do it like the fairy folk. Loot the village, ravage the women, burn the crops. Now I know why it's called a bone snapper.
Some of those scenes seem to be just taken out of context. Like, I'm going to crank on the winch. The guy must say just, working. Hey boy, I'm going to crank on the winch here. And then they just pick it out of context and put this. That was sexist.
She likes to do it Gorgon style. She was asking for it dressed in that alluring plate mail. The horse needs rest. Let's move into the dark woods. Excuse you, what?
Some of those are kind of schizophrenic.
The mermaid smells like fish. The women, how much for the women? There's one of her and 5 of us. Nyeh, nyeh, nyeh.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, babe. 2
How
bits
is
for your
that?
women, 5 bits for your horse. Where does the mermaid hide her vagina? There's a lot of mermaid obsession on this list.
I don't get the mermaids.
They must.
Why do the childbear? Why
And where are the
do
horses?
the childbearers carry weapons? Wonder bitch there, she's just a blonde and brainless slut, and then reroll. I don't... meh.
I like the reroll one. It's very, very inspired. So there are tidbits.
Oh, that's, remember how I was talking about Ron Jeremy and Cards Against Humanity and how his dick cut off?
Yeah.
Well, this maneuver is named after the woman who cut off his dick because her name was Lorena Bobbitt.
The
So,
Bobbitt maneuver.
if you read it, it is about cutting off people's dicks.
Okay, that they thought about they covered everything, right?
Yes.
The Bobbitt maneuver requires a character who gets a minimum of 2 attacks every other round. First character must have a called shot, -4 penalty, with a sharp weapon to remove pants, rope, tunic, etc.
Remove kebab.
Remove kebab.
We're removing kebab.
On the second attack of the round, the character must make a called shot, -6 due to difficulty, to slice the penis off. This kills the man. An abyss level, and let's go to adventuring ideas. Because after reading this book, you're going to have, you gotta have reasons, excuses to use it. This book is less about sex and more about why you shouldn't use this book ever.
Basically.
I think it's supposed to be more of an argument to the official stuff and not just solely going with this book.
I don't feel like this is an augment to anything. It's a detriment, if you ask me.
It is the degradation of your practice as a GM or a player. The player characters, the logboat, the player characters book passage on a magic flying luxury cruise ship nicknamed the Love Boat for a relaxing time in the clouds. On the ship, the PCs encounter the crew: Captain Stubbing, Golfer, Doc, Isaac, Julie McCoy. Yes, it's so creative. Also, they encounter loads of interesting people and plenty of opportunities to use the rules, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more, and stuff that are presented in the guide. So, like, okay, so we're put all the PCs in this beach boat here, and they fuck. That's the Love Boat adventuring idea. Good. They meet a bunch of people and they stick their wee-wees in their vavas.
They're vavas.
Yay. Berserker.
I would like to say that there are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 adventuring ideas, and the fifth one has like paragraphs for it. The other ones are just like tiny paragraphs.
Okay, so
this one has like multiple.
The next one, the fifth one, is bigger than all the four
previous ones combined.
Previous ones combined are smaller than the last one, and this is why Vampire and Seduction. Vampire and Seduction is the last one, but let's go to Dogman Needs a Date. Dogman Needs a Date. Who wants to read Dogman Needs a Date?
I'll read it.
Okay, Dogman Needs a Date.
An uncharismatic man hires the PCs to help him attain the affection of a lovely maiden. This allows great opportunity for role-playing, which includes buying new clothes for him, teaching him how to act, etc. Problems can arise if the maiden falls in love with one of the PCs. The maiden
will happen?
Also, the maiden could have a large fighter boyfriend who could be really angry. So this is basically like
a bully.
Beauty and the Beast.
Yes. Also, Emmy, since I read The Love Boat, Kino read Dogman Needs a Date, you are gonna have to read the last two ones.
Okay.
Before Vampire.
Okay.
And
let's see. So twins and paternity suite? These are tiny.
Yes. Because they fucking spelled it wrong.
Tiny.
They spelled it wrong, by the way.
They just like glazed over those ideas just to say that they had ideas.
Twins.
Barely.
The PC seduces a very beautiful, nice, willing person. The following day, the PC meets the twin. Willing. The following day, the PC meets the twin who is mean, bad, and boring. This could lead to nice effects.
Huh?
Bad!
This could lead to nice effects.
So basically, they're... Okay.
Yeah, that's so good. Yay. Paternity.
After returning with the spoils of a great adventure, a male character is confronted with a paternity suit from a fair lass who he was promiscuous with only a few months ago. Oh! My ex-husband is in here! Lovely!
That's so cool. That's an adventure. So, what is an adventure? It's so fun.
Paternity claims.
Your ex-husband. Yeah, I guess like everyone contributed to this book. Vampire and seduction. We all know it's because there is a vampire, and I guess the vampire seduces someone and fucks them. And this is why it's so long, because it's and this is why it's so must be written by Annie Rice. The gentleman has a cursed ring. Yes, a powerful wave of artifact makes him believe he is a vampire. Oh!
Makes him believe he's a vampire.
It's
Doesn't
Nicolas
say
Cage.
he actually...
Gives him many of the powers of a vampire as well as some of the drawbacks. I'm just reading the last few lines. Make him dislike things that cause a vampire harm, but it doesn't make it obvious whether this works. Whether this works. Make him have a reflection, but have a dead vampire victim show up, etc. At the end, have the party realize that he is not a vampire at all, but rather is a cursed fellow with an intrinsically good nature. Oh god, this is so good. Good ideas. I'm so pumped. So pumped.
Oh boy.
Oh, no, technically,
so
if
pumped.
you're dead, you can have an erection. It's because of the way the blood flows there, pools, and then it hardens there. I actually learned
And
this
you
in a
can use your
folklore book.
spells. You can
Yes.
you can use like make erection.
Yeah.
I don't know, level 1 make erection duration.
Level
4
1 make-
hours. You know? Fuck it. I can pull spells out of my ass and put into this book. It's that easy. Fuck. There is an essay. There's an essay here. What if a character rapes an NPC? They are tackling some very polemic issues here in their fantasy world. I don't want to read that. Essay. An essay about, has anyone played a homosexual character? This essay was derived from a conversation of the topic on an internet RPG discussion list. The thoughts reading here are not necessarily those of any one person. Many points of view went into this essay. Also, the validity of statements made is not known. I didn't know that homosexuality was so taboo in this RPG community. And then there are some quotes. I never played one, but we're not gay. Not that there is anything wrong with being gay. The army of lovers, in essence, exclusively homosexual company of soldiers. Why do you need to do that? What was something out of the ancient Greek city-states? Let the fedora reigns. There was only one city-state, Thebes, where being gay was a requirement if you wish to become a soldier. This was not a strict requirement, but was considered highly advantageous. It was reported to be, by writers in other city-states, citation needed to be one of the most effective armies at the time. Citation needed. The unit was called the Theban Sacred Band. And they served under Alexander, because you know that all that shit that Alexander was bisexual, then they start to make all those stories around it. They worked in buddy teams.
Or like butt buddy teams.
I'm actually so
they worked in
surprised that the history is being brought up.
Oh yeah, it's being rewritten, I guess. They worked in butt buddy teams, a spearman, and a shieldman. They were okay. So I don't get it. Why would one soldier carry the weapon and the other soldier carry the shield? This is pathetic. They were renowned for their extreme closeness, fierceness, and efficiency in battle because one soldier carried a shield and not a weapon, and the other carried a weapon and not a shield, making them very efficient in the battlefield. That was an edit. especially if their lover was killed. Ah, yes, because a war was decided in one battle, in one huge battle. A war was decided, so they wouldn't they wouldn't have to go through the traumatic events of having, your loved ones killed and having to go overnight and overnight with the dismal realization that your life is crumbling, your world is crumbling around you, and now the moral, the moral strength of your troops and your ranks is just declining because of the sentimental value and existential value of each unit's lives is just degrading because of that. No, this is not coming to play. Note that in Sparta, all male children were raised up by the state, trained to be soldiers. The menial work was left to the helotas, slaves. They had male companionship for most of the time, so I'm going to use that fact and stretch it to prove that they were gay. So that is why their sexual interests were different. In Sparta, homosexuality was accepted, but not like it was in Thebes. Spartans had more of a Roman respect for women. And, can you continue that text? Before
where are we?
I'm searched. That's not to say that romantic involvement.
Oh, that's not to say that romantic involvement or even long-term relationships weren't common between soldiers and other city-states. It had a lot to do with the inequality of women and their place in ancient Greek society. In ancient Greece, women were considered inferior to men, not quite, but almost property. Certainly not something a person would want to spend lots of quality time with. The most common opinion of women was that they were good for one thing, having babies. If a man had to have sex for that, well, it's one of the things a dutiful husband did. But if you wanted a relationship, passionate sex, someone you could talk with afterwards, men were where it was at, although this is a bit exaggerated.
Oh, no, you don't see. That was one glimpse of him having self-consciousness. I didn't expect for that. Okay, go
on. Just one second. Are we going to read all of this?
No. You can stop by the end of that.
Okay. Where did I just leave off?
It was common practice.
It was common practice in upper crust Athenian society for young boys to be taken in by an older gentleman who would become the youth's mentor and also lover. This was considered a healthy upbringing.
Okay, let's stop there. Moving on. So he goes on and on and on, and this is a very, very hefty essay to... I don't know his point. Really,
that it's okay to be gay.
No, it's okay to be gay, but the explanations and reasons he gives, it's like he's defending it for all the wrong facts, started facts in history. He's rewriting history.
Then underneath that, they literally make like a huge section of plots just for gay characters.
Oh yes, the gay man and the jealous wife, saying no, Land of Fairies.
The Land of Fairies, literally. Reverse rape.
Reverse rape. Evil of homosexuality.
Oh.
We are approaching the end here. A few good stories. Let's finish here. Let's see what those people... Oh, reverse rape is... The character could be raped by some powerful, important woman. Perhaps a magic user.
So you basically...
Oh, that's still rape, just the female being the one doing it. Okay.
It's just regular... Yeah. It's just regular rape. I don't know why they had to say reverse rape.
Because they are...
Only men can rape, okay? All men are rapists.
This is a book written by the same person that wrote all the shit that we read before. So, there you go. I don't even know what kind of thing of atrocity that I should pick to exemplify. But let's see. Talking about exemplifying it, they wrote a few good stories from their testimonials.
These are stories from campaigns.
Yeah, for campaigns. Let's pick the shorter ones. One funny occurrence. Amy, why don't you read this one for us? Knock knock.
Where is
if you're not there.
I'm here. Where is it?
Okay, sorry. There you go.
Did you send it to her?
I did. Yeah.
One funny occurrence. One of the clerics in my party went to an inn that also provided companionship for the night, either preference. When he got his bedmate, he and she had a little fun. The encounter lasted 10 minutes game time. Heh. What? What? Only 10?
10 minutes.
What did you do?
You can't even do. You can't
Those
even
guys
do
know their
foreplay in
sex.
10 minutes.
Jeez.
Those guys know their sex.
That is the worst.
Oh, okay.
Well, he was a cleric.
Yeah. Afterward, they did it again. Better. And this time it lasted an hour and 15 minutes, with him fainting at the end. Better make up for only 10. When he woke up, he found himself in a cell, and the woman nowhere to be seen. It turns out that the woman named the White Leech had been taking out potential enemies throughout the kingdom. She is a lich. It also turned out that it wasn't White Lich, but a White Lich. Imagine my player's face when he realized he had screwed a White Leech.
So it was white as white.
White, yeah.
Like, guys, this is so cool. I'm crying. And they all congregate. And yes, they congregate and reminisce on that. Imagine that. They do that.
10 minutes.
I want you, I want you to listen to my tale of a barbarian's boo-boo. Our adventuring group was exploring a keep of some type looking for the main Betty, who was a female. When we found her bedroom, she wasn't there. Of course, we began looking through it when one of the male barbarian PCs, played by a female, accidentally spilled some perfume on himself, which had strange properties. The barbarian and the elven female mage, played by a male, had a certain sudden and uncontrollable urge to make use of the nearby bed. That lasted for about 2 hours game time, not real time. By this time, everyone was laughing hysterically because their characters were standing outside the open door and were watching the entertainment.
That's not creepy as fuck.
No, after everyone stopped laughing, and who wouldn't laugh? With a low-level barbarian and a mid-level mage going about it, the GM had asked the question and rolled his dice, and wouldn't ya just know that the mage got pregnant? Sneaker. What made the whole thing so interesting was mainly the fact that the characters are both opposite gender from their players. That makes everything more fun, you know. And the mage doesn't really know she's pregnant yet. The GM used the complete guide to unlawful carnal knowledge to make the whole tower an adventure. Cool. The GM kept flipping through and referring to the guide.
Do it with half and half. He'll just have to
Tubular.
whip on
Xander. So, let's finish up. Kino, why don't you pick a story for you to finish it up?
For coffee.
Well, let me see.
You can try.
Like, all of these are just, like, fucking stupid.
Oh, I got another idea. Let's go to the comments.
If I mix it.
Oh, there's comments?
Yeah, scroll down, there are comments.
Oh, Jesus.
Internet controversy of the guide. Upon the first completion of this guide,
Use one of the
6192.
vanilla
I think that's
please. And put that.
what is that? June?
That should help.
Yeah, June 1st of 1992.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. To members of various RPG lists that are found on the internet. Over 50 people responded and received the guide. Some people disliked the guide and stated their opinions on the discussion list, and others rebutted their complaints. Below is the argument that took place.
Sorry.
Let's read some of those.
I'm gonna speed run this and go through some of the shorter ones because some of these are really fucking long. There's one that's just like, I have taken the time to read the aforementioned guide to RPG sex. It is your game. Play it how you want to. If you have fun with it, then more power to you. I find the whole thing infantile and lacking any merit whatsoever. The whole sophomore tone led to initially believe it was a joke. Perhaps it still is.
Sounds like it. Okay, there is comment. Valiant comrades, regarding the uproar about the sex guide, I agree with the supporters. And to the critics, I have to say, lighten up! If you don't know, like, the principle of the guide, then simply refrain from using it. Even the Master's Guide is written in stone. Besides, there is some useful stuff in there. Any GM who can't find creative uses for an OD NPC, you know, the magical street prostitute, should have his proverbial license revoked. What?
What?
So if you are a dungeon master who cannot find uses for your magical prostitute, you shouldn't be a dungeon master. And no matter how you view an RPG, it is still only a game. You just contradicted yourself, you fuckwit. If someone takes offense to the principle of contrarian, perhaps a different hobby is in order. Oh no, my hobby is atrocity tourism. Thank you. And finally, take that. Okay, take one, and then I take a short one, and then finish.
You guys need to grow the fuck up and go out and buy a hustler or two and figure out what you really should play with besides yourselves. Notice elves in there, censored.
Oh, how come I never got a copy of the sex guide? I asked for one. Can someone send me a copy, please? Sure, it may seem a little silly or stupid, but it can't hurt. I'll read it.
I require the sex guide.
How the sex guide? If I want to use it, there's probably something in it for everybody. Whatever happened to free expression? Some people are so oppressive, Austin. And yeah. So, good night, Karen. And here ends some people are just complaining, and some people are, you know, between the war of pros and cons, there is a guy asking for a copy, which was, I don't know how he's asking for a copy because it has been on the internet.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Like, you found your way to their website, commented on it, and you didn't get a copy?